One Pippi comes to Vilikala cottage. At the end of a little Swedish town lay an old, overgrown orchard. In the orchard was a cottage, and in this cottage lived Pippi Longstocking. She was 9 years old, and she lived all alone. She had neither mother nor father, which was really rather nice, for in this way there was no one to tell her to go to bed just when she was having most fun, and no one to make her take cod liver oil when she felt like eating peppermints. There was a time when Pippi had had a father, and she had been very fond of him. Of course, she had had a mother too, but that was long ago. Pippi's mother had died when Pippi was just a tiny baby lying in her cradle and howling so dreadfully that no one could come near. Pippi believed that her mother now lived somewhere up in heaven and looked down on her little girl through a hole in it. Pippi often used to wave up to her and say, "Don't worry, I can look after myself." Pippi hadn't forgotten her father. He had been a ship's captain and sailed on the great ocean. Pippi had sailed with him on his boat, at least until the time he had blown into the sea during a storm and disappeared. But Pippi was quite sure that one day he would come back, for she never believed that he had drowned. She was certain that he had come ashore on a desert island, one with lots and lots of cannibals, and that her father had become king of them all and went about all day with a gold crown on his head. "My father is a cannibal king. There aren't many children with so fine a father," said Pippi, really pleased with herself. "And when my father has built himself a boat he'll come to fetch me, and then I shall become a cannibal princess. What a life it will be." Her father had bought the old cottage in the orchard many years ago. He had wanted to live there with Pippi when he grew old and sailed the seas no longer. But then he had unfortunately been blown into the sea, and as Pippi expected him to return, she went straight home to Vilikala cottage, as their house was called. It stood there furnished and ready and waiting for her. One fine summer's evening she had said goodbye to all the sailors on her father's boat. They liked Pippi very much, and Pippi liked them. "Goodbye, boys," said Pippi, kissing each in turn on the forehead. "Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself." She took 2 things from the boat, a little monkey whose name was Mr. Nelson. He had been a present from her father, and a big suitcase full of gold pieces. The sailors stood by the rail and watched Pippi until she was out of sight. She kept on walking without turning round once, with Mr. Nelson on her shoulder and the suitcase firmly in her hand. "A remarkable child," said one of the sailors, wiping a tear from his eye when Pippi disappeared from view. He was right. Pippi was a very remarkable child, and the most remarkable thing about her was her strength. She was so strong that in all the world there was no policeman as strong as she. She could have lifted a whole horse if she had wanted to, and there were times when she did want to. Pippi had bought a horse of her very own with one of her gold pieces the day she came home to Vilikala cottage. She had always longed to have her very own horse, and now there was one living on her front porch. When Pippi wanted to take afternoon tea there, she simply lifted him out into the orchard without further ado. Next to Vilikala cottage lay another orchard and another house. In that house lived a mother and a father with their 2 nice little children, a boy and a girl. The boy's name was Tommy and the girl's Annika. They were both very good and well brought up and obedient children. Tommy never bit his nails, and always did what his mother asked. Annika never fussed when she didn't get her own way, and she was always very properly dressed in freshly ironed cotton. Tommy and Annika played nicely together in their orchard, but they had often wished for a playmate. At the time when Pippi always sailed the seas with her father, they would sometimes hang on the fence and say to each other, "What a pity no one moves into that house. Someone ought to live there, someone with children." The beautiful summer's day that Pippi first crossed the threshold of Vilikala cottage, Tommy and Annika weren't at home. They were spending the week with their grandmother, and so had no idea that someone had moved into the house next to theirs. The first day after their arrival home, they stood by the gate and looked out on the street, and they still didn't know that there was a playmate so near. Just as they stood and wondered what they should do, and if possibly anything special would happen the day, or if it would be just one of those dull days when one couldn't think of anything in particular to do, why, just then the gate to Vilikala cottage opened and a little girl appeared. She was the most curious child Tommy and Annika had ever seen. It was Pippi Longstocking going for a morning walk. This is what she looked like. Her hair was the same colour as a carrot, and was braided in 2 stiff pigtails that stood straight out from her head. Her nose was the shape of a very small potato, and was dotted with freckles. Under the nose was a really very large mouth, with healthy white teeth. Her dress was curious indeed. Pippi had made it herself. It was supposed to have been blue, but as there hadn't been quite enough blue cloth, Pippi had decided to add little red patches here and there. On her long thin legs she wore long stockings, one brown and the other black, and she had a pair of black shoes, which were just twice as long as her feet. Her father had bought them in South America so she would have something to grow into, and Pippi never wanted any others. The thing that made Tommy and Annika open their eyes widest was the monkey which sat on the strange girl's shoulder. It was little and long-tailed, and dressed in blue trousers, yellow jacket, and a white straw hat. Pippi went on down the street, walking with one foot on the pavement and the other in the gutter. Tommy and Annika watched her until she was out of sight. In a moment she returned, walking backwards. This was so she shouldn't have to take the trouble to turn round when she went home. When she came level with Tommy and Annika's gate, she stopped. The children looked at each other in silence. At last Tommy said, "Why are you walking backwards?" "Why am I walking backwards?" said Pippi. "This is a free country, isn't it? Can't I walk as I please?" "Why, let me tell you that in Egypt everyone walks that way, and no one thinks it the least bit odd." "How do you know that?" asked Tommy. "You haven't been in Egypt, have you?" "Have I been to Egypt?" "You can bet your boots I have. I've been all over the world and seen odder things than people who walk backwards. I wonder what you would have said if I'd walked on my hands like the people do in Indochina." "That can't be true," protested Tommy. Pippi considered this for a moment. "Yes, you're right," she said sadly. "I wasn't telling the truth." "It's wicked to lie," said Annika, who at last had found her tongue. "Yes, it's very wicked," said Pippi, even more sadly. "But I forget once in a while, you see. How can you expect a little child whose mother is an angel and whose father is a cannibal king and who has spent her life sailing the seas to tell the truth always? And for that matter," she said, a smile spreading over her whole freckled face, "I can tell you that in the Belgian Congo there isn't a single person who tells the truth. They tell fibs all day and every day, begin at 7 in the morning and keep it up until sunset. So if I should happen to tell a fib sometimes, you must try to forgive me and remember that it's only because I've been a little too long in the Belgian Congo. We can still be friends, can't we?" "Of course," said Tommy, realizing suddenly that this wouldn't be one of those dull days. "Why not have breakfast at my house, for that matter?" Pippi wondered. "Well, yes," said Tommy. "Why not? Come on, let's." "Yes," said Annika. "Right away. But first let me introduce you to Mr. Nelson," said Pippi. The monkey raised his hat to them politely. And so they went through villa cottages, tumbled down orchard gate and up the path between rows of mossy trees lovely for climbing, they noticed, to the house and onto the porch. There stood the horse, munching oats from a soup tureen. "Why on earth have you a horse on the front porch?" asked Tommy. All the horses he knew lived in stables. "Well," said Pippi after thinking it over, "he'd be in the way in the kitchen, and he doesn't thrive in the parlour." Tommy and Annika patted the horse, and then went on into the house. There was a kitchen and a parlour and a bedroom, but it looked as if Pippi had forgotten to turn out the rooms that week. Tommy and Annika looked carefully about in case the cannibal king should be in a corner. They'd never seen a cannibal king in all their lives. But no father was to be seen, nor any mother, and Annika asked anxiously, "Do you live here all alone?" "Of course not," said Pippi. "Mr. Nelson lives here too." "Yes, but haven't you a mother and father here?" "No, none at all," said Pippi cheerfully. "But who tells you when to go to bed at night, and that sort of things?" asked Annika. "I do," said Pippi. "The first time I say it in a friendly sort of way, and if I don't listen I say it again more sharply, and if I still don't listen, then there's a thrashing to be had, believe me." Tommy and Annika didn't quite understand all this, but they thought that perhaps it was a good arrangement. Meanwhile, they had come into the kitchen, and Pippi whooped, "Here pancakes will be baked now, here pancakes will be served now, here pancakes will be fried now," at which she took out 3 eggs and flung them into the air. One of the eggs fell on her head and broke, and the yolk ran down into her eye, but the others she caught properly in a bowl, where they broke. "I've always heard that egg yolk is good for the hair," said Pippi, wiping her eye. "You'll see that it will grow now so fast it creeps. In Brazil, for that matter, everyone goes about with egg in his hair. There's not a bald head to be seen. Once there was an old man who was so odd that he ate his eggs instead of spreading them on his hair. He turned quite bald, too, and when he as much as showed himself on the streets the traffic stopped and they had to call out the police." While she was talking, Pippi carefully picked out all the broken eggshell from the bowl with her fingers. Then she took a bath brush, which hung on the wall, and began beating the batter so that it splattered on the walls. At last she threw what was left on a griddle that stood on the stove. When the pancake was browned on one side, she threw it halfway through the ceiling so that it turned in the air and was caught in the pan again. And when it was done, she threw it across the kitchen so that it landed on a plate standing on the table. "Eat it," she cried. "Eat it before it gets cold." Tommy and Annika ate, and thought it a very good pancake. Afterwards, Pippi invited them into the parlour. There was only one piece of furniture in it. It was an enormous cupboard with many little drawers. Pippi opened them one by one and showed Tommy and Annika all the treasures she kept there. There were strange birds' eggs, and unusual shells and stones, lovely little boxes, beautiful silver mirrors, a pearl necklace, and much more, all bought by Pippi and her father during their travels round the world. Pippi gave her new playmates each a little present as a keepsake. Tommy's was a knife with a gleaming mother-of-pearl handle, and Annika's a little box decorated on the lid with pieces of shell. In the box lay a ring set with a green stone. "If you should happen to go home now," said Pippi, "you'll be able to come again tomorrow. Because if you don't go home, you can't very well come back, and that would be a shame." Tommy and Annika thought so too, so they went home. They went past the horse, who had eaten up all his oats, and out through the gate of the Lekala cottage. Mr. Nelson waved his hat to them as they left. Too Pippi is a turnip stuffer and gets into a fight. Annika woke especially early the next morning. She bounded out of bed and quickly padded over to Tommy. "Wake up, Tommy," she said, tugging at his arm. "Let's go and see that funny girl with the big shoes." In an instant, Tommy was wide awake. "All the time I was sleeping I knew there was going to be something nice about today, though I couldn't remember just what it was," he said, struggling out of his pyjama top. Then they both went into the bathroom and washed themselves and brushed their teeth much faster than usual. They were merry and quick about putting on their clothes, and a whole hour earlier than their mother had expected they came sliding down the banister from the top floor and landed exactly by the breakfast table, where they sat down and shouted that they wanted their hot chocolate now, at once. "And may I ask," said their mother, "just what it is that makes you in such a hurry?" "We're going over to see the new girl in the house next door," said Tom. "We might stay all day," added Annika. That morning Pippi was baking ginger snaps. She had made a huge pile of dough, and was rolling it out on the kitchen floor. "'Cause can you imagine," said Pippi to her little monkey, "what earthly good a pastry board would be when you're going to make at least 500 ginger snaps?" There she lay on the floor and cut out heart-shaped ginger snaps as if her life depended on it. "Do stop walking in the dough, Mr. Nelson," she said irritably just as the doorbell rang. Pippi ran to open it. She was as white as a miller from top to toe, and when she shook hands heartily with Tommy and Annika, a whole cloud of flour came down on them. "How nice of you to drop in," she said, shaking a new cloud of flour out of her apron. Tommy and Annika got so much of it in their throats, they had to cough. "What are you doing?" asked Tommy. "Well, if I say I'm sweeping the chimney you wouldn't believe me, as clever as you are," said Pippi. "As a matter of fact, I'm baking. But that will soon be out of the way. You can sit on the wood box in the meantime." Pippi can work very fast. Tommy and Annika sat on the wood box and watched how she cut her way forward through the dough, and how she threw the biscuits onto the tins, and how she slung the tins into the oven. They thought it was all rather like something in the films. "All clear," said Pippi at last, slamming the oven door after the last tins with a bang. "What are we going to do now?" asked Tommy. "I don't know what you're thinking of doing," said Pippi, "but as for me, I'm not one who can take things easy. I happen to be a turnip stuffer, so of course I never have a free moment." "What did you say you were?" asked Annika. "A turnip stuffer. What's that?" asked Tommy. "Somebody who finds the stuff that turns up if only you look, of course." "What else would it be?" said Pippi, sweeping together all the flour on the floor into a little pile. "The whole world is filled with things that are just waiting for someone to come along and find them, and that's just what a turnip stuffer does." "What sort of things?" asked Annika. "Oh, all sorts," said Pippi. "Gold nuggets and ostrich feathers and dead mice and rubber bands and tiny little grouse, and that kind of thing." Tommy and Annika thought it sounded a great deal of fun, and at once wanted to become turnip stuffers too, though Tommy said he hoped he would find a gold nugget and not a little grouse. "We'll have to wait and see," said Pippi. "You always find something. But we'll have to hurry up so other turnip stuffers don't come first and take away all the gold nuggets and things that are waiting hereabouts." The three turnip stuffers set out. They thought it was best to begin hunting around the houses in the neighbourhood, because Pippi said that even if there were little grouse deep in the woods, The very best things were almost always found near where people live. Though not always, she said. I've seen it just the other way about. I remember a time when I was looking for things in the jungles of Borneo, right in the middle of the wild jungle, where no man had ever put his foot. What do you suppose I found? A lovely wooden leg. I gave it away later on to an old man who was one-legged, and he told me that money couldn't buy a wooden leg like that. Tommy and Annika watched Pippi to see how a turnip stuffer should act. She ran from one side of the road to the other, shading her eyes with her hand, and searching and searching. Once in a while she crept on her knees, and stuck her hands in through a fence, saying in a disappointed voice, "Strange. I was sure I saw a gold nugget." "Can you really take anything you find?" asked Annika. "Yes, anything that's lying on the ground," said Pippi. A little further on, an old man lay sleeping on the lawn in front of his house. "That's lying on the ground," said Pippi, "and we've found him. We'll take him." Tommy and Annika were horrified. No, Pippi. We can't take a gentleman. That would never do," said Tommy. "Anyway, what would we do with him?" "What we'd do with him? We could use him for lots of things. We could keep him in a little rabbit hutch instead of a rabbit, and feed him dandelion leaves. But if you don't want to, we can leave him here, for all I care. Still, I hate to think that some other turnip stuffer may come along and carry him off." They went on. Suddenly, Pippi gave a wild shriek. "Well, I never saw the likes," she cried, picking up an old rusty cake tin out of the grass. "What a find! What a find! One can never have too many tins." Tommy looked rather suspiciously at the tin and asked, "What can you use that for?" "It can be used for lots of things," said Pippi. "One way is to put cakes in it. Then it will be one of those nice tins with cakes. Another way is not to put cakes in it. Then it will be a tin without cakes, which isn't quite as nice, but it would do well enough too." She inspected the tin, which really was quite rusty, and had a hole in the bottom. "It looks as though this one is a tin without cakes," she said thoughtfully. "But you can put it over your head and pretend it's the middle of the night." And she did just that. With the tin over her head, she wandered through the neighborhood like a little tin tower, and she didn't stop before she fell on her stomach over a wire fence. There was a terrific crash when the cake tin hit the ground. "There, you see," said Pippi, removing the tin. "If I hadn't had this on me, I would have fallen face first and knocked myself silly." "Yes, but," said Annika, "if you hadn't had the tin on you, why, you'd never have tripped over the fence." But before she had finished speaking, another shriek came from Pippi, who triumphantly held up an empty cotton reel. "It seems to be my lucky day today," she said. "What a perfectly sweet little reel to blow soap bubbles with, or to hang on a string round my neck for a necklace. I want to go home and do it now." Just then, the gate to a nearby house opened, and a little boy rushed out. He looked frightened, which wasn't surprising, for hard on his heels came 5 other boys. They soon got hold of him and pushed him against the fence, where the whole lot attacked him. All 5 began hitting him at the same time. He cried and tried to shield his face with his arms. "On him, blokes!" yelled the biggest and the strongest of the boys. "So he'll never dare show himself in this street." "Oh," said Annika, "that's Willie they're beating. How can they be so horrid? It's that beastly Bengt. He's always fighting," said Tommy. "And 5 against 1. What cowards!" Pippi went up to the boys and tapped Bengt on the back with her finger. "You there," she said. "Do you mean to make pulp of little Willie on the spot, since 5 of you are at him at once?" Bengt turned round and saw a girl he'd never met before, an unruly, strange girl who dared to poke him. At first he simply stared in astonishment, and then a broad sneer spread over his face. "Hey, blokes," he said. "Let Willie go, and take a look at this. What a girl!" He slapped his knees and laughed. In a moment the whole lot had flocked around Pippi. Everyone except Willie, who dried his tears and carefully went and stood beside Tommy. "Have you ever seen such hair? It's a real flaming bonfire. And what shoes?" Bengt continued. "Couldn't I please borrow one of them? I'd like to go for a row, and I haven't a boat." Then he took hold of one of Pippi's pigtails, but quickly dropped it and said, "Ouch! I burned myself." The 5 boys made a ring round Pippi and hopped about and yelled, "Carrot top! Carrot top!" Pippi stood in the middle of the ring and smiled in a friendly manner. Bengt had hoped she would become angry or begin to cry. At the very least she ought to look scared. When nothing else worked, he pushed her. "I don't think you have particularly good manners with ladies," said Pippi. Then she lifted him high into the air with her strong arms. She carried him to a nearby birch tree, and hung him across a branch. Then she took the next boy and hung him on another branch, and then she took the next one and sat him on the high gate post outside the house, and then she took the next one and threw him right over the fence, leaving him sitting in a bed of flowers in the next door garden. She put the last of the bullies into a little toy cart that stood on the road. Then Pippi and Tommy and Annika and Willie stood looking at the boys a while, and the bullies were quite speechless with astonishment. Pippi said, "You are cowards. 5 of you go after one boy. That's cowardly. And then you begin to push a little defenseless girl around. Oh, how disgraceful. Nasty. Come on now, let's go home," she said to Tommy and Annika. And to Willie she said, "If they try and hit you anymore, just tell me about it." And to Bengt, who sat up in the tree and didn't dare to move, she said, "If there's anything else you wanted to say about my hair or my shoes, it's best you see to it now, before I go home." But Bengt hadn't anything else to say about Pippi's shoes, nor about her hair. And so Pippi took her cake tin in one hand and the cotton reel in the other, and went off, followed by Tommy and Annika. When they came back to Pippi's orchard, Pippi said, "Dear hearts, what a shame. Here I've found 2 such fine things and you haven't found anything at all. You must look a little more. Tommy, why don't you look in that old tree? Old trees are often the very best of places for a turnip stuffer." Tommy said that he didn't really think that Annika and he would ever be able to find anything, but in order to please Pippi, he stuck his hand down the hollow in the tree. "Well, but," he said, quite amazed, and pulled out his hand. Between his thumb and forefinger, he held a fine notebook with a leather cover. There was a silver pen in a special holder at the side. "Gosh, that was odd," said Tommy. "There, you see," said Pippi. "There's nothing better than being a turnip stuffer. It's only a wonder that there aren't more who take up the work. Carpenter and shoemaker and chimney sweep, and that sort of thing, that they'll become, but turnip stuffer, mark you, that's not good enough." And then she said to Annika, "Why don't you go and feel in that old tree stump? You can just about always find things in old tree stumps." Annika stuck her hand under the stump, and almost right away got hold of a red coral necklace. Tommy and she just stood and gaped, they were so surprised. They decided that from now on they were going to be turnip stuffers every day. Pippi had been up half the night tossing a ball, so now she suddenly felt sleepy. "I think I'll go in and have a bit of a snooze," she said. "Won't you come along and tuck me in?" When Pippi sat on the edge of the bed taking off her shoes, she looked thoughtfully at them and said, "He wanted to go rowing, that Bengt said." "Bosh," she snorted scornfully. "I'll teach him to row, I will. Some other time." "I say, Pippi," said Tommy cautiously, "why is it you've got such big shoes?" "Why, so I can wiggle my toes," she answered. Then she lay down to sleep. She always slept with her feet on the pillow and her head far down under the covers. "That's the way they sleep in Guatemala," she explained, "and it's the only right way to do it. This way, I can wiggle my toes while I'm sleeping, too. Can you go to sleep without a lullaby?" she continued. "I always have to sing to me for a while, else I can't get a wink of sleep." Tommy and Annika heard a droning from under the covers. It was Pippi singing herself to sleep. They tiptoed softly out so they shouldn't disturb her. At the door they turned round and took a last look at the bed. They didn't see anything except Pippi's feet on the pillow. There she lay, wiggling her toes energetically. Tommy and Annika bounded home. Annika clutched her coral necklace tightly in her hand. "It was odd," she said. "Tommy, you don't think, do you, that Pippi had already put the things there herself?" "You can't tell," said Tommy. "You can't really be certain about anything when it comes to Pippi." 3. Pippi plays tag with policemen. Everyone in the town soon knew that a little girl, just 9 years old, was living alone in Villicula cottage. Mothers and fathers shook their heads and agreed that this would not do at all. Certainly all children had to have someone to tell them what they ought to do, and all children ought to go to school to learn the multiplication tables. And so they decided that the little girl in Villicula cottage should be put into a children's home at once. One beautiful afternoon, Pippi had invited Tommy and Annika to her house for tea and ginger snaps. She set the tea things out on the steps of the front porch. It was sunny and pretty there, and the flowers in Pippi's garden smelled sweetly. Mr. Nelson climbed up and down the porch railing, and now and again the horse would stick his nose forward, expecting to be offered a ginger snap. "How lovely it is to be alive," said Pippi, stretching her legs out as far as they would go. Just then 2 policemen in full uniform came in through the gate. "Oh," said Pippi, "this must be my lucky day, too. Policemen are the very best thing I know," except for strawberries and cream. And she went forward to meet the policeman, her face shining with delight. "Are you the girl who's moved into the Lickler cottage?" asked one of the policemen. "Not me," said Pippi. "I'm her very small aunt who lives on the 3rd floor at the other end of the town." She only said this because she wanted to have a bit of fun with the policemen. But they didn't think it was the least bit funny. They told her not to try to be so clever. And then they explained that kind people in the town had arranged for her to be placed in a children's home. "I'm already in a children's home," said Pippi. "What's that? Is it already arranged?" asked the policeman. "Which children's home is that?" "This one," said Pippi proudly. "I'm a child, and this is my home. There aren't any grown-ups living here, so I think that makes it a children's home." "Dear child," said the policeman, laughing, "you don't understand. You must come to a regular institution where someone can look after you." "Are horses allowed in this institution?" wondered Pippi. "No, of course not," said the policeman. "That's that, I suppose. I thought as much," said Pippi gloomily. "Well, how about monkeys, then?" "Certainly not. I should think you'd know that." "I see," said Pippi. "Then you'll just have to find yourself kids for that institution of yours somewhere else." "'Cause I don't mean to move there." "Yes, but don't you see, you have to go to school," said the policeman. "Why do I?" "Well, to learn things, of course." "What kind of things?" Pippi asked. "Any number of different kinds," said the policeman. "A whole lot of useful things, multiplication tables, for example." "I've managed well enough without any multiplication tables for 9 years," said Pippi. "So I suppose I can keep managing." "Come now, imagine how unpleasant it will be for you to be so ignorant. Just think, when you grow up and someone perhaps comes and asks you what the capital of Portugal is, you couldn't answer." "Oh, yes I could," said Pippi. "I'd just say, if you're all that anxious to know what the capital of Portugal is, well, by all means write direct to Portugal and ask, yes, but don't you think you'd be sorry you didn't know it yourself?" "Might be so," said Pippi. "I suppose I would lie awake sometimes at night and wonder what the dickens was the name of the capital of Portugal. But then, you can't have fun all the time," said Pippi, turning a few cartwheels. "Anyway, I've been in Lisbon with my father," she continued while upside down and then right side up, for she could talk that way too. But then one of the policemen said that Pippi shouldn't believe that she could do exactly as she pleased. She would just come along to the children's home, and that at once. He went towards her and took hold of her arm. But Pippi quickly slipped loose, hit him lightly, and said, "Tag." And before he could blink his eyes, she had taken a leap up the post of the porch. With a few pulls she was up on the balcony over the porch. The policemen didn't feel inclined to climb after her the same way, so they rushed into the house and up to the 1st floor. But when they came out on the balcony, Pippi was already halfway to the roof. She climbed on the roof tiles very much as if she herself were a monkey. In a moment she stood on the top of the roof and jumped easily up onto the chimney. Down on the balcony, both the policemen stood tearing their hair, and on the lawn below stood Tommy and Annika looking up at Pippi. "What fun it is to play tag," shouted Pippi. "And how nice it was of you to come. It's my lucky day today too, that's plain to see." When the policemen had thought a moment, they went and got a ladder which they leaned against the roof, and then they climbed up, first one and then the other, to fetch Pippi down. But they looked a little bit afraid when they climbed out onto the top of the roof and began balancing their way towards Pippi. "Don't be scared," cried Pippi. "It's not dangerous, just fun." When the policemen came within 2 steps of Pippi, she leaped quickly down from the chimney, and laughing and whooping, ran along the top of the roof to the other gable. A few yards from the house stood a tree. "Watch me dive," shouted Pippi, and then she hopped straight down into the tree's green crown, hung fast in a branch, dangled back and forth a moment, and let herself fall to the ground. And then she dashed off onto the other gable and took away the ladder. The policemen had looked a bit foolish when Pippi jumped, but they looked even more so when they had balanced their way back along the top of the roof and wanted to climb down the ladder. At first they became dreadfully angry and yelled at Pippi, who stood below looking up at them, that she'd better put the ladder back, or else they'd show her a thing or two. "Why are you so angry?" said Pippi reproachfully. "We're only playing tag, so we all ought to be friends." The policemen thought for a moment, and at last one of them said in a small voice, Here, I say, wouldn't you be nice and bring the ladder back so that we can get down?" "Certainly I will," said Pippi, and brought the ladder back at once. "And then we can have tea and have a nice time together." But the policemen were very deceitful, to be sure, for as soon as they were on the ground, they rushed upon Pippi and shouted, "Now you're going to get it, you nasty child." But then Pippi said, "No, now I haven't time to play any longer, though it is fun, I must admit." Then she took a strong hold of their belts, and carried them along the orchard, and out through the gate to the road. There she set them down, and it was a long time before they could bring themselves to move. "Wait a minute," shouted Pippi, and ran into the kitchen. She came out with 2 heart-shaped ginger snaps. "Would you like to try one?" she said. "I don't suppose it makes much difference if they're a little burnt." Then she went back to Tommy and Annika, who stood there staring and filled with wonder. And the policeman hurried back to the town and said to all the good mothers and fathers there that Pippi just wasn't quite suitable for a children's home. They didn't talk about having been up on the roof. Everyone agreed that perhaps it was best to let Pippi stay in Villicula Cottage. And if it should happen that she wanted to go to school, then she should arrange that herself. But Pippi and Tommy and Annika had a really pleasant afternoon. They continued the interrupted tea party. Pippi gobbled down 14 ginger snaps, and then she said, "Those weren't what I'd call the best kind of policemen. No, altogether too much silly talk about children's homes and classification in Lisbon." Later she lifted out the horse, and then all 3 of them rode on him. At first Annika was afraid and didn't want to, but when she saw what fun Tommy and Pippi were having, she let Pippi lift her up on the horse's back too. And the horse trotted round and round the orchard, and Tommy sang, "Here come the Swedes with a hullabaloo." When Tommy and Annika had crept into their beds that night, Tommy said, "Annika, don't you think it's jolly that Pippi has moved here?" "Of course I do," said Annika. "I don't even remember what we used to play before she came, do you?" "Well, we played croquet and that sort of thing," said Annika. "But somehow it's lots more fun with Pippi, I think. And with horses and all that." Before Pippi starts school, quite naturally, Tommy and Annika went to school. Each morning at 8 o'clock they trudged away hand in hand with their school books under their arms. At the tower Pippi was usually to be found riding her horse or dressing Mr. Nelson in his little costume. Or she would be doing her morning exercises, which consisted of standing bolt upright on the floor and then turning 43 somersaults in the air, one right after the other. After this she would sit on the kitchen table and enjoy a big cup of coffee and a cheese sandwich in peace and quiet. Tommy and Annika always looked wistfully towards Villicula Cottage when they toiled away to school. They would much rather have gone to play with Pippi. If only Pippi had had to go to school too, it wouldn't have been quite so bad. "Just think what fun we could have together on our way home from school," said Tommy. "Yes, and on the way there too," Annika agreed. The more they thought about it, the more it seemed a pity that Pippi didn't go to school. Finally they decided to try and persuade her to begin. "You can't imagine what a nice teacher we have," said Tommy artfully to Pippi one afternoon, when he and Annika were visiting Villicula Cottage after having first done all their homework. "Oh, if you knew what fun it is at school," said Annika innocently. "I should go out of my mind if I couldn't go." Pippi sat on a stool washing her feet in a tub. She didn't say anything, but just wiggled her toes a little so the water splashed around. "One doesn't have to be there so terribly long," continued Tommy. "Just till 2 o'clock. "Yes, and we get Christmas holidays and Easter holidays and summer holidays," said Annika. Pippi bit her big toe thoughtfully, but didn't say anything. Suddenly, without hesitation, she tossed all the water out on the kitchen floor, so that Mr. Nelson, who was sitting nearby playing with a mirror, got his trousers absolutely soaked. "It's unjust," said Pippi sternly, without taking any notice of Mr. Nelson's distress over the wet trousers. "It's absolutely unjust. I'm not going to stand for it." "Not stand for what?" asked Tommy. "In 4 months it's Christmas, and you'll be getting Christmas holidays." "But me, what do I get?" Pippi's voice sounded gloomy. "No Christmas holidays. Not even the very teeniest Christmas holiday," she complained. "There's got to be a change here. Tomorrow I'm beginning school." Tommy and Annika clapped their hands with joy. "Hurrah! Then we'll wait for you outside our gate at 8 o'clock. "No, no," said Pippi. "I can't begin that early. And for that matter, I think I'll be riding to school." And she did. At exactly 10 o'clock the next morning she lifted her horse down from the front porch, and a moment later all the people of the little town rushed to their windows to see what horse had run away. That is to say, they thought it had run away, but it hadn't. It was simply that Pippi was in a bit of a hurry to get to school. In a wild gallop she burst into the schoolyard, hopped off the horse at full speed, tied him with a string, and flung open the door of the schoolroom with a terrific crash that made Tommy and Annika and their classmates jump in their seats. "Hey, hurrah!" shouted Pippi and waved her big hat. "Am I in time for clarification?" Tommy and Annika had explained to their teacher that a new girl called Pippi Longstocking would be coming. The teacher had also heard about Pippi from people in the town. As she was a very kind and pleasant teacher, she had decided to do everything she could to make Pippi feel at home in school. Pippi flung herself down into an empty seat without anyone having asked her to do so, but the teacher took no notice of her careless manner. She just said in a friendly way, "Welcome to school, little Pippi. I hope you will be happy here and that you will learn a great deal." "To be sure, and I hope I'll get Christmas holidays," said Pippi. "'Cause that's the reason I've come. Justice above all things." "If you'll first tell me your full name," said the teacher, "I shall enroll you in the school." "My name is Pippilotta Provisionia Gabardina Dandeliana Effrey's daughter Longstocking, daughter of Captain Ephraim Longstocking, formerly the Terror of the Seas, now Cannibal King. Pippi is really just my nickname, 'cause my father thought Pippilotta was too long to say." "I see," said the teacher. "Well then, we shall call you Pippi too. But now perhaps we should test your knowledge a bit," she continued. "You're quite a big girl, so you probably know a great deal already. Let us begin with arithmetic. Now, Pippi, can you tell me how much 7 and 5 make?" Pippi looked rather surprised and cross. Then she said, "Well, if you don't know, don't think I'm going to work it out for you." All the children stared in horror at Pippi. The teacher explained to her that she wasn't to answer in that way at school. She wasn't to call the teacher just "you" either. She was to call the teacher "Ma'am." "I'm awful sorry," said Pippi apologetically. "I didn't know that. I won't do it again." "No, I should hope not," said the teacher. "And now I'll tell you that 7 and 5 make 12. "You see," said Pippi. "You knew it all the time, so why did you ask, then?" "Oh, what a blockhead I am. Now I called you just "you" again." "Excuse me," she said, giving her ear a powerful pinch. The teacher decided to pretend that nothing was the matter. "Now, Pippi, how much do you think 8 and 4 make?" "I suppose round about 67, said Pippi. "Not at all," said the teacher. 8 and 4 make 12. Now, my good woman, that's going too far," said Pippi. "You said yourself just now that it was 7 and 5 that made 12. There ought to be some order, even in a school. If you're so keen on this silly stuff, why don't you sit by yourself in a corner and count, and let us be in peace so we can play tag?" "Oh, dear. Now I said just "you" again," she said with horror. "Can you forgive me this last time too? I'll try to remember better from now on." The teacher said she would do so, but she thought that trying to teach Pippi any more arithmetic wasn't a good idea. She began to ask the other children instead. "Can Tommy answer this question, please?" she said. "If Lisa has 7 apples and Axel has 9 apples, how many apples have they together?" "Yes," answered it one. "Tommy," Pippi chimed in. "And at the same time answer me this one. If Lisa has a tummy ache and Axel has even more of a tummy ache, whose fault is it? And where have they pinched the apples?" The teacher tried to look as if she hadn't heard, and turned to Annika. "Now, Annika, this problem is for you. Gustav went with his friends on a school outing. He had 11 pence when he went and 7 pence when he came home. How much had he spent?" "All right," said Pippi. "Then I'd like to know why he was so extravagant, and if it was ginger beer he bought, and if he'd washed well behind his ears before he left home." The teacher decided to give up arithmetic completely. She thought that perhaps Pippi would be more interested in learning to read. She therefore brought out a picture of a pretty little green island surrounded by blue water. Just over the island stood the letter I. "Now, Pippi, I'm going to show you something very interesting," she said quickly. "This is a picture of an island, and this letter above the island is called I." "Oh, I can hardly believe that," said Pippi. "It looks to me like a short line with a fly speck over it. I'd like to know what islands and fly specks have to do with each other." The teacher brought out the next picture, which was of a snake. She explained to Pippi that the letter over it was called S. "Speaking of snakes," said Pippi, I don't suppose I'll ever forget the time I fought with a giant snake in India. It was such a horrid snake, you can't imagine. He was 14 yards long and as angry as a bee, and every day he ate up 5 Indians and 2 little children for dessert. One day he came and wanted me for dessert, and he wound himself round me, cratch, but I've learned a thing or two at sea, I said and hit him on the head, boom, and then he hissed, itch, and then I hit him again, boom, and oh, well, then he died. So that's the letter S. Very interesting. Pippi had to catch her breath for a moment. The teacher, who was beginning to think Pippi a noisy and troublesome child, decided to let the class draw for a while. Surely Pippi would sit quietly and draw, thought the teacher. So she brought out paper and pencils and handed them out to the children. You may draw whatever you like, she said, and she sat down at her desk and began correcting copybooks. After a while she looked up to see how the children were getting on. They all sat looking at Pippi, who lay on the floor drawing to her heart's content. But, Pippi, said the teacher impatiently, why don't you draw on the paper? I used it up long ago. There isn't room enough for my whole horse on that silly little scrap of paper, said Pippi. Just now I'm working on the front legs, but when I get to the tail I'll most likely be out in the corridor. The teacher thought hard for a moment. Perhaps we should sing a little song instead, she suggested. All the children stood up beside their seats, all but Pippi, who lay still on the floor. Go ahead and sing, she said. I'm going to rest a bit. Too much study can break the healthiest. But now the teacher's patience had come to an end. She told all the children to go out into the schoolyard, because she wanted especially to talk to Pippi. When the teacher and Pippi were alone, Pippi got up and came forward to the desk. Do you know, she said, do you know, ma'am, it was really lots of fun to come here and see what it's like. But I don't think I want to go to school anymore, Christmas holidays or no Christmas holidays. There's just too many apples and islands and snakes and all that. I just get flustered in the head. I hope you're not disappointed, ma'am. But the teacher said she was disappointed, most of all because Pippi wouldn't try to behave properly, and that no girl who behaved as badly as Pippi would be allowed to come to school even if she wanted to very much. Have I behaved badly? Asked Pippi, very surprised. But I didn't know that myself, she said, looking sad. No one could look as tragic as Pippi when she was unhappy. She stood silently a minute, and then she said in a shaking voice, you understand, ma'am, that when your mother is an angel and your father a cannibal king, and you've travelled all your life on the seas, you don't really know how you ought to behave in a school with all the apples and the snakes. Then the teacher said that she quite understood, and that she wasn't disappointed in Pippi any longer, and that perhaps Pippi could come back to school when she was a bit older. And Pippi said, beaming with pleasure, I think you're awful nice, ma'am. And look what I've got for you, ma'am. Out of her pocket Pippi brought a fine little gold chain, which she laid on the desk. The teacher said she couldn't accept such a valuable gift from Pippi, but then Pippi said, you have to, else I'll come back again tomorrow, and that would be a pretty spectacle. Then Pippi rushed out into the schoolyard and leaped upon the horse. All the children crowded around to pat the horse and to watch her leave. I'm glad I know about Argentine schools, Pippi said in a superior manner looking down at the children. You ought to go there. They begin Easter holidays 3 days after Christmas holidays, and when the Easter holidays are over, it's just 3 days till summer holidays. Summer holidays are over on the 1st of November. Course, then there's a bit of a grind until Christmas holidays begin on the 11th of November. But it's not too bad, cause at least there aren't any lessons. It's strictly forbidden to have lessons in Argentina. It does happen once in a while that some Argentine child or other hides himself in a cupboard and sits there in secret and reads, but woe betide him if his mother finds him out. They don't have arithmetic in the schools there at all, and if there's a child who knows how much 7 and 5 is, he has to stand in the corner all day if he's so stupid that he tells it to the teacher. They have reading on Fridays only, and then only in case they happen to have some books there. But they never do. Yes, but what do they do in school then? Asked a little boy. Eat sweets, said Pippi without hesitation. A long pipe goes direct from a sweets factory in the neighbourhood to the schoolroom. Sweets shoot out of it all day, so the children are kept busy just eating. But what does the teacher do? Asked a little girl. Hits the papers off the sweets. Duns, said Pippi. Did you think they did it themselves? Hardly. They don't even as much as go to school themselves. They send their brothers. Pippi waved her big hat. Yokes, tally-ho, she cried. You won't see me in a minute. But always remember how many apples Axel had, else you'll come to a bad end. Ha ha ha. With ringing laughter, Pippi rode out through the gate, so fast the gravel went around the horse's hoofs and the school windows rattled. 5. Pippi sits on the gate and climbs a tree. Outside Villicula cottage sat Pippi, Tommy, and Annika. Pippi sat on one gatepost, Annika sat on the other gatepost, and Tommy sat on the gate. It was a warm and beautiful day towards the end of August. A pear tree, which grew by the gate, stretched its branches so far down that the children could sit and pick the ripest little yellow-red August pears with no trouble at all. They nibbled and munched, and spat the pear pips out onto the road. Villicula cottage lay just where the little town ended and the countryside began, and where the street turned into a country road. The townspeople liked to go for walks out Villicula way, for it was there the most beautiful surroundings lay. While the children sat there eating pears, a girl came by on the road from the town. When she saw the children, she stopped and asked, "Have you seen my father pass by?" "I don't know," said Pippi. "What did he look like? Did he have blue eyes?" "Yes," said the girl. "Black hat and black shoes?" "Yes, exactly," said the girl eagerly. "No, we haven't seen anyone like that," said Pippi definitely. The girl looked disappointed and went on without a word. "Ahoy there," Pippi shouted after her. "Was he bald?" "No, not in the least," said the girl angrily. "That's a bit of good luck for him," said Pippi, and spat out a pear pip. The girl hurried on, but then Pippi yelled, "Did he have uncommon big ears that reached all the way down to his shoulders?" "No," said the girl, and then turned about, astonished. "You don't mean to say you've seen a man walk by with ears as big as that?" "I've never seen anyone walk with his ears," said Pippi. "Everybody I know walks with his feet." "Oof, but you're silly. I mean, have you really seen a man with ears that big?" "No," said Pippi. "There isn't anybody with ears that big." "Why, that would be absurd. How would it look? One simply can't have such big ears. At least, not in this country," she added after a moment's thought. "In China it's a little different. Once I saw a Chinaman in Shanghai. His ears were so big he could use them for a raincoat. When it rained, he just crept in under his ears and was warm and snug as could be. Not that the ears had such a rattling good time of it, you understand. If it was specially bad weather, he'd invite friends and acquaintances to pitch camp under his ears too. There they sat, singing their sorrowful songs while it poured down outside. They thought a lot of him because of his ears. Hai Shang was his name. You should have seen Hai Shang running to his work in the morning. He always came charging along at the last minute because he liked sleeping late so much, and you can't imagine how lovely it looked when he came running along with his ears like two big yellow sails behind him. The girl had stopped and now stood with open mouth listening to Pippi, and Tommy and Annika had quite forgotten about eating more pears. They were busy enough just listening. "He had more children than he could count, and the smallest one was called Peter," said Pippi. "Yes, but a Chinese child can't be called Peter," objected Tommy. "That's just what his wife told him too. A Chinese child can't be called Peter, she'd say." But Hai Shang was most awfully stubborn and he said that the baby would either be called Peter or else nothing at all. And then he sat down in a corner and pulled his ears over his head and just sulked. And so his wife had to give in, of course, and the child was called Peter. "Oh, indeed," said Annika. "It was the horridest child to be found in all Shanghai," continued Pippi. "So fussy with his food that his mother was quite unhappy. You probably know they eat birds' nests in China. Well, there sat the mother with a whole plateful of birds' nest to feed him. So, little Peter, she'd say, now we'll eat a great big bite of bird's nest just for Daddy." But Peter only just clamped his lips together and shook his head. In the end Hai Shang got so angry that he said no new food should be made for Peter before he'd eaten that bird's nest just for Daddy. And when Hai Shang said a thing, it was so. The same bird's nest was sent in and out of the kitchen from May till October. On the 14th of July the mother asked couldn't she please give Peter a meat pie, but Hai Shang said no. "Nonsense," said the girl on the road. "Just what Hai Shang said," continued Pippi. "Nonsense," he'd said. "There's no reason why a child can't eat bird's nest if he only stops being contrary." But Peter just clamped his lips together the whole time from May till October. "Yes, but how could he live, then?" said Tommy in amazement. "He couldn't live," said Pippi. "He died of contrariness, the 18th of October, and buried the 19th. And on the 20th a swallow flew in through the window and laid an egg in the bird's nest that stood on the table, so it didn't go to waste anyway. No harm done," said Pippi gaily. Then she gazed thoughtfully at the girl who stood in the road looking simply bewildered. "How odd you look," said Pippi. Just why is that? Now, you don't think, do you, that I'm sitting here telling untruths? What's that? Just say so in that case, threatened Pippi, and rolled up her sleeves. No, not at all, said the girl in alarm. I wouldn't say you're telling untruths, exactly, but... No, not at all, said Pippi. But that's just what I am doing. I'm telling fibs till my tongue is getting black, can't you see that? Do you really believe a child can live without food from May till October? Course, I know well enough they can manage nicely without food 3-4 months, but from May till October? Why, that's silly. You certainly ought to know that's not true. You shouldn't let people make you believe just anything they like. Then the girl went her way and didn't once turn around again. How simple people can be, said Pippi to Tommy and Annika. From May till October. Why, that's just so silly. Then she yelled after the girl, no, we haven't seen any bald uns all day today. But yesterday 17 of them went by, arm in arm. Pippi's orchard was really delightful. It wasn't well looked after, to be sure, but there were lovely stretches of grass, which were never cut, and old rose bushes full of white and yellow and pink roses. They were not particularly fine roses, perhaps, but sweetly scented. Quite a number of fruit trees grew there too, and best of all, some old oaks and elms which were perfect for climbing. Climbing trees were sadly lacking in Tommy and Annika's orchard, and their mother was always rather afraid they would fall down and hurt themselves. For this reason, they hadn't done very much climbing in their day. But now Pippi said, what about climbing up in that oak over there? Tommy jumped down from the gate at once, delighted with the suggestion. Annika was a little more doubtful, but when she saw there were big bumps on the trunk that one could climb on, she too thought it would be fun to try. A few yards from the ground the oak divided into two branches, and where it divided it was just like a little room. It wasn't long before all three children sat there. Over their heads the oak spread its crown of leaves like a big green ceiling. We could have tea here, said Pippi. I'll pop in and make a drop. Tommy and Annika clapped their hands and shouted, hooray! It wasn't long before Pippi had tea ready, and she'd baked buns the day before. She stood under the oak and began tossing up teacups, and Tommy and Annika caught them. Now and then it was the oak that caught them, so that 2 teacups were broken. But Pippi ran in and fetched new ones. Then it was the buns' turn, and for a long while a cloud of buns whirled in the air. They, at least, didn't get broken. Finally Pippi climbed up with the teapot on her head. She had milk in a bottle in her pocket, and sugar in a little box. Tommy and Annika thought that tea had never tasted as good before. They weren't allowed to drink tea every day, but only when they were invited out. And now, after all, they were invited out. Annika spilled a little tea in her lap. It was warm and wet at first, and then cold and wet, but it didn't matter at all, said Annika. When they had finished, Pippi flung the cups down to the grass below. I want to see how well the china maid nowadays wears, she said. 1 cup and all 3 saucers held, strange as it seems. As for the teapot, only the spout broke off. All of a sudden, Pippi decided to climb a bit higher in the tree. Well, I never saw the likes of this before, she shouted. The tree's hollow. Going right into the trunk there was a big hole, which the leaves had hidden from the children's eyes. Could I climb up and see too? Said Tommy. But there was no answer. Pippi, where are you? He called uneasily. Then they heard Pippi's voice, not above them, but far below. It sounded as if it were coming from under the ground. I'm inside the tree. It's hollow all the way to the ground. If I peep out through a little crack I can see the teapot on the grass outside. But how are you going to get up? Shouted Annika. I never can, said Pippi. I'll have to stand here till I get pensioned off. And you'll have to throw food to me through the hole up there. 5-6 times a day. Annika began to cry. But why worry? Why complain? Said Pippi. Come down here instead. You two. We can play that we're languishing in a dungeon. Not on your life, said Annika. And for safety's sake, she climbed down out of the tree altogether. Annika, I see you through the crack, shouted Pippi. Don't step on the teapot. It's a good old cosy teapot that never did a body any harm. And it isn't its fault it hasn't a spout anymore. Annika came up to the tree, and through a little crack she saw the very tip of Pippi's forefinger. This comforted her a great deal, but she was still anxious. Pippi, can't you really get up? She asked. Pippi's finger disappeared, and in the twinkling of an eye her face popped out through the hole up in the tree. Perhaps I can if I really try, she said, holding the leaves out of the way with her hands. Is it that easy to come up? Said Tommy. who was still in the tree. "Well, then I want to come down and languish a little." "Well, first," said Pippi, "I think we'll fetch a ladder." She crawled out of the hole and slid quickly to the ground. Then she ran to fetch a ladder, struggled with it up the tree, and stuck it down the hole. Tommy was wildly excited and couldn't wait to go down. It was quite a difficult climb up to the hole as it was rather high, but Tommy was brave. He wasn't afraid to climb into that dark tree trunk either. Annika saw him disappear, and she wondered if she would ever see him again. She tried to look in through the crack. "Annika," she heard Tommy's voice say, "you can't imagine how wonderful it is here. You must come in too. It's not the least little bit dangerous when you have a ladder to climb on. If you do it just once, you'll never want to do anything else ever." "Are you sure?" said Annika. "Absolutely sure," said Tommy. So Annika climbed up into the tree again with quaking legs, and Pippi helped her with the last difficult part. She shrank back a little when she saw how dark it was inside the trunk, but Pippi held her hand and encouraged her. "Don't be afraid, Annika," she heard Tommy say from inside. "I can see your legs now, and I'll be sure to catch you if you should fall." Annika didn't fall, but came down safe and sound to Tommy. And in a minute, Pippi followed. "Isn't this spiffing?" said Tommy. And Annika had to admit that it was. It wasn't nearly as dark as she had thought, because light came in through the crack. Annika went there to make sure that she too could see the teapot on the grass outside. "We can have this for our hiding place," said Tommy. "Nobody could possibly know we're in here. And if they come round here looking, we can see them through the crack. And then we'll laugh. We can have a little stick to poke them with through the crack," said Pippi. "Then they'll think they are ghosts." With this thought the children became so happy they all three hugged one another. Then they heard the gonging which rang before dinner at Tommy and Annika's home. "How awful," said Tommy. "We have to go home now, but we'll come here tomorrow, as soon as we get home from school." "Do," said Pippi. So they climbed up the ladder, first Pippi, then Annika, and Tommy after. And then they climbed down the tree, first Pippi, then Annika, and Tommy after. 6. Pippi arranges a picnic. "We're having a holiday from school today," said Tommy to Pippi, "'cause it's closed for cleaning." "Ha!" cried Pippi. "Injustice again and again. I don't get a holiday, though a bit of cleaning is just what's needed here. Just look at this kitchen floor. But for that matter," she added, "when I really think it over, I can clean without leave. That's just what I mean to do now, holiday or no holiday. I'd like to see someone try and stop me. If you sit on the kitchen table you won't be in the way." Tommy and Annika climbed obediently up on the table, and Mr. Nelson jumped up there too and lay down to sleep in Annika's lap. Pippi warmed a big saucepan of water which she then heaved without ceremony onto the kitchen floor. Then she took off her big shoes and laid them neatly on the breadboard. She tied 2 scrubbing brushes to her bare feet and then skated over the floor so that it said squish squeak as she ploughed forward through the water. "I should have become an ice skating queen," she said, lifting one leg high in the air so the scrubbing brush on her left foot knocked a piece off the ceiling lamp. "Grace and charm I do have, at any rate," she continued, taking a nimble leap over a chair that stood in her way. "Well, I should think it's about clean now," she said at last, taking off the brushes. "Aren't you going to dry the floor?" asked Annika. "No, it can just vaporate," said Pippi. "I don't suppose it'll catch cold as long as it keeps moving." Tommy and Annika clambered down from the table and stepped across the floor as carefully as they could so as not to get wet. Outside, the sun was shining from a bright blue sky. It was one of those golden September days when one knows it would be lovely to go into the woods. Pippi had an idea. "What do you think of taking Mr. Nelson with us and going on a picnic?" "Oh, yes," cried Tommy and Annika with glee. "Run home then, and ask your mother," said Pippi. "I'll fix a picnic lunch in the meantime." Tommy and Annika thought that it was a fine plan. They rushed home, and it wasn't long before they were back. Pippi was already standing outside the gate with Mr. Nelson on her shoulder, a stick in one hand, and a big basket in the other. At first, the children followed the country road a little way, and then turned off into a field where a pleasant little footpath wound its way between birches and hazel trees. By and by they came to a gate, and past it lay an even lovelier field. But right in front of the gate was a cow, and she didn't look as if she intended to move. Annika shouted at her, and Tommy went bravely forward and tried to shoo her away, but she didn't move an inch, and just stared at the children with her big cow eyes. To put an end to it all, Pippi laid the basket down, went forward, and lifted the cow away. It lumbered off through the trees in confusion. "Imagine cows being as pig-headed as that," said Pippi, jumping with both feet together over the gate. And what's the result? The pigs get cow-headed, of course. It's really disgusting to think about it. What a lovely, lovely field, cried Annika with delight, climbing up on all the rocks she saw. Tommy had taken along his knife, the one he'd got from Pippi, and he cut sticks for both himself and Annika. He cut his thumb a little too, but that didn't matter. Perhaps we ought to pick some mushrooms, said Pippi, breaking off a beautiful red toadstool. I wonder if it's eatable, she continued. Anyhow, it certainly isn't drinkable, that much I know, so there isn't any other choice but to eat it. Perhaps it's all right. She bit off a big piece of the toadstool and swallowed it. It was, she pronounced with delight. We certainly ought to cook some of these another time, she said, throwing the toadstool high over the treetops. What have you got in the basket, Pippi? Asked Annika. Is it anything good? I wouldn't tell you for all the tea in China, said Pippi. First we're going to find a good place where we can set it out. The children eagerly began looking for such a place. Annika found a big, flat stone which she thought just right, but it was full of crawling red ants, and I shouldn't want to sit down with them, 'cause I don't know them, said Pippi. Yes, and they bite, said Tommy. Do they? Said Pippi. Bite, back, Then Tommy caught sight of a little glade between two hazel bushes, and that was where he thought they should sit. It isn't sunny enough for my freckles to thrive there, said Pippi. And I do think it's nice having freckles. A bit further on lay a little cliff which was easily climbed. On the cliff was a sunny little ledge just like a balcony. It was there they sat. Now, close your eyes while I set everything out, said Pippi. Tommy and Annika shut their eyes as tight as they could, and they heard Pippi opening the basket and rustling with paper. 1, 2, 19, now you can look, said Pippi finally. So they looked, and they shouted with delight when they saw all the good things Pippi had set out on the bare rock. There were lovely little sandwiches of meatloaf and ham, a whole pile of pancakes sprinkled with sugar, little brown sausages, and 3 pineapple puddings. For, you see, Pippi had learned a great deal from the cook on board her father's ship. Gosh, what fun it is to have a holiday, said Tommy through a mouthful of pancake. We ought to have it all the time. No, tell you what, said Pippi, I'm not all that fond of cleaning. It's fun, sure enough, but not for every day. At last the children were so full they could hardly move, and they sat quietly in the sunshine and simply felt good. I wonder if it's hard to fly, said Pippi, looking dreamily over the side of the ledge. The cliff dropped sharply beneath them, and it was far to the ground. Going down ought to be possible to learn, she continued. It must be lots harder going up. But then, one can begin the easy way. I think I'll try. No, Pippi, cried both Tommy and Annika. Oh, dear Pippi, don't do it, please. But Pippi already stood at the edge. Fly, you flat fly, fly. And the flat fly flew, she said, and just as she said, flew, she raised her arms and stepped right into the air. After half a second there was a thud. It was Pippi hitting the ground. Tommy and Annika lay on their stomachs and looked fearfully down at her. Pippi got up and brushed her knees. I forgot to flap, she said easily, and I had too many pancakes in me. Just at that moment the children discovered that Mr. Nelson had disappeared. He had clearly gone off on an outing of his very own. They agreed that they had seen him sitting happily chewing the picnic basket to pieces, but during Pippi's flying practice they had quite forgotten him. And now he was gone. Pippi became so angry that she threw one of her shoes into a big, deep pool of water. You shouldn't ever take monkeys along when you go somewhere, she said. He should have been left at home to mind the horse. It would have served him right, she continued, walking into the pool to fetch her shoe. The water reached her waist. One should remember to wet the hair, too, said Pippi, and ducked her head under the water so long it began to bubble. There, I won't have to bother about the hairdresser this time, she continued with satisfaction when she reappeared at last. Then she walked out of the pool and put her shoe on, and they marched off to look for Mr. Nelson. Listen to the squaffling when I walk, laughed Pippi. It says, squaff, squeak, in my clothes, and squip, squip, in my shoes. It's funny. I think you should try it too, she said to Annika, who was walking her pretty way with her fair, silky hair, pink dress, and little white leather shoes. Some other time, said the wise Annika. They went on. I get really angry with Mr. Nelson, said Pippi. He does this all the time. He ran away from me once in Surabaya too, and took a job as a butler with an old widow. That isn't true, you know, she added after a pause. Tommy suggested that they should each go separate ways to search. Annika was a little afraid and didn't want to at first, but Tommy said, "You're not a coward, are you?" And of course Annika couldn't stand for that. So all three children went separate ways. Tommy went across a meadow. He didn't find Mr. Nelson, but he did find something else. A bull, or rather, the bull found Tommy, and the bull didn't like Tommy, because it was an angry bull who was not in the least fond of children. With a terrible bellow and lowered head, he rushed forward, and Tommy let out a wild howl of distress, which could be heard through the whole wood. Pippi and Annika heard it too, and came running to see what it was Tommy had meant by his howl. The bull had already caught Tommy on his horns, and had tossed him high up in the air. "What a rude bull," said Pippi to Annika, who was crying, quite distressed. "One simply can't act that way. Why, he's dirtying up Tommy's white sailor suit. I'll have to go and talk sense to that stupid bull." And she did. She ran forward and pulled his tail. "Excuse me for interrupting," she said, and as she was pulling rather hard, the bull turned round and saw a new child which he also wanted to stick with his horns. "As I said, excuse me for breaking in," said Pippi again. "And excuse me for breaking off," she added, and broke off one of the bull's horns. "It's not fashionable with two horns this year," she said. "This year, all the better bulls have only one horn. If any at all," she added, and broke off the other one too. As bulls have no feeling in their horns, this one didn't know that his were missing. He still tried to butt her, and if it had been anyone but Pippi, there wouldn't have been anything left of that child but applesauce. "Ha ha ha, stop tickling me," cried Pippi. "You can't imagine how ticklish I am. Ha ha, stop, stop, I'll laugh myself to death." But the bull didn't stop, and finally Pippi jumped upon his back to get a moment's peace. It wasn't a particularly peaceful place, though, for the bull didn't like having Pippi on his back. He made the very worst sorts of twists and turns to get her off, but she just held tight with her legs and sat where she was. The bull rushed back and forth in the meadow and bellowed so that smoke came out of his nose. Pippi laughed and shouted and waved to Tommy and Annika, who stood at a distance trembling like aspen leaves. The bull turned round and tried to throw Pippi off. "Look at me dancing with my little friend," sang Pippi, sitting fast. Finally, the bull became so tired that he lay down on the ground and wished there were no children in the world. For that matter, he had never seen why children were necessary at all. "Had you thought of taking your afternoon nap now?" asked Pippi politely. "I shan't disturb you, then." She stepped down from his back and went over to Tommy and Annika. Tommy had cried a little. He'd been hurt on one arm, but Annika had wound her handkerchief round it, so it didn't hurt any longer. "Oh, Pippi," cried Annika, full of excitement when Pippi came. Whispered Pippi, "Don't wake the bull. He's sleeping, and if we wake him he'll just be cross. Mr. Nelson, Mr. Nelson, where are you?" she shouted the next minute, in a shrill voice without bothering about the bull's afternoon nap. "We have to go home." And indeed, there sat Mr. Nelson, huddled up in a pine tree. He was chewing his tail, and looked very unhappy. It wasn't much fun for such a little monkey to be left alone in the woods. Now he hopped down from the pine tree and up on Pippi's shoulder, and he waved his straw hat as he always did when he was especially happy. "So you didn't become a butler this time," said Pippi, stroking his back. "Bosh, that was a true fib," she added. "But if it was true, how could it be a fib? Perhaps when all's said and done, he really has been a butler in Serbia, after all. Well, if that's so, I know who's going to serve dinner from now on." And so they wandered home, Pippi still in dripping clothes and squelching shoes. Tommy and Annika thought they had had a wonderful day, except for the bull, and they sang a song they had learned at school. It was really a summer song, and now it was almost autumn, but they thought it would do just the same. "When summer days are warm and still, we like to go o'er wood and hill, let the journey be as hard as it will. We'll sing as we go, hi-ho, hi-ho. All children, here, join us and sing, oh, make the air with music ring. Our happy band will never stop, we'll keep on climbing up, 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 until we've reached the very top. When summer days are warm and still, we sing as we go, hi-ho, hi-ho." Pippi sang too, but she didn't use quite the same words. She sang like this: "When summer days are warm and still, and I go over wood and hill, I do exactly what I will, and it drips as I go, hi-ho, hi-ho. And in my shoes, because I choose, it squelches just like orange juice, because the shoes are soaking wet. Oh, ha, what a silly bull we met. And I do like chicken croquette. When summer days are warm and still, it drips as I go, drip ho, 7. Pippi goes to the circus. A circus had come to the little town, and all the children ran to their mothers and fathers and begged to be allowed to go. Tommy and Annika did so too, and their kind father at once gave them some of the shiny Swedish silver coins called crowns. With their money held tightly in their hands, they rushed over to Pippi. She was on the front porch with the horse, arranging his tail into small braids, each tied with a red ribbon. "Today is his birthday, I think," she said, "so he has to be dressed up." "Pippi," said Tommy, panting, for they had run so fast. "Pippi, can you come with us to the circus?" "I can do anything I please," said Pippi, "but I don't know if I can come to the circus, 'cause I don't know what a circus is." "Does it hurt?" "How silly you are," said Tom. "It doesn't hurt. It's just fun. Horses and clowns and beautiful ladies who walk on a rope." "But it costs money," said Annika, opening her little hand to see if her 3 shiny crowns still lay there. "I'm rich as a goblin," said Pippi, "so I suppose I can always buy a circus. It's going to be crowded if I have any more horses, though. The clowns and those beautiful ladies could squeeze into the laundry house, but it's more of a problem with the horses." "What nonsense," said Tom. "You're not going to buy the circus. It costs money to go there and look, don't you see?" "Heaven help me," cried Pippi, shutting her eyes tight. "Does it cost money to look? And here I've been going around with my eyes open all day and every day. Goodness knows how much money I've used up already." Then little by little she carefully opened one eye, and rolled it round and round in her head. "Cost what it will," she said, "I must have a peep now." Tommy and Annika finally succeeded in explaining to Pippi what a circus was, and then Pippi went and took some gold pieces out of her suitcase. After that she put on her hat, which was as big as a mill wheel, and they started off for the circus. There was a crowd of people outside the circus tent, and in front of the ticket window stood a long queue. By and by it was Pippi's turn. She stuck her head through the window, looked hard at the dear old lady who sat there, and said, "How much does it cost to look at you?" The old lady was from a foreign country, so she didn't understand what Pippi meant. She answered, "Little girl, it is costing 5 crowns the front rows, and 3 crowns the back rows, and 1 crowns the standing room." "I see," said Pippi. "But you must promise that you'll walk on the rope too." Now Tommy stepped in and said that Pippi would have a ticket for the back rows. Pippi gave a gold piece to the old lady, and she looked suspiciously at it. She bit it, too, to see if it were real. At last she was convinced that it really was gold, and Pippi got her ticket. She got a great many silver coins and change as well. "What do I want with all that nasty little white money?" said Pippi crossly. "Keep it. I'll look at you twice instead." From the standing room. So, as Pippi absolutely didn't want any money back, the lady changed her ticket for a front row one, and gave Tommy and Annika front row tickets as well, without their having to add any money of their own. In this way, Pippi and Tommy and Annika came to sit on some very fine red chairs by the ringside. Tommy and Annika turned round several times in order to wave to their schoolmates, who sat much further away. "This is a queer hut," said Pippi, looking about her with wonder. "But they've spilled sawdust on the floor, I see. Not that I'm fussy, but it does look a bit untidy." Tommy explained to Pippi that there was always sawdust in circus rings for the horses to run on. On a platform sat the circus musicians, and they suddenly began to play a rousing march. Pippi clapped her hands wildly and jumped up and down in her chair with delight. "Does it cost something to listen to, or can you do that free?" she wondered. Just then the curtain was pulled back from the artist's entrance, and the ringmaster, dressed in black and with a whip in his hand, came running in, and with him there came 10 white horses with red plumes on their heads. The ringmaster cracked his whip, and the horses cantered round the ring. Then he cracked his whip again, and they all stood with their front legs up on the railing which circled the ring. One of the horses had stopped just in front of the children. Annika didn't like having a horse so close to her, so she crouched back in her chair as far as she could. But Pippi leaned forward, lifted up the horse's front leg, and said, "How's yourself? My horse sends his regards to you. It's his birthday too today, though he has bows on his tail instead of his head." As luck would have it, Pippi let go of the horse's foot before the ringmaster cracked his whip the next time, because then all the horses jumped down from the railing and began to canter again. When the act was finished, the ringmaster bowed beautifully, and the horses trotted out. A second later the curtain opened again for a coal-black horse, and on his back stood a beautiful lady dressed in green silk tights. Her name was Miss Carmencita, it said in the programme. The horse trotted round in the sawdust, and Miss Carmencita stood there calmly and smiled. But then something happened. Just as the horse passed Pippi's place, something came whistling through the air. It was none other than Pippi herself. There she suddenly stood on the horse's back behind Miss Carmencita. At first, Miss Carmencita was so astonished that she nearly fell off the horse. Then she became angry. She began to hit behind herself with her hands in order to get Pippi to jump off. But she couldn't manage it. "Calm down a little," said Pippi. "You're not the only one who's going to have fun. There are others who paid their money too, believe it or not." Then Miss Carmencita wanted to jump off herself, but she couldn't do that either, for Pippi had a steady hold round her waist. The people in the circus couldn't help laughing. It looked so silly, they thought, to see the beautiful Miss Carmencita held fast by a little red-headed scam, who stood on the horse's back in her big shoes looking as if she'd never done anything but perform in a circus. But the ringmaster didn't laugh. He made a sign to his red-coated attendants to run forward and stop the horse. "Is the act over already?" said Pippi, disappointed. "Just now when we were having such fun." "Dear old child," hissed the ringmaster between his teeth. "Go away." Pippi looked sorrowfully at him. "Well, but, now," she said, "why are you so angry with me? I thought everyone was supposed to have a nice time here." She jumped down from the horse, and went and sat down in her place. But now 2 big attendants came to throw her out. They took hold of her and tried to lift her. It was no use. Pippi just sat still, and it simply wasn't possible to move her from the spot, though they tugged as hard as they could. So they shrugged their shoulders and went away. In the meantime, the next act had begun. It was Miss Elvira, who was to walk the tightrope. She wore a pink tulle dress and carried a pink parasol in her hand. With small neat steps, she ran out onto the rope. She swung her legs and did all manner of tricks. It was very pretty indeed. She proved too that she could go backwards on the thin rope. But when she came back to the little platform at the end of the line and turned round, Pippi was standing there. "What was it you said?" said Pippi, delighted to see Miss Elvira's surprised expression. Miss Elvira didn't say anything at all, but jumped down from the rope and threw her arms around the neck of the ringmaster, who was her father. Again he sent for his attendants to throw Pippi out. This time he sent for 5. But all the people in the circus shouted, "Let her be. We want to see the little red head." And they stamped their feet and clapped their hands. Pippi ran out on the line, and Miss Elvira's tricks were nothing compared to what Pippi could do. When she came to the middle of the rope, she stretched one leg straight up into the air, and her big shoe spread out like a roof over her head. She waggled her foot a little, to scratch behind her ear. The ringmaster was not the least bit pleased that Pippi was performing in his circus. He wanted to be rid of her. So he sneaked forward and loosened the mechanism which held the line tight, and he was sure that Pippi would fall off. But she didn't. She began to swing the rope instead. Back and forth swayed the line. Faster and faster swung Pippi, and then, suddenly, she took a leap into the air and landed right on the ringmaster. He was so frightened that he began to run. "This horse is even more fun," said Pippi. "But why haven't you any tassels in your hair?" Now Pippi thought it was time to turn back to Tommy and Annika. She climbed off the ringmaster and went and sat down, and then the next act was about to begin. There was a moment's delay, because the ringmaster first had to go out and drink a glass of water and comb his hair. But after that he came in, bowed to the audience, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, in the next moment you will see one of the wonders of all time, the strongest man in the world, mighty Adolf, who nobody has ever beaten yet. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, mighty Adolf." A gigantic man stepped into the ring. He was dressed in scarlet tights, and he had a leopard skin round his stomach. He bowed to the audience, and looked very self-satisfied indeed. "Just look at which muscles," said the ringmaster, squeezing mighty Adolf's arm where the muscles bulged like holes under the skin. "And now, ladies and gentlemen, I give you a great offer. Which of you dares to try a wrestling match with mighty Adolf? Who dares to try to beat the world's strongest man? 100 crowns I pay to the one who can beat mighty Adolf. 100 crowns, consider it, ladies and gentlemen. Step right up. Who'll give it a try?" Nobody came forward. "What did he say?" asked Pippi. "And why is he speaking Arabian?" "He said that the person who can beat the great big man over there will get 100 crowns, said Tom. "I can do it," said Pippi. "But I think it would be a shame to beat him, cause he looks such a nice man." "But you could never do it," said Annika. "Why, that's the strongest man in the world." "Man, yes," said Pippi. "But I'm the strongest girl in the world, don't forget." In the meanwhile, mighty Adolf was lifting dumbbells and bending thick iron bars to show how strong he was. Now, good people, shouted the ringmaster. Is there really nobody who should like to win 100 crowns? Must I really keep them for myself? He said, waving a 100-crown note. No, I really don't think you must, said Pippi, climbing over the railing to the ring. Go, disappear. I don't want I should see you, the ringmaster hissed. Why are you always so unfriendly? Said Pippi reproachfully. I only want to fight with mighty Adolf. This is no time for jokes, said the ringmaster. Go away, before mighty Adolf hears your impertinence. But Pippi went right past the ringmaster and over to mighty Adolf. She took his big hand in hers and shook it heartily. Now, shall we have a bit of a wrestle, you and I? She said. Mighty Adolf looked at her and didn't understand a thing. In 1 minute I'm going to begin, said Pippi. And she did. She grappled properly with mighty Adolf, and before anyone knew how it had happened, she'd laid him flat on the mat. Mighty Adolf scrambled up, quite red in the face. Hurrah for Pippi, shouted Tommy and Annika. All the people at the circus heard this, and so they shouted, hurrah for Pippi, too. The ringmaster sat on the railing and wrung his hands. He was angry, but mighty Adolf was angrier still. Never in his life had anything so terrible happened to him. But now he would show this little red-haired girl what kind of a man mighty Adolf was. He rushed forward and took a strong grip on her, but Pippi stood as fast as a rock. You can do better than that, she said to encourage him. Then she prized herself free from his grip, and in a second, mighty Adolf was lying on the mat again. Pippi stood beside him and waited. She didn't have to wait long. With a bellow he raised himself and stormed at her again. Tiddly-iddly and poddily, said Pippi. All the people at the circus stamped their feet and threw their caps up in the air, and shouted, hurrah for Pippi. The third time mighty Adolf rushed at her, Pippi lifted him high into the air and carried him on her upstretched arms around the ring. After that, she laid him on the mat and held him there. Now, my boy, I think we've had enough of this sort of game, she said. It won't get any more fun than this, anyway. Pippi is the winner. Pippi is the winner, shouted all the people at the circus. Mighty Adolf slunk out as fast as he could, and the ringmaster had to go forward and present Pippi with the 100-crown note, though he looked as if he would rather have eaten her up. Here you are, my young lady, here is your 100 crowns. That, said Pippi scornfully. What should I do with that piece of paper? You can have it to wrap fish in, if you want. Then she went back to her place. This is a long-lasting circus, this one, she said to Tommy and Annika. 40 winks might not do any harm, but wake me if there's anything else I need to help with. So she lay back in her chair and went to sleep immediately. There she lay snoring while clowns and sword swallowers and snake people showed their tricks to Tommy and Annika and all the other people at the circus. Somehow, I think Pippi was best of all, whispered Tommy to Annika. 8. Pippi is visited by thieves. After Pippi's performance at the circus, there was not a person in the little town who didn't know how fearfully strong she was. There had even been articles about her in the newspaper, but people who lived elsewhere naturally didn't know who Pippi was. One dark autumn night, 2 tramps came wandering by on the road past the Lickler cottage. They were 2 nasty, shabby thieves who had set out through the countryside in order to see if they could find something to steal. When they saw that there was a light on in the Lickler cottage, they decided to go in and ask for a sandwich. That evening Pippi had emptied out all her gold pieces on the kitchen floor and sat counting them. She wasn't very good at counting, to be sure, but she did it anyway once in a while, just to keep things in order. 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 7010, 7011, 7012, 7017. Who? There must be other numbers to be had. Course, now I remember. 104, 1,000. Bless me, that's a lot of money, said Pippi. Just then there was a knock at the door. Come in or stay where you are, just as you like, yelled Pippi. It's not for me to decide. The door opened and the 2 tramps came in. You can be sure their eyes grew big when they saw a little red-haired girl sitting there quite alone on the floor counting money. Are you at home all alone? They asked craftily. Not at all, said Pippi. Mr. Nelson is at home too. The thieves couldn't very well know that Mr. Nelson was just a little monkey who lay sleeping in his green painted bed with a doll's blanket round his stomach. They thought it was the man of the house whose name was Mr. Nelson, and they winked slyly at each other. We can come back a little later, they meant with a wink, but to Pippi they said, well, We just came in to see what your clock says. Big, strong fellows who don't know what a clock says, said Pippi. What kind of bringing up did you have? It says tick-tock. Now I suppose you'll want to know what it does. Well, it goes and never comes to the door. If you know any more riddles, just come along with them, she said encouragingly. The tramps thought that Pippi was probably too little to understand about clocks, so they turned and went out again without a word. Holy mackerel! Did you see all that money? Said one. What a piece of luck, said the other. All we have to do now is wait until the little girl and that Nelson fellow are asleep. Then we can slip in and lay our hands on the whole lot. They sat down under an oak tree in the orchard to wait. A cold drizzle fell and they were very hungry. It was really quite unpleasant, but the thought of all that money kept them in good spirits. In all the other houses, the lights went out one by one, but in Billicula Cottage they still kept on burning. For Pippi was busy teaching herself to dance the polka, and she didn't want to go to bed before she was sure she knew how. Finally, though, the windows of Billicula Cottage became dark as well. The tramps waited a good while so as to be certain that Mr. Nelson would be asleep. At last they sneaked forward to the back door and got ready to open it with their house-breaking tools. One of them, his name was Bloom, by the way, in the meantime tried the door by pure accident. It wasn't locked. They must be out of their heads, he whispered to his comrade. The door's wide open. So much the better for us, answered the comrade, a dark-haired fellow called Thunder Carlson by those who knew him. Thunder Carlson lit his torch, and then they sneaked into the kitchen. There was nobody there. In the next room was Pippi's bed, and there, too, was Mr. Nelson's little doll's bed. Thunder Carlson opened the door and carefully looked in. It was peaceful and still, and he let the flashing light of the torch play around the room. When the stream of light fell on Pippi's bed, both the tramps saw, to their astonishment, nothing but a pair of feet resting on the pillow. As usual, Pippi had her head under the covers down at the foot of the bed. That must be the little girl, whispered Thunder Carlson to Bloom. And she's certainly asleep. But where do you think Nelson is? Mr. Nelson, if you don't mind, came Pippi's calm voice from under the covers. Mr. Nelson is lying in that little green doll's bed. The tramps were so alarmed that they were about to rush out at once. But then they thought over what Pippi had said. Mr. Nelson lay in the doll's bed. By the light of the torch they could see the doll's bed and the little monkey who lay in it. Thunder Carlson couldn't help laughing. Bloom, he said, Mr. Nelson is a monkey? Ha ha ha. Well, what did you think he was? Came the calm voice from under the covers. A lawnmower? Aren't your mother and father home? Asked Bloom. No, said Pippi. They're gone. Quite gone. Thunder Carlson and Bloom chuckled with degrees why. Well, little lady, said Thunder Carlson, come out, we'd like to talk to you. No, I'm asleep, said Pippi. Was it something about clocks again? 'Cause in the case, can you guess what kind of a clock? But before she could finish, Bloom took a firm hold of the covers and pulled them off Pippi. Can you dance the polka? Asked Pippi, looking him solemnly in the eyes. I can. You ask so many questions, said Thunder Carlson. Can we ask some too? For example, where have you got the money you had on the floor? In the suitcase there on the cupboard, Pippi answered truthfully. Thunder Carlson and Bloom grinned. I hope you don't mind me taking it back, little friend, said Thunder Carlson. Oh, not at all, said Pippi. Course not. Whereupon he went over and lifted down the suitcase. I hope you don't mind me taking it back, little friend, said Pippi, climbing out of bed and padding over to Bloom. Bloom didn't know just how it happened, but the suitcase was suddenly in Pippi's hand. This is no joke, said Thunder Carlson angrily. Give us that suitcase. He grabbed Pippi hard by the arm and tried to snatch away the much-desired prize. I wasn't joking, said Pippi, lifting up Thunder Carlson and putting him up on the cupboard. A minute later Bloom sat there too. Then the tramps both became frightened. They began to understand that Pippi was not exactly an ordinary girl, but they wanted the suitcase so much that they forgot their fears. All together, Bloom, cried Thunder Carlson, and they jumped down from the cupboard and hurled themselves on Pippi, who held the suitcase in her hand. But Pippi poked them with her forefinger so that they sat down hard each in a corner. Before they were able to get up, Pippi had got out a rope, and as quick as thought she bound fast the arms and legs of both the thieves. Now they changed their tune. Kind, good little missy, begged Thunder Carlson. Forgive us, we were only joking. Don't hurt us, we're just two poor penniless tramps who came in to ask for a bit of food. Bloom even shed a tear or two. Pippi put the suitcase in its proper place on the cupboard. Then she turned to her captives. Can either of you dance the polka? Well, that is, said Thunder Carlson. I should think we've both done a bit along the line. Oh, what fun, said Pippi, clapping her hands. Couldn't we give it a try? I've just learned how, you see. Yes, by all means, said Thunder Carlson, somewhat bewildered. Then Pippi took a big pair of scissors and cut the ropes that bound her guests. Oh, but we haven't any music, said Pippi sorrowfully. Then she had an idea. Couldn't you play on the comb, she said to Bloom, while I dance with him? She pointed to Thunder Carlson. Why, yes. Bloom would certainly play the comb. And he did, so that it could be heard all over the house. Mr. Nelson was startled out of his sleep and sat up in his bed just in time to see Pippi whirling about with Thunder Carlson. She was dreadfully serious, and she danced with great energy as if her life depended on it. At the end, Bloom didn't want to play on the comb any longer, as he claimed it tickled his mouth unmercifully. And Thunder Carlson, who had been trudging along the road all day long, began to have tired legs. Just a little while longer, begged Pippi, and continued dancing. There was nothing for Bloom and Thunder Carlson to do but continue too. When it was 3 o'clock in the morning, Pippi said, "Oh, I could keep until Thursday, but perhaps you're tired and hungry." And that was just what they were, though they hardly dared to say so. Pippi brought out bread and cheese and butter and ham and cold steak and milk from the cupboard, and then they sat round the kitchen table, Bloom and Thunder Carlson and Pippi, and ate until they were just about square. Pippi tossed a little milk into one of her ears. "It's good for earache," she said. "What a shame. Have you an earache?" said Bloom. "No," said Pippi. "But I might get one." Finally the two tramps got up, thanked Pippi very much for the food, and asked might they please say goodbye now. "How nice it was that you came. Must you really go so soon?" Pippi complained. "Never have I seen anyone who could dance the polka like you, my little honey bun," she said to Thunder Carlson. "Practice hard at playing on the comb," she said to Bloom, "then you won't feel it tickle anymore." Just as they got to the doorway, Pippi came running and gave them each a gold piece. "You've honestly earned this," she said. 9. Pippi goes to a tea party. Tommy and Annika's mother had invited some ladies to a tea party, and as she had baked so very many cakes she decided to let Tommy and Annika invite Pippi at the same time. In this way, she thought, she wouldn't have any bother with her own children. Tommy and Annika were overjoyed when they were told this, and they ran straight away over to Pippi to invite her. Pippi was walking about in her orchard watering the few poor remaining flowers with an old, rusty watering can. As it was pouring with rain that day, Tommy told Pippi he thought it was really rather unnecessary. "That's all very well for you to say," said Pippi indignantly, "but I lay awake all night looking forward to getting up and watering the flowers. You can bet your boots I'm not going to let a little rain stop me." Now Annika came out with the wonderful news about the tea party. "Tea party? Me?" cried Pippi, becoming so nervous that she began to water Tommy instead of the rose bush in question. "Oh, what will happen? Help, I'm so nervous. What if I can't behave myself?" "Why, of course you can," said Annika. "Don't be too sure about that," said Pippi. "I do try, believe me, but I've noticed lots of times that people don't think I'm behaving even though I've really truly tried to just as nicely as ever I could. At sea we never did fuss much with such things. But I promise I'll put my shoulder to the wheel good and proper today so you won't have to be ashamed of me." "Fine," said Tommy, and then he and Annika dashed home again through the rain. "This afternoon at 3, don't forget," shouted Annika, looking out from under the umbrella. At 3 o'clock that afternoon a very elegant young lady walked up the steps of the Settergreen home. It was Pippi Longstocking. For the sake of being different, her red hair was unbraided, and it fell about her like a lion's mane. She had painted her mouth a violent red with chalk, and blackened her eyebrows so much that she looked quite dangerous. With the red chalk she had also coloured all her nails, and she had put big green bows on her shoes. "I should think I'll be the fanciest at this party," she muttered, rather pleased with herself, as she rang the doorbell. In the parlour of the Settergreen home sat 3 distinguished ladies, Tommy and Annika, and their mother. A splendidly laid table stood there, and a log fire burned cheerily in the open fireplace. The ladies talked quietly with each other, and Tommy and Annika sat on the sofa and looked at an album. It was all very peaceful, but suddenly the peace was broken. "Ataran shun," A piercing cry came out of the front hall, and the next minute Pippi stood on the threshold. Her cry had been so loud and so unexpected that the ladies jumped in their seats. "Company, forward march," came the next cry, and Pippi went forward with measured steps to Mrs. Settergreen. "Company, halt." She stopped. "Present arms, 1, 2, she yelled, taking Mrs. Settergreen's hand in both of hers and shaking it heartily. "Knees bend," she cried, curtsying prettily. Then she leaned forward towards Mrs. Settergreen and said in her usual voice, "The fact of the matter is that I'm shy, so if I don't do this by commands, I'd just stand in the front hall and be contrary and not dare come in." Thereupon she rushed up to the other ladies and kissed them on the cheek. "Charming, charming, upon my honour," she said, for she had once heard a very fine gentleman say that to a lady. And then she sat down in the best chair she could see. Mrs. Settergreen had thought that the children would have their party up in Tommy and Annika's room, but Pippi sat calmly where she was, slapped her knees, and said with her eyes on the tea table, "That certainly looks good. When do we begin?" At the same moment, Ella, the maid, came in with a teapot, and Mrs. Settergreen said, "Shall we have tea now?" "Bags, I'm first," shouted Pippi, and was at the table in 2 leaps. She scrambled together as many cakes as she could manage on one plate, slung 5 lumps of sugar into a teacup, emptied half the cream pitcher into it as well, and returned to the chair with her plunder before the ladies had even come forward to the table. Pippi stretched her legs out in front of her and put the plate of cakes between the tips of her toes. Then she plunged each cake with gusto into the teacup and pushed so much into her mouth that she couldn't get a word out, much as she tried. In a trice, she had finished all the cakes on the plate. She stood up, hit on the plate like on a tambourine, and went up to the table to see if there were any left. The ladies looked disapprovingly at her, but she didn't notice that. Gaily chattering, she went round the table and took a cake here and a cake there. "It was really nice of you to invite me," she said. "I've never been to a tea party before." A big cream cake stood on the table. It was decorated with a red sweet in the middle. Pippi stood with her hands behind her back and looked at it. Suddenly, she bent down and snatched the sweet with her teeth. But she had bobbed a little too quickly, for when she came up again her whole face was a block of cream. "Ha ha ha," laughed Pippi. "Now we can play blind man's buff, 'cause here we certainly have the blind man free of charge. I can't see a thing." She stretched out her tongue and licked off all the cream. "Well, it's terribly too bad about this," she said. "And the cake's quite ruined anyway, so it's just as well if I eat it up at once." And so she did. She went at it with a cake spade, and within a very short time, the whole cake had disappeared. Pippi rubbed her stomach with satisfaction. Mrs. Settergreen had gone out to the kitchen for a moment and knew nothing of the accident with the cake. But the other ladies looked very sternly at Pippi. They would have liked some of the cake, too. Pippi noticed that they looked a bit dissatisfied, and she decided to cheer them up. "Now, you mustn't be upset about such a little accident," she said consolingly. "The main thing is that we have our health, and at a tea party you ought to have fun." With these words she took the sugar bowl from the table and sprinkled a good deal of sugar on the floor. "Have you ever noticed what fun it is to walk on a floor that's got sugar on it?" she asked the ladies. "It's even more fun, of course, going barefoot," she continued, tearing off her shoes and stockings. "I think you ought to try it too, 'cause there just isn't anything that feels better, you can take my word for that." But now Mrs. Settergreen came in, and when she saw the spilled sugar, she took Pippi firmly by the arm and led her over to Tommy and Annika on the sofa. Then she went and sat with the ladies and offered them another cup of tea. That the cake had disappeared only pleased her. She thought her guests had liked it so well they had eaten it all up. Pippi, Tommy, and Annika talked quietly on the sofa. The fire crackled in the fireplace. The ladies drank their tea, and all was peace and quiet once again. As it now and then happens at tea parties, the ladies began talking about their maids. None of them seemed to have a particularly good one, for they were not at all satisfied, and they agreed that the only solution was not to have a maid at all. It was far better to do everything oneself, for then at least one could be sure that it would be properly done. Pippi sat on the sofa listening, and after a while she said, "My grandmother once had a maid called Martha. She had chilblains on her feet, but otherwise there wasn't anything wrong with her. The only awkwardness was that as soon as strangers came she rushed forward and bit them in the leg. And scolded. Oh, how she scolded. You could hear it all over the neighbourhood. But it was only her way of being playful. The strangers didn't always understand that, though. There was an old vicar's wife, who came to see grandmother once when Martha was new to her job. When Martha came running at her and sank her teeth into the lady's shin, she let out a howl which frightened Martha so much she bit her teeth together even harder, and then she couldn't get loose. She was stuck to the vicar's wife all the week till Friday. So grandmother had to peel the potatoes herself that day. But it got done properly, anyway. She peeled them so thoroughly that when she was finished there weren't any potatoes left. Just peel. After that Friday the vicar's wife never visited grandmother anymore. She couldn't take a joke. And Martha, who was so funny and cheerful, though for all that, she could be quite touchy too, no doubt about that. Once when grandmother drove a fork in her ear, she went and sulked all day long. Pippi looked around and gave a friendly laugh. Well, that was Martha, that was, she said, twiddling her thumbs. The ladies looked as if they hadn't heard anything. They continued to talk. If my Rosa were at least clean at her work, said Mrs. Bergen, I could possibly keep her on. But she's simply piggish. Then you should have seen Martha, Pippi chimed in. Martha was so filthy to the core, it was a fright to see, grandmother said. But it was all genuine washable dirt, to be sure. Once at a bazaar at the Ritz Hotel she got first prize for the morning borders round her nails. Nuisance and miseries, but the girl was grubby. Can you imagine, said Mrs. Granberg, the other evening when my Britta was going out, she simply borrowed my blue silk dress without a word. Isn't that the limit? Well, I should say, said Pippi. She seems on the whole to be made in the same mould as Martha, I can tell that. Grandmother had a pink vest she liked an awful lot. The trouble was that Martha liked it too. Each morning grandmother and Martha had a row over who should have the vest. At last they agreed to have it every other day, so's it would be fair. But even then Martha was troublesome. Sometimes she would come running in when it wasn't her turn at all and say, Here, there'll be no mashed turnip served today if I can't have the pink wool vest. Well now, what was grandmother to do? Mashed turnip was her favourite dish. Martha got the vest, and when she'd got it, she went out to the kitchen as sweet as could be and set to beating the mashed turnip so's it splashed on the walls. There was a moment's silence. Then Mrs. Alexanderson said, Now, I'm not absolutely certain, but I strongly suspect that my Hilda steals. I know that things have been disappearing. Martha, began Pippi, but Mrs. Settergreen said firmly, The children may go upstairs immediately. Yes, but I was just going to tell how Martha stole too, said Pippi. Like a magpie. Thick and fast. She used to get up in the middle of the night and steal a thing or two, cause otherwise she couldn't sleep well, she said. Once she pinched grandmother's piano and jammed it in the top drawer of her bureau. She was very light-fingered, grandmother said. Now Tommy and Annika took Pippi by the arms and pulled her up the stairs. The ladies drank still more tea, and Mrs. Settergreen said, I shouldn't really complain about my Ella, but she does break a great deal of china. A red head appeared at the top of the stairs. Speaking of Martha, said Pippi, perhaps you're wondering if she used to break any china. Well, I should say she did. She had picked a special day of the week for it. It was on Tuesdays, grandmother said. And already about 5 o'clock on Tuesday mornings, you could hear the brick of a girl smashing china in the kitchen. She began with cups and glasses and other light things, and went on later to those deep plates, and then the flat ones, and ended up with the platters. There was just one crash in the kitchen the whole morning, so that was a blessing, grandmother used to say. If Martha had some extra time in the afternoon, she'd go into the parlour with a little hammer and knock down all the antique East Indian plates that hung on the walls. Grandmother bought new china on Wednesdays, said Pippi, disappearing up the stairs like a jack in the box. Now Mrs. Settergreen's patience had come to an end. She ran up the stairs, into the children's room and up to Pippi, who had just begun teaching Tommy how to stand on his head. You may never come here again, said Mrs. Settergreen, since you behave so badly. Pippi looked at her with surprise, and her eyes slowly filled with tears. Well, that's that. I might have known I couldn't behave myself, she said. There's no use trying. I just never will learn how. I should have stayed at sea. Then she curtsied to Mrs. Settergreen, said goodbye to Tommy and Annika, and walked slowly down the stairs. But now the ladies were also leaving. Pippi sat down by the umbrella stand in the front hall and looked at them while they put on their hats and coats. It's a pity you don't like your maids, she said. You ought to have someone like Martha. A better girl you'll never find, grandmother always used to say. Just think, once at Christmas time when Martha was going to serve the whole roasted pig, can you imagine what she did? She'd read in a cookery book that the Christmas pig should be served with curl paper and an apple in the mouth. Poor Martha didn't understand that it was the pig that should have the apple. You should have seen her when she came in on Christmas Eve, dressed in a starched white apron and with a big red pippin in her mouth. Grandmother said to her, "You are a nut, Martha." And, of course, Martha couldn't get a word out for an answer. She just wiggled her ears so the paper rustled. She was trying to say something, but it just became blub, blub, blub. Of course, she couldn't bite people in the leg as she was used to doing, either, and just when there were so many strangers coming. No, there wasn't much fun for poor little Martha that Christmas Eve, said Pippi sadly. The ladies now had their street clothes on, and so they said a last goodbye to Mrs. Settergreen. And Pippi ran up to her and whispered, "I'm sorry I couldn't behave myself. Goodbye." Then she slung on her big hat and followed the ladies out. Their ways separated outside. Pippi went towards the Willicalla cottage, and the ladies in the opposite direction. When they had gone a little way, they heard something panting behind them. Pippi came bolting up to them. You can bet Grandmother missed Martha when she lost her. Imagine, one Tuesday morning when Martha hadn't broken more than a dozen teacups, she went her way and took to the sea. So Grandmother had to break the china herself that day, and she wasn't used to it, poor thing, so she got blisters on her hands. She never saw Martha again. And that was a shame. What with such a first-rate girl, Grandmother said. Then Pippi went, and the ladies hurried on. But when they had gone a few hundred yards, they heard Pippi from far off shouting with all her might, "SHENEVERTUNDERTHEBEDS, Emma RT, 10. Pippi becomes a heroine. One Sunday afternoon, Pippi sat wondering what to do. Tommy and Annika were with their father and mother, who had been invited out to tea, so she couldn't expect a visit from them. The day had been full of pleasant things to do. She had got up early and served Mr. Nelson fruit juice and buns in bed. He had looked such a dear, sitting there in his light blue nightshirt holding the glass with both hands. Then she had fed and combed the horse and told him a long story about her travels on the seas. After that, she had gone into the parlour and done a big painting on the wall. It was a picture of a fat lady in a red dress and a black hat. In one hand she held a yellow flower and in the other a dead mouse. It was a very beautiful painting, Pippi thought. It brightened up the whole room. After that, she sat down by her cupboard and looked at all her birds' eggs and shells, and then she had remembered all the wonderful places where she and her father had gathered them together, and all the pleasant little shops the world over where they had bought all the fine things that were now kept in the drawers of her cupboard. After that, she had tried to teach Mr. Nelson the polka, but he hadn't wanted to learn. For a moment she had thought of trying it with the horse, but instead she crawled into the woodbox and closed the lid over herself. She pretended that she was a sardine in a tin, and it was such a pity that Tommy and Annika weren't there, or they could have been sardines too. But now it began to get dark. Pippi pressed her little potato nose against the window pane and looked out at the autumn twilight. Then she remembered that she hadn't ridden for several days, so she decided to do so right away. It would be a nice ending to a pleasant Sunday. So she went and put on her big hat, fetched Mr. Nelson, who was sitting in a corner playing with some marbles, saddled the horse, and lifted him down from the front porch. And off they rode, Mr. Nelson sitting on Pippi, and Pippi sitting on the horse. It was so cold the roads were frozen, and there was a loud clatter as they rode along. Mr. Nelson sat on Pippi's shoulder and tried to catch hold of branches as they passed them, but Pippi rode so fast he couldn't. Instead, he got a good many cracks on his ears from the whizzing by branches, and he had a hard time keeping his straw hat in place. Pippi rode through the little town, and the alarmed people pressed themselves as close as they could against the walls of the houses as she stormed by. All Swedish country towns have a marketplace, and this town had one too. Around it stood the little town hall, which was painted yellow, and several beautiful single-storied houses. There was one rickety big building too. It was a newly built 3-story house, which was called the skyscraper because it was taller than any of the other buildings in the town. On this Sunday evening, the little town seemed a very still and peaceful place. But suddenly the peace was broken by a loud cry. The skyscraper's burning. Fire! Fire! From all directions people came running with wide open eyes. A fire engine drove through the streets with a terrible clanging, and the little children of the town, who had always thought it such fun to see the fire engine before, were now so frightened they began to cry because they were sure that their houses were going to catch fire too. The square in front of the skyscraper was filled with people. The police tried to keep them out of the way so that the fire engine would be able to get through. From the windows of the skyscraper leaping flames forced their way, and smoke and sparks surrounded the firemen who bravely set about putting the fire out. The fire had started in the ground floor, but spread quickly to the upper floors. Suddenly the people who stood gathered in the square saw a sight which made them gasp with horror. At the very top of the house there was an attic, and at the attic window, which had just been opened by a little child's hand, stood two small boys, yelling for help. "We can't come down, 'cause somebody's made a fire in the stairs," cried the bigger. He was just 5 years old, and his brother was a year younger. Their mother had gone out on an errand, and now they stood there completely alone. Many people down in the square began to weep, and the head of the fire brigade looked anxious. Of course there was a ladder on the fire engine, but it wasn't nearly long enough to reach so high up, and it was impossible to go into the house to rescue the children. The people in the square despaired when they realized the children could not be helped, and the poor little things just stood up there and cried. It wouldn't be many minutes before the fire would reach the attic too. Pippi sat on her horse right in the middle of the crowd in the square. She looked with interest at the fire engine, and wondered if she ought to buy herself one like it. She liked it because it was red, and because it had made so much noise driving through the streets. Then she looked at the crackling fire, and she thought it was fun when some sparks fell on her. By and by she noticed the little boys in the attic. To her surprise, they didn't seem to be enjoying the fire at all. It was more than she could understand, and finally she just had to ask those standing around her, "Why are the children crying?" At first she only got sobs for an answer, but then a fat man said, "Why do you suppose? Don't you think you'd cry if you were up there and couldn't come down?" "I never cry," said Pippi. "But now, if they really want to come down, why is it nobody is helping them?" "Because it can't be done, that's why," said the fat man. Pippi thought for a moment. "Could someone bring a long rope here?" she said. "What good would it do?" said the fat man. "The children are too small to climb down a rope. And for that matter, how would you get the rope up to them?" "Oh, one learns things at sea," said Pippi easily. "I need a rope." Nobody believed that it would do any good, but somehow Pippi got a rope anyway. A high tree grew by the skyscraper's gable. The top of the tree was just about the same height as the attic window, but the distance between them was at least 10 feet. The tree trunk was smooth and without a single branch on which to climb. Not even Pippi could have climbed it. The fire burned, the children in the attic cried, and the people in the square wept. Pippi climbed off her horse and went up to the tree. Then she took the rope and tied it to Mr. Nelson's tail. "Now, you're going to be Pippi's good boy, aren't you?" she said. Then she put him on the tree trunk and gave him a little push. He understood very well what he was supposed to do, and he obediently climbed up the tree. It was no trick at all for a little monkey to do that. The people in the square held their breath and watched Mr. Nelson. He soon reached the top of the tree. There he sat on a branch and looked down at Pippi. She waved at him to come down again, and he did so. But he climbed down on the other side of the branch, so that when he reached the ground again, the rope lay across the branch and hung down double with both ends on the ground. "Mr. Nelson, how clever you are. You could be a professor any old time," said Pippi, undoing the knot that held one end of the rope to the little monkey's tail. Close by, there was a house under repair. Pippi ran there and fetched a long plank. She held it under her arm, grabbed hold of the rope with her free hand, and then kicked against the tree with her feet. Quickly and easily she climbed up the rope, and the people stopped weeping out of sheer astonishment. When she had reached the top, she laid the plank across a heavy branch and pushed it carefully over to the attic window. The plank lay like a bridge between the top of the tree and the window. The people in the square watched in silence. The suspense was so great, nobody could say a word. Pippi climbed out on the plank. She smiled in a friendly way at the boys in the attic. "You're looking a bit unhappy," said she. "Have you got tummy aches?" She ran over the plank and hopped into the attic. "It seems rather warm in here," she said. "You won't need to burn anything more today, that I can guarantee. And at the most, a very small fire in the grate tomorrow, I should think." Then she took a boy under each arm and climbed out on the plank again. "Now you're really going to have a bit of fun," she said. "This is almost like tightrope walking." And when she had come to the middle of the plank, she lifted one leg straight into the air just as she had done in the circus. A murmur went through the crowd, and when Pippi lost one of her shoes a moment later, several old ladies fainted. But Pippi arrived safe and sound at the tree with the boys, and the crowd cheered so that their cheers rang out in the dark evening and drowned the crackling of the fire. Then Pippi pulled the rope up to her and fastened one end firmly to a branch. To the other end of the rope she tied one of the boys, and then slowly and carefully lowered him to his overjoyed mother, who stood waiting in the square. With tears in her eyes, she threw her arms about her boy. But Pippi shouted, "Untie the rope, can't you? There's still another one here, and he can't fly either." Some of the people helped to untie the knot and free the boy. Pippi really could tie knots. She'd learned that at sea. Then she pulled the rope up again, and it was the other boy's turn to be lowered. Now Pippi alone was left in the tree. She jumped out on the plank, and all the people looked at her and wondered what she was about to do. Pippi danced back and forth on the narrow plank. She raised and lowered her arms delicately and sang in a hoarse voice, which could barely be heard by the people in the square. "A fire is burning, the flames are high, oh, a fire is burning bright. It's burning for you, and it's burning for me, and for all who dance in the night." As she sang, she danced more and more wildly, and many of the people in the square shut their eyes with fright, for they were sure she would fall and hurt herself. Big flames curled out through the attic window, and they could see Pippi clearly in the glow from the fire. She raised her arms to the evening sky, and as a rain of sparks fell over her, she shouted, "What a lovely, lovely, lovely fire." Then she leaped right onto the rope. "Whee!" she cried, and slipped to the ground with the speed of greased lightning. "Three cheers for Pippi Longstocking!" cried the head of the fire brigade. "Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!" the crowd shouted. But there was one who cheered 4 times. And that was Pippi. 11 Pippi celebrates her birthday. One day Tommy and Annika found a letter in their letterbox. "To me and Annika," it read on the outside. When they opened it, they found a card on which was written, "Me and Annika will come to Pippi for a birthday party tomorrow afternoon. Dress what you please." Tommy and Annika were so pleased, they began to hop and dance. They understood everything that was written on the card, even though the spelling was a bit odd. Pippi had had fearful trouble in writing it. It is true that she hadn't known the letter I the day she had been at school, but actually she could write just a little. During the time she had been at sea, one of the sailors on her father's boat had sometimes sat with her on the quarterdeck in the evenings and tried to teach her to write. Unfortunately, Pippi was not a very patient pupil. Quite suddenly she would say, "No, Fridolf," for Fridolf was the name of the sailor. "No, Fridolf, I don't give a fig for this. I'm going to climb to the top of the mast and take a look at what kind of weather we're having tomorrow." So it was no wonder that writing was a task for her. For a whole night she had sat and struggled with the invitation, and when the small hours of morning had come, and the stars were fading over the roof of the Villicula cottage, she had trudged over to Tommy and Annika's house and stuffed the letter down in their letterbox. As soon as Tommy and Annika came home from school, they began to dress for the party. Annika asked her mother to curl her hair, which she did. She tied a big pink ribbon in it too. Tommy combed his hair with water to make it lie really flat. He didn't have any use for curls and things. Annika wanted to put on her very best dress, but her mother said that it wasn't worthwhile, since Annika was seldom very clean and neat when she came home from Pippi. So Annika had to be satisfied with her next best. Tommy didn't much care what he wore, as long as it was nice. Of course they had bought a present for Pippi. They had taken the money out of their own piggy banks, and on their way home from school, they had run into the toy shop in the high street and bought a very fine, well, just what it was can be a secret for a while. Now the present lay wrapped in green paper with lots of string round it. When Tommy and Annika were ready, Tommy took the package and they trotted away, followed by Mother's anxious warnings to take care of their clothes. Annika was to carry the package for a while too, and they had agreed that when they presented it they should both hold it. It was now well into November, and twilight came early. When Tommy and Annika went in through the gate of the Villicula cottage, they held hands tightly, for it was just about dark in Pippi's orchard. The old trees, which were losing their last leaves, sighed and murmured gloomily in the wind. "It's really autumn," said Tommy. It was much more pleasant to see the lights shining in Villicula cottage, and to know that a birthday party waited inside. Usually Tommy and Annika scampered in the back way, but today they went to the front door. No horse was to be seen on the front porch. Tommy knocked politely on the door. From inside came a hollow voice. "Oh, who comes through this cold, dark night to knock on the door of my house? Is it a ghost, or only just a poor bedraggled mouse?" "No, Pippi, it's us," cried Annika. "Open the door." Pippi opened it. "Oh, Pippi, why did you say that about ghost? I got so scared," said Annika, quite forgetting to congratulate Pippi. Pippi laughed heartily and opened the door to the kitchen. How good it was to come into the light and warmth. The birthday party was to be held in the kitchen, for it was coziest there. There were only 2 other rooms on the lower floor. One was the parlour, which had only 1 piece of furniture, and the other was Pippi's bedroom. But the kitchen was big and roomy, and Pippi had tidied it up and made it tidy. She had put rugs on the floor, and on the table lay a new cloth which she had sewn herself. The flowers which she had embroidered on it did look a bit odd, but Pippi said that such flowers grew in Indo-China, and so everything was as it should be. The curtains were drawn, and in the grate a fire burned and the sparks flew. Mr. Nelson sat on the wood box hitting 2 saucepan lids together, and in a far corner stood the horse. Naturally, he had been invited to the party as well. Now at last Tommy and Annika remembered that they should congratulate Pippi. Tommy bowed and Annika curtsied, and then they held the green package forward and said, "Many happy returns of the day." Pippi thanked them and eagerly tore open the package. And there lay a musical box. Pippi became quite wild with delight. She hugged Tommy, and she hugged Annika, and she hugged the musical box, and she hugged the paper in which it had been wrapped. Then she turned the handle of the musical box, and with many a clink and a plonk, a melody which was supposed to be "The More We Are Together" came forth. Pippi turned the handle round and round, and forgot all else. But suddenly she remembered something. "Dear hearts," she said, "you must have your birthday presents too." "But it isn't her birthday today," said Annika. "No, but it's mine, so I should think I could give you birthday presents too. Or is it written somewhere in your lesson books that it can't be done? Does it have something to do with clarification that makes it so it can't be done?" "No, of course it can be done," said Tommy, "though it's not usual. But I'd like to have a present." "I, too," said Annika. Pippi ran into the parlour and fetched 2 packages which lay on the cupboard. When Tommy opened his package, he found a strange little ivory flute, and in Annika's package lay a beautiful brooch in the shape of a butterfly. The wings were set with red, blue, and green stones. Now that everyone had a birthday present, it was time to sit down at the table. There were piles of cakes and buns waiting. The cakes had rather odd shapes, but Pippi said that they made cakes like that in China. Pippi poured hot chocolate with whipped cream into the cups, and then they were ready to sit down. But Tommy said, "When Mother and Father give a dinner, the gentlemen always get cards that say which lady they should take to the table. I think we should do that too." "Full speed ahead," said Pippi. "It won't be as good for us, though, since I'm the only gentleman," said Tommy undecidedly. "Nonsense," said Pippi. "Do you suppose Mr. Nelson is a young lady, then?" "No, of course not. I forgot Mr. Nelson," said Tommy. And then he sat down on the wood box and wrote on a card, "Mr. Settergreen will have the pleasure of taking Miss Longstocking." "Mr. Settergreen is me," he said with satisfaction, showing the card to Pippi. Then he wrote on the next card, "Mr. Nelson will have the pleasure of taking Miss Settergreen." "Yes, but the horse has to have a card too," said Pippi definitely, "even if he can't sit at the table." So as Pippi dictated, Tommy wrote on the next card, "The horse will have the pleasure of staying put in the corner, then he will get cakes and sugar." Pippi held the card under the horse's nose and said, "Read this, and tell me what you think." As the horse had no objections, Tommy offered Pippi his arm, and they went to the table. Mr. Nelson made no effort to invite Annika, so she simply lifted him up and brought him along. He refused to sit on a chair, but sat right on the table. He didn't want chocolate with whipped cream either, but when Pippi filled his cup with water, he held it with both hands and drank. Annika and Tommy and Pippi tucked in, and Annika said that if these were the kind of cakes they had in China, then she was going to move to China when she grew up. When Mr. Nelson had emptied his cup, he turned it upside down and put it on his head. As soon as Pippi saw this, she did the same, but as she hadn't finished drinking all her chocolate, a little brown stream ran down her forehead and continued down her nose. Pippi stuck out her tongue and stopped it. "Waste not, want not," she said. Tommy and Annika carefully licked out their cups before they put them on their heads. When they were all quite full and satisfied, and the horse had been given what he was to have, Pippi promptly took hold of the 4 corners of the tablecloth and lifted it off so the cups and plates fell over each other as in a sack. She stuffed the whole bundle into the wood box. "I always like tidying up a bit as soon as I've finished eating," she said. Then it was time to play. Pippi suggested they play a game called Don't Fall to the Floor. It was very simple. All you had to do was crawl round the whole kitchen without once setting foot on the floor. Pippi shot around in 1 second. But it went quite well even for Tommy and Annika. You started with the kitchen sink, and if you could stretch your legs wide enough, it was possible to come over to the open fireplace. and from there to the wood box, from the wood box over a shelf, and so down onto the table. From there you went over 2 chairs to the cupboard in the corner. Between the cupboard and the sink there was a distance of several yards, but there, luckily, stood the horse. If you climbed up on him at the tail end and slid off at the head end, and then jerked at just the right moment, you landed right on the draining board. When they had played this a while, and Anika's dress was no longer her next best, but only her next best, and Tommy had become as black as a chimney sweep, they decided to think of something else to play. "Let's go up to the attic and say hello to the ghosts," suggested Pippi. Anika gasped. Are there ghosts in the attic?" she said. "Are there?" "Lots of, said Pippi. "It's crawling with different kinds of phantoms and ghosts up there. You stumble on them without any trouble. Do you want to go?" "Oh," said Anika, and looked reproachfully at Pippi. "Mother says there aren't any ghosts or phantoms," said Tommy boldly. "That's quite true," said Pippi. "Any place but here, 'cause they live in my attic, all there are. It doesn't do any good to ask them to move. But they don't do any harm. They just pinch you on the arm so's it gets black and blue, and they howl, and play ninepins with their heads." "They play ninepins with their heads," whispered Anika. "Just what they do," said Pippi. "Come on, let's go up and talk to them. I'm good at ninepins." Tommy didn't want to show he was afraid, and in a way he really did rather want to see a ghost. That would be something to tell the boys at school. Besides, he comforted himself with the thought that the ghosts would never dare to try anything with Pippi. He decided to go along. Poor Anika didn't want to at all, but she happened to think that possibly a tiny ghost might slip down to her while she was alone in the kitchen. That settled the matter. Better to be with Pippi and Tommy among 1,000 ghosts than alone with even the tiniest little baby ghost in the kitchen. Pippi went first. She opened the door to the attic. It was pitch dark. Tommy held on tightly to Pippi, and Anika held on even more tightly to Tommy. Then they went up the stairs, which creaked and groaned at every step. Tommy began to wonder if it would have been better to forget the whole thing, and Anika didn't need to wonder. She was quite sure of it. By and by, they had reached the top of the stairs and were standing in the attic. It was completely dark there except for a narrow stream of moonlight, which fell across the floor. There were sighs and whistles in every corner as the wind blew in through the cracks. "Hail, all ghosts!" shouted Pippi. But if there was a ghost there, he made no reply. "Well, of course, I might have known," said Pippi. "They've gone to a committee meeting of the Society of Honourable Ghosts and Phantoms." A sigh of relief escaped from Anika, and she hoped that the committee meeting would last a long time. But just then a terrible cry came from one corner of the attic. "Plowit!" it cried, and the next moment Tommy saw something whistling towards him in the dark. He felt it fan him on the forehead, and then something black disappeared through a little window which stood open. He yelled wildly, "A ghost! A ghost!" Anika joined in. "That poor fellow's going to be late for the meeting," said Pippi. "If it was a ghost, and not an owl. Anyway, there aren't any ghosts," she continued after a while, "so the more I think about it, the more it was an owl. If anybody says there are ghosts, I'll tweak his nose." "But you said so yourself," said Anika. "Oh, I did I?" said Pippi. "Well then, I'll certainly have to tweak my nose." And she took hold of her own nose and gave it a sharp twist. After this Tommy and Anika felt a bit calmer. They were even so brave that they dared to go up to the window and look out over the orchard. Big, dark clouds drove across the sky and did their best to hide the moon. The trees bent and murmured. Tommy and Anika turned about. But then, oh, so terrible, they saw a white figure moving towards them. "A ghost!" Tommy screamed wildly. Anika was so frightened that she couldn't even scream. The figure came even closer. Tommy and Anika clung to each other and shut their eyes. Then they heard it say, "Look what I've found. Father's nightshirt was in an old seaman's chest over here. If I turn it up round the bottom I can use it myself." Pippi came forward to them with the nightshirt dragging round her feet. "Oh, Pippi, I could have died of fright," said Anika. "But there's nothing dangerous about nightshirts," protested Pippi. "They never bite, except in self-defense." Pippi decided that this was the right time to go through the seaman's chest properly. She carried it up to the window and opened the lid so that the pale moonlight fell over the contents. There were a lot of old clothes, which she tossed on the floor, a telescope, a couple of old books, 3 pistols, a sword, and a bag of gold pieces. "Tiddlywham and poddleday," said Pippi happily. "How exciting," said Tommy. Pippi gathered everything together in the nightshirt, and they went down to the kitchen again. Annika was very happy to be out of the attic. "Never let children handle firearms," said Pippi, taking a pistol in each hand. "Otherwise, an accident can easily happen." And she fired both pistols at the same time. "That was a good-sized bang," she announced, looking up at the ceiling. There were 2 holes in it where the bullets had gone through. "Who knows," she said hopefully. "Perhaps the bullets have gone straight through the roof and hit some of those ghosts in the leg. That will teach them to think twice the next time they mean to go scaring little innocent children. 'Cause even if they don't exist, that's no excuse for scaring people out of their wits. Would you each like a pistol, by the way?" she asked. Tommy was thrilled, and Annika said she would like a pistol too, if it weren't loaded. "Now we can become a band of robbers, if we want to," said Pippi, looking through the telescope. "I can almost see the fleas in South America with this thing, I think," she continued. "It will be a good thing to have if we form a band of robbers." Just then there was a knock at the door. It was Tommy's and Annika's father, who had come to take them home. It was long past bedtime, he declared. Tommy and Annika had to hurry with thanking and saying goodbye and gathering together their possessions, the flute and the brooch and the pistols. Pippi followed her guests to the front porch and saw them disappear down the orchard path. They turned about and waved. The light from inside fell over Pippi. There she stood with her stiff red pigtails, her father's nightshirt dragging round her feet. She held a pistol in one hand, and in the other a sword. She was presenting arms with it. When Tommy and Annika and their father reached the gate, they heard her shouting after them. They stopped and listened. The wind was howling through the trees so that her voice scarcely reached them, but they did hear her anyway. "I'm going to be a pirate when I grow up," she shouted. "Are you?" Pippi goes on board one. Pippi at home in Villa Villicola. If a stranger should come to a certain little Swedish town and should happen one day find himself at a certain spot on the edge of it, he would see Villa Villicola. Not that the cottage is much to look at, it's rather a ramshackle old place, with a tangled garden around it. But it would be natural for a stranger to pause and wonder who lived there, and why there was a horse on the porch. If it was evening, and beginning to get dark, and if he caught a glimpse of a little girl strolling around in the garden looking as if she had no idea of going to bed, he might think, "Now I wonder why that little girl's mother doesn't see that she goes to bed. All the other children are fast asleep by this time of night." If the little girl came to the gate, as she would almost certainly do, because she liked talking to people, then he would be able to take a good look at her. And he would very likely think, "She's one of the most freckled and red-haired children I've ever seen." Later on he would probably think, "Freckles and red hair are really very nice, that is, if the person who has them looks as happy as this child does." Any stranger would probably be interested to know the name of this little redhead sauntering around by herself in the twilight, and he would ask, "What's your name?" And she'd answer gaily, "My name's Pipolotta Deli, Catessa Windowshade McKillman, to Ephraim's daughter Longstocking, daughter of Captain Ephraim Longstocking, formerly the terror of the sea, now a cannibal king. But everybody calls me Pippi." She really believed it when she said her father was a cannibal king, because he had once been blown overboard and had vanished from sight when he and Pippi were sailing on the sea. Pippi's father was rather stout, so she was sure he couldn't have drowned. It was perfectly reasonable to think that he had been washed up on an island and become king of the cannibals there. This is what Pippi was sure must have happened. If the stranger went on talking with Pippi, he would learn that Pippi lived all alone at Villa Villicola, alone, that is, except for the horse on the porch and a monkey called Mr. Nilsson. If he was a kind-hearted man, he would naturally wonder, how does this poor youngster live? But he needn't have worried. "I'm rich as a troll," Pippi used to say. And she was. She had a whole suitcase full of gold coins that her father had given her, and she got along beautifully with neither a father nor a mother. Because there was nobody there to tell her when to go to bed, Pippi told herself. Sometimes, to be sure, she didn't tell herself until around 10 o'clock, because she had never been able to see why children should go to bed at 7. After 7 was when you could have the most fun. So the stranger shouldn't have been surprised to see Pippi roaming around the garden even after the sun had gone down, and the air was getting cold and Tommy and Annika had been tucked into bed long ago. Tommy and Annika were the children Pippi played with. They lived next door. They had both a father and a mother, and both father and mother thought it was a good thing for children to go to bed at 7. If the stranger stayed after Pippi had said good night and gone away from the gate, and if he saw Pippi go up on the porch and pick up the horse in her strong arms and carry him out into the garden, he would certainly rub his eyes and wonder if he was dreaming. What an extraordinary child this is. He would say to himself, "Why, she can actually lift the horse. She's the most extraordinary child I've ever seen." He'd be right, too. Pippi was the most extraordinary child in the town, at any rate. There may be more extraordinary children in other places, but in that little town there was no one to compare with Pippi Longstocking. And nowhere in the world, in the town or any other, was there anyone half so strong as she was. 2. Pippi goes shopping one lovely spring eve when the sun was shining, the birds were singing, and water was running in all the ditches. Tommy and Annika came skipping over to Pippi's. Tommy had brought along a couple of lumps of sugar for Pippi's horse, and both he and Annika stopped on the porch to pat the horse before they went into the house. Pippi was asleep with her feet on the pillow and her head way under the covers. That was the way she always slept. Annika pinched her big toe and said, "Wake up." Mr. Nilsson was already awake and had jumped up and seated himself on the overhead light. Something began to stir under the quilts, and suddenly a red head popped out. Pippi opened her bright eyes and smiled broadly. "Oh, it's you pinching my toes. I thought it was my father, the cannibal king, looking to see if I had any corns." She sat down on the edge of the bed and pulled on her stockings, one brown and one black. "No, sir, you'll never get corns as long as you wear these," she said, and thrust her feet into her large black shoes, which were exactly twice as long as her feet. "Pippi," said Tommy, "what shall we do today? Annika and I don't have any school." "Well, now, that's worth thinking about," said Pippi. "We can't dance around the Christmas tree because we threw it out 3 months ago. Otherwise, we could have dashed around on the ice all morning long. Gold digging would be fun, but we can't do that either because we don't know where to dig. Furthermore, most of the gold is in Alaska, where there are so many gold diggers already that there wouldn't be room for us. No, we'll have to think of something else." "Yes, something jolly," said Annika. Pippi braided her hair into 2 tight braids that stuck straight out. She considered. "How would it be if we went into town and did some shopping?" she said at last. "But we haven't any money," said Tommy. "I have," said Pippi, and to prove it opened her suitcase, which of course was chock full of gold pieces. She carefully scooped up a good handful and put them into her apron pocket, which was just exactly on the middle of her stomach. "If I only had my hat now, I'd be all ready to start," she said. The hat was nowhere to be seen. Pippi looked first in the wood box, but, remarkable as it may seem, the hat was not there. Then she looked in the bread crock in the pantry, but there were only a garter, a broken alarm clock, and a little rusk. At last she looked even on the hat shelf, but there was nothing there except a frying pan, a screwdriver, and a piece of cheese. "There's no order here at all, and you can't find a single thing," said Pippi disgustedly, "though to be sure I have missed this piece of cheese for a long time and it's lucky it turned up at last." "Hey, hat," she shrieked, "are you going shopping or aren't you? If you don't come out this minute it will be too late." No hat came out. "Well, then, it can blame itself if it's so stupid, but when I get home I don't want to hear any complaining," she said sternly. A few minutes later they were marching down the road to town, Tommy, Annika, and Pippi with Mr. Nilsson on her shoulder. The sun was shining so gloriously, the sky was so blue, and the children were so happy. And in the gutter along the roadside the water flowed merrily by. It was a very deep gutter with a great deal of water in it. "I love gutters," said Pippi and, without giving much thought to the matter, stepped into the water. It reached way over her knees, and if she skipped along briskly it splattered Tommy and Annika. "I'm making believe I'm a boat," she said, ploughing through the water. Just as she spoke she stumbled and went down under. Or, to be more exact, a submarine, she continued calmly when she got her nose in the air again. "Oh, Pippi, you're absolutely soaked," said Annika anxiously. "And what's wrong with that?" asked Pippi. "Is there a law that children should always be dry? I heard it said that cold showers are very good for the health. It's only in this country that people have got the notion that children shouldn't walk in gutters. In America the gutters are so full of children that there is no room for the water. They stay there the year round. Of course in the winter they freeze in and their heads stick up through the ice. Their mothers have to carry fruit, soup and meat balls to them because they can't come home for dinner. But they're sound as nuts, you can be sure of that." The little town looked pleasant and comfortable in the spring sunshine. The narrow cobblestone streets wound in and out every which way among the houses. Almost every house was surrounded by a little yard in which snowdrops and crocuses were peeping up. There were a good many shops in the town, and on this lovely spring day so many people were running in and out that the bells on the shop doors tinkled unceasingly. The ladies came with baskets on their arms to buy coffee and sugar and soap and butter. Some of the children were also out to buy candy or chewing gum. Most of them, however, had no money for shopping, and the poor dears had to stand outside the shops and just look in at all the good things in the windows. When the day was at its sunniest and brightest, 3 little figures appeared on Main Street. They were Tommy and Annika and Pippi, a very wet Pippi, who left a little trickle of water in her path. "Aren't we lucky, though?" said Annika. "Look at all the shops, and we have a whole apron pocket full of gold pieces." Tommy was so happy when he thought of this that he gave a high skip. "Well, let's get going," said Pippi. "Carrot, first of all I want to buy myself a piano." "But, Pippi," said Tommy, "you can't play the piano, can you?" "How can I tell," said Pippi, "when I've never tried. I've never had any piano to try on. And this much I can tell you, Tommy, to play the piano without any piano, that takes a powerful lot of practicing." There didn't seem to be any piano store. Instead the children came to a perfume shop. In the show window was a large jar of freckle salve, and beside the jar was a sign which read, "Do you suffer from freckles?" "What does the sign say?" asked Pippi. She couldn't read very well because she didn't want to go to school as other children did. "It says, 'Do you suffer from freckles?'" said Annika. "Does it indeed?" said Pippi thoughtfully. "Well, a civil question deserves a civil answer. Let's go in." She opened the door and entered the shop, closely followed by Tommy and Annika. An elderly lady stood back of the counter. Pippi went right up to her. "No," she said decidedly. "What is it you want?" asked the lady. "No," said Pippi once more. "I don't understand what you mean," said the lady. "No, I don't suffer from freckles," said Pippi. Then the lady understood, but she took one look at Pippi and burst out, "But, my dear child, your whole face is covered with freckles." "I know it," said Pippi, "but I don't suffer from them. I love them. Good morning." She turned to leave, but when she got to the door she looked back and cried, "But if you should happen to get in any salve that gives people more freckles, then you can send me 7 or 8 jars." Next to the perfume store was a shop that sold ladies' clothes. "So far we haven't done much shopping," said Pippi. "Now we must really get going." And they tramped into the store, first Pippi, then Tommy, and then Annika. The first thing they saw was a very beautiful dummy, representing a fashionable lady dressed in a blue satin dress. Pippi went up to the dummy and grasped it cordially by the hand. "How do you do? How do you do? Shazid. You are the lady who owns this store, I presume. So nice to meet you," she continued and shook the dummy's hand even more cordially. Then a dreadful accident happened. The dummy's arm came off and slid out of its satin sleeve, and there stood Pippi with a long W-height arm in her hand. Tommy gasped with terror, and Annika was beginning to cry when a clerk came rushing up to Pippi and began to scold her most dreadfully. Here, hold your horses," said Pippi after she had been listening a few minutes. "I thought this was a self-service store, and I was planning to buy this arm." Then the clerk was angrier than ever and said that the dummy was not for sale, and in any case one couldn't sell just a single arm. But Pippi would certainly have to pay for the whole dummy because she had spoiled it. "Well, that's very strange," said Pippi. "It's a good thing they aren't so foolish as all that in every store. Just imagine if next time I am going to have mashed turnip for dinner I go to the butcher to buy a shin bone to cook the turnip with, and he makes me take a whole pig." While she was speaking she casually pulled out a few gold coins from her apron pocket and threw them down on the counter. The clerk was struck dumb with amazement. "Does the lady cost more than that?" asked Pippi. "No, certainly not. It doesn't cost nearly that much," said the clerk and bowed politely. "Well, keep the change and buy something for your children," said Pippi and started toward the door. The clerk ran after her, bowing continually, and asked where he should send the dummy. "I just want this arm and I'll take it with me," said Pippi. "The rest you can portion out among the poor." "Good day, but what are you going to use the arm for?" asked Tommy when they had come out on the street. "That," said Pippi. "What am I going to use it for? Don't people have false teeth and false hair, maybe? And even false noses sometimes? Why can't I have a little false arm? For that matter, let me tell you that it's very handy to have 3 arms. I remember that once when Papa and I were sailing around the world, we came to a city where all the people had 3 arms. Wasn't that smart? Imagine, when they were sitting at the table and had a fork in one hand and a knife in the other and suddenly needed to scratch their ears, well, Then it wasn't so foolish to pull out a third arm. They saved a lot of time that way, let me tell you. Pippi looked thoughtful. Oh, dear, now I'm lying again, she said. It's funny, but every now and then so many lies come bubbling up inside me that I just can't help it. To tell the truth, they didn't have 3 arms at all in the city. They had only 2. She was silent a minute, thinking. For that matter, a whole lot of them had only 1 arm. Well, if the truth were known, there were even some who didn't have any, and when they were going to eat they had to lie right down on their plates and laugh. Scratch themselves on the ear that they couldn't do at all. They had to ask their mothers to. That's the way it really was. Pippi shook her head sadly. The fact is, I've never seen a place where they had so few arms as they did in the city. But that's just like me always trying to make myself important and wonderful and pretend that people have more arms than they have. Pippi walked on with her false arm slung jauntily over one shoulder. She stopped in front of a candy shop. A whole row of children was standing there, gazing in at the wonderful things in the window. There were large jars full of red and blue and green candies, long rows of cakes of chocolate, mounds of chewing gum, and the most tempting lollipops. Yes, it was no wonder that the little children who stood there looking in the window every now and then gave a deep sigh, for they had no money, not even the tiniest penny. Pippi, are we going into that store? Asked Tommy eagerly, tugging at Pippi's dress. That store we are going into, said Pippi, far in. And in they went. Please, may I have 36 pounds of candy, said Pippi, waving a gold piece. The clerk in the store merely stared, open-mouthed. She wasn't used to having anyone buy so much candy at once. You mean you want 36 candies? She said. I mean that I want 36 pounds of candy, said Pippi and put the gold piece on the counter. And then the clerk had to hurry and measure out candy in big bags. Tommy and Annika pointed out the kinds that were best. There were some red candies that were wonderful. When you had sucked them for a while you came suddenly to a wonderful creamy centre. Then there were some sour green ones that weren't so bad either. Jellied raspberries and licorice oats were good too. We'll take 6 pounds of each, suggested Annika, and that is what they did. Then if I could have 60 lollipops and 72 packages of caramels, I don't think I'll need any more today except 103 chocolate cigarettes, said Pippi. There really ought to be a little cart somewhere in which I could put all this. The clerk said she could no doubt buy a cart in the toy store next door. Meanwhile a large crowd of children had gathered outside the candy store. They stood looking in the window and nearly fainted with excitement when they saw the scale on which Pippi did her shopping. Pippi ran into the toy shop next door, bought a cart, and loaded all her bags on it. She looked around. Then she cried, if there are any children here who don't eat candy, will they kindly step forward? Nobody stepped forward. Very strange, said Pippi. Well, then, is there any child here who does eat candy? 23 children stepped forward, and among them were, of course, Tommy and Annika. Tommy, open the bags, said Pippi. Tommy did. And then began a candy-eating party the like of which had never been seen in the little town. All the children stuffed their mouths full of candies, the red ones with the delicious creamy centres, the sour green ones, the licorice oats, and the jellied raspberries. And a chocolate cigarette you could always keep in the corner of your mouth, because the chocolate flavour and the jellied raspberry flavour were terrifically good together. From all directions children came running, and Pippi dealt out candy by the handful. I think I'll have to go and buy 36 more pounds, she said, or we shan't have any left for tomorrow. She bought 36 pounds more, and there wasn't much left for tomorrow anyway. Now we'll go to the next store, said Pippi and stepped into the toy shop. All the children followed her. In the toy shop were all sorts of delightful things, railroad trains and automobiles you could wind up, sweet little dolls in pretty dresses, dolls' dinner sets, cat pistols and tin soldiers, and dogs and elephants made out of cloth, and bookmarks and jumping jacks. What can I do for you? Asked the clerk. We'd like a little of everything, answered Pippi, looking searchingly around the shelves. We are very short of jumping jacks, for example, she continued, and of cat pistols, but you can remedy that, I hope. Pippi pulled out a fistful of gold pieces, and the children were allowed to pick out whatever they thought they most needed. Annika decided on a wonderful doll with light curly hair and a pink satin dress. It could say, Mama, when you pressed it on the stomach. Tommy wanted a pumpkin and a steam engine and he got them. All the other children pointed out what they wanted too, and when Pippi had finished her shopping there wasn't very much left in the store, only a few bookmarks and building blocks. Pippi didn't buy a single thing for herself, but Mr. Nilsson got a mirror. Just before they went out, Pippi bought each child a cuckoo whistle, and when the children got out on the street, they all played on the cuckoo whistles and Pippi beat time with her false arm. One little boy complained that his cuckoo whistle wouldn't blow. Pippi took the whistle and examined it. No wonder, when there's a big cud of gum in front of the hole. "Where did you get hold of this treasure?" she asked and threw away a big white chunk. "As far as I know, I haven't bought any gum. I've had it since Friday," said the boy. "And you aren't worried that your windpipe will grow together?" "I thought that was the usual end to gum chewers." She handed the boy his whistle and now he could blow as merrily as all the others. There was such a racket on Main Street that at last a policeman came to see what it was all about. "What's all this noise?" he cried. "It is the dress parade march of Kronoberg's regiment," said Pippi, "but I am not sure that all the kids realize that. Some of them seem to think we are playing 'Let Your Song Resound Like Thunder.' This is a famous Swedish song which begins, 'Thunder like the thunder, brothers.' Only in Swedish the verb for thunder and the noun for thunder are different words." "Stop, this minute," roared the policeman and held his hands over his ears. Pippi patted his back comfortingly with her false arm. "Be thankful we didn't buy bassoons," she said. Gradually the cuckoo whistles were silenced, one after another, until at last it was only from Tommy's whistle that there was a little peep now and then. The policeman said emphatically that crowds were not to gather on Main Street and all the children must go home. The children really didn't object to this at all. They wanted very much to try their new toy trains and play with their automobiles a little and put their new dolls to bed. So they all went home, happy and contented. Not one of them ate any supper that night. Pippi and Tommy and Annika also started for home, Pippi drawing the little cart after her. She looked at all the advertisements, they went by and spelled them out as well as she could. Drugstore. "Isn't that where you buy medicine?" "Yes, that's where you buy medicine," said Annika. "Oh, then I must go right in and buy some," said Pippi. "Yes, but you aren't sick, are you?" said Tommy. "What one isn't one may become," said Pippi. "There are millions of people who get sick and die just because they don't buy medicine in time. And you're mistaken if you think such a thing is going to happen to me." In the drugstore stood the druggist, filling capsules. He was planning to fill only a few more because it was almost closing time. Then Pippi and Tommy and Annika stepped up to the counter. "I should like to buy 8 quarts of medicine," said Pippi. "What kind of medicine?" asked the druggist impatiently. "Preferably some that is good for sickness," said Pippi. "What kind of sickness?" said the druggist still more impatiently. "Oh, let's have one that's good for whooping cough and blistered heels and belly ache and a Charlie horse and if you happen to push a bean up your nose and a few little things like that. And it would be good if it was possible to polish furniture with it too. It must be really good medicine." The druggist said there was no medicine that was as good as all that. He claimed that different kinds of sicknesses required different kinds of medicine, and when Pippi had mentioned about 10 other troubles that she wanted to cure, he put a whole row of bottles on the counter. On some of them he wrote, "For external use only." That meant that the medicine in those bottles should only be rubbed on, and not drunk. Pippi paid, took her bottles, thanked him, and left. Tommy and Annika followed her. The druggist looked at the clock and realized that it was closing time. He locked the door carefully and thought how good it would be to get home and have a bite to eat. Pippi put her bottles down outside the door. "Oh, I almost forgot the most important thing of all," she said. As the door was now locked, she put her finger on the bell and pushed long and hard. Tommy and Annika could hear how clearly it sounded inside the drugstore. After a while a little window in the door opened. It was the window where you could buy medicine if you happened to be taken ill in the night. The druggist stuck his head out. His face was quite red. "What do you want now?" he asked Pippi angrily. "Oh, dear sir, please excuse me," said Pippi, "but I just happened to think of something. Sir, you understand sickness so well. Which is better when you have a stomach ache, to eat a hot pancake or to put your whole stomach to soak in cold water?" The druggist's face grew redder still. "Get out," he screamed, "and be quick about it, or else." He slammed the window. "Gee, what a temper he's got," said Pippi. "You'd certainly think I'd done something." She rang the bell once more, and in a few seconds the druggist's head appeared in the window again. His face was dreadfully red now. "Pancake really is a little hard to digest, isn't it?" said Pippi and looked up at him with her friendly eyes. The druggist did not answer but shut the window again with a bang. Pippi shrugged her shoulders. "Oh, well," she said. "I'll try warm pancake anyway." He'll have only himself to blame if anything goes wrong. She calmly sat down on the step in front of the drugstore and lined up her bottles. How impractical grown-ups can be, she said. Here I have, let me see, 8 bottles, and everything could perfectly well have gone into this one that's more than half empty anyway. It's lucky I have a little common sense myself. With these words she pulled the corks out of the bottles and poured all the medicine into one bottle. She shook it vigorously, lifted the bottle to her mouth, and drank 2 good swallows. Annika, who knew that some of the medicine was to be used only to rub on, was a little worried. But, Pippi, she said, how do you know that some of that medicine isn't poison? I'll find out, said Pippi happily. I'll find out by tomorrow at the latest. If I'm still alive, then we'll know that it isn't poison, and the smallest child can drink it. Tommy and Annika thought this over. After a while Tommy said doubtfully in a rather frightened voice, yes, but what if it is poison? Then what? Then you can have what's left in the bottle to polish the dining room furniture with, said Pippi. Poison or not, this medicine was not bought in vain. She took the bottle and put it in the cart, along with the false arm, Tommy's steam engine and popgun, and Annika's doll and a bag with 5 little red candies in it. That was all that was left of the £36. Mr. Nilsson was in the cart too. He was tired and wanted to ride. For that matter, let me tell you that I think it is very good medicine. I feel much better already. I feel especially healthy and happy in my tail, said Pippi and swung her little backside back and forth. Then off she went with the cart, home to Villa Vilicula. Tommy and Annika walked beside her and felt as if they had just a little stomach ache. But only a little bit. 3. Pippi writes a letter and goes to school today, said Tommy. Annika and I wrote a letter to her grandmother. Did you? Said Pippi, stirring something in a kettle with the handle of her umbrella. This is going to be a wonderful dinner, she continued, putting her nose down for a good smell. Boil 1 hour, stirring vigorously, and serve immediately without ginger. What was it you said that you wrote to your grandmother? Yes, answered Tommy, who was sitting, dangling his legs, on Pippi's wood box, and pretty soon we'll be sure to have an answer from her. I never get any letters, complained Pippi. But you never write any either, said Annika. You can't expect to get any unless you write some yourself. And that's just because you won't go to school, said Tommy. You can't ever learn to write if you don't go to school. I can too write, said Pippi. I know a whole lot of letters. Fridolf, who was a sailor on my father's ship, taught me a great many letters. And if I run out of letters I can always fall back on the numbers. Yes sir, I certainly can write, but I don't know what to write about. What do you usually say in letters? Oh, said Tommy. First I usually ask grandmother how she is, and then I tell her I'm feeling well, and then I usually talk a little about the weather and things like that. Today I also told her that I had killed a big rat in her cellar. Pippi stirred and considered. It's a shame that I never get any letters. All other children get them. This state of affairs can't go on. And if I haven't any grandmother to write to me, I'm not so badly off but that I can write to myself. I'll do it at once. She opened the oven door and looked in. There ought to be a pencil in here, if I remember correctly. There was a pencil. Pippi took it out. Then she tore into a big white paper bag and sat down by the kitchen table. She frowned deeply, chewing on the end of her pencil. Don't disturb me. I'm thinking, she said. Tommy and Annika decided to play with Mr. Nilsson while Pippi was writing. They took turns dressing and undressing him. Annika also tried to put him into the little green doll's bed, where he slept. She wanted to play nurse. Tommy was to be the doctor and Mr. Nilsson the sick child. But Mr. Nilsson didn't want to lie still. He persisted in getting out of bed and hopping up and hanging by his tail from the overhead light. Pippi raised her eyes from her writing. Stupid Mr. Nilsson, she said. Sick children don't hang by the tail from the lights in the ceiling. At least not in this country. I've heard it said that they do in South Africa. There they hang a kid up on the overhead light as soon as he gets a little fever, and let him hang there until he gets well again. But we aren't in South Africa now, you ought to realise that. At last Tommy and Annika left Mr. Nilsson and went out to curry the horse. The horse was very happy when they came out on the porch. He nosed around in their hands to see if they had brought him any sugar. They hadn't, but Annika ran right back into the house and got a couple of pieces. Pippi wrote and wrote. At last the letter was ready. She didn't have any envelope, but Tommy ran home for one for her. He gave her a stamp too. Pippi printed her name carefully on the envelope. Miss Longstocking, Villa Vilicula. What does it say in the letter? Asked Annika. How should I know? Said Pippi. I haven't received it yet. Just then the mailman came by Villa Villicola. Well, sometimes one does have good luck, exclaimed Pippi, and meets a mailman just when one needs him. She ran out onto the street. Will you please be so kind as to deliver this to Miss Pippi Longstocking at once? She said. It's urgent. The mailman looked first at the letter and then at Pippi. Aren't you Pippi Longstocking yourself? He asked. Sure. Who did you think I was? The Empress of Abyssinia. But why don't you take the letter yourself? Why don't I take the letter myself? Said Pippi. Should I be delivering the letter myself? No, that's going too far. Do you mean to say that people have to deliver their letters themselves nowadays? What do we have mailmen for, then? We might as well get rid of them. I've never in my life heard anything so foolish. No, my lad, if that's the way you do your work, they'll never make a postmaster out of you, you can be sure of that. The mailman decided it was just as well to do what she wished, so he dropped the letter in the mailbox at Villa Villicola. It had scarcely landed before Pippi eagerly pulled it out again. Oh, how curious I am, she said to Tommy and Annika. This is the first letter I ever got in my life. All three children sat down on the porch steps, and Pippi slit open the envelope. Tommy and Annika looked over her shoulder and read, Darling Pippi, I certainly hope you are not sick. It would be too bad for you to be sick. Myself I am just thin. There is zero wrong with the weather either. Yesterday Tommy killed one big rat. Yes, that is what he did. Best wishes for Pippi. Oh, said Pippi, delighted, it says exactly the same things in my letter that it does in the one you wrote to your grandmother, Tommy. So you can be sure it is a real letter. I'll keep it as long as I live. She put the letter in the envelope and the envelope in one of the little drawers in the big chest in the parlour. Tommy and Annika thought it was almost more fun than anything to be allowed to look at all the treasures in Pippi's chest. Every now and then Pippi would give them a little present from the chest, and still the drawers were never empty. Anyway, said Tommy when Pippi had put away the letter, there were an awful lot of words spelled wrong in it. Yes, you really ought to go to school and learn to write a little better, said Annika. Thank you, said Pippi. I went once for a whole day and I got so much learning that it's still plopping around in my head. But we're going to have a picnic someday soon, said Annika. The whole class. Alas, said Pippi, biting one of her braids. Alas. And of course I can't come just because I don't go to school. Seems as if people think they can treat you just any way if you haven't been to school and learned multiplication. Multiplication, said Annika emphatically. Yes, isn't it what I said? Multiplication. We're going to walk about 7 miles way out into the woods. And then we're going to play there, said Tommy. Alas, said Pippi once again. The next day was so warm and beautiful that all the school children in the little town found it very hard to sit still in their seats. The teacher opened all the windows and let the sun come streaming in. Just outside the school window stood a birch tree, and high up in it sat a little starling, singing so cheerily that the children just listened to him and didn't care at all that 9 times 9 equals 81. Suddenly Tommy jumped up in amazement. Look, teacher, he cried, pointing out of the window, there's Pippi. All the children turned to look and, sure enough, there sat Pippi on a branch of the birch tree. She was sitting very close to the window, for the branch reached almost down to the windowsill. Hi, teacher, she cried. Hi, kids. Good morning, little Pippi, said teacher. Once Pippi had come to school for a whole day, so teacher knew her very well. Pippi and teacher had agreed that Pippi might come back to school when she grew a little older and more sensible. What do you want, little Pippi? Asked teacher. Oh, I was just going to ask you to throw a little clarification out of the window, said Pippi, as much as would be necessary for me to be allowed to go to the picnic with you. And if you have discovered any new letters, you might throw them out at the same time. Don't you want to come in for a little while? Asked teacher. I'd rather not, said Pippi honestly, leaning back comfortably on the branch. I just get dizzy. The knowledge in there is so thick you can cut it with a knife. But don't you think, teacher, she continued hopefully, that a little of that knowledge might fly out through the window and stick to me just enough so that I could go with you on the picnic? It might, said teacher, and then went on with the arithmetic lesson. All the children thought it was very pleasant to have Pippi sitting in a tree outside. She had given them all candy and toys that day when she went shopping. Pippi had Mr. Nilsson with her, of course, and the children thought it was fun to see how he threw himself from one branch to another. Sometimes he even hopped down into the window, and once he took a long jump and landed right on Tommy's head and began to scratch his hair. But then teacher told Pippi she'd have to call Mr. Nilsson, because Tommy was just going to figure out how much 315 divided by 7 is, and you can't do that when you have a monkey in your hair. But anyway, lessons just wouldn't go right that morning. The spring sunshine, the starling, and Pippi and Mr. Nilsson, all this was just too much for the children. I don't know what's got into you, children, said teacher. Do you know what, teacher? Said Pippi out in the tree. To tell the truth, I don't think this is the right kind of a day for plutfication. We're doing division, said teacher. On this kind of day you shouldn't have any kind of shun, said Pippi, unless of course it's recreation. Teacher gave up. Maybe you can furnish some recreation, Pippi, she said. No, I'm not very good at recreation, said Pippi, suddenly hanging over the branch by her knee joints so that her red braids almost touched the ground. But I know a school where they don't have anything but recreation. All day recreation is what it says on the school program. Is that so? Said teacher. And where is that school? In Australia, said Pippi. In a little village in Australia. Way down in the southern part. She sat up on the branch again, and her eyes began to sparkle. What kind of recreation do they have? Asked teacher. Oh, all kinds, said Pippi. Usually they begin by jumping out of the window, one after another. Then they give a terrific yell and rush into the schoolroom again and skip around on the seats as fast as ever they can. But what does their teacher say then? Asked teacher. She, said Pippi. Oh, she skips too faster than anyone else. Then the children usually fight for half an hour or so, and the teacher stands near and cheers them on. When the weather is rainy, all the kids take off their clothes and rush out into the rain and dance and jump. The teacher plays a march on the organ for them so that they can keep time. Some of them stand under the rain spout so that they can have a real shower. Do they indeed? Said teacher. They certainly do, said Pippi, and it's an awfully good school, one of the better ones in Australia. But it is very far down in the south. Yes, I can imagine so, said teacher. But I don't think we'll have as much fun as all that in this school. Too bad, said Pippi. If it was only a matter of skipping around on the seats I'd dare to come in for a while. You'll have to wait to skip until we have the picnic, said teacher. Oh, may I really go to the picnic? Cried Pippi, and was so happy that she turned a somersault backward right out of the tree. I'll certainly write and tell them about that in Australia. Then they can keep on with their recreation as much as they want to, because a picnic is certainly more fun. 4. Pippi goes to the school picnic. There was a tramping of many feet on the ground, and much talk and laughter. There was Tommy with a knapsack on his back, and Annika in a brand new cotton dress, and their teacher and all their classmates except one poor child, who had the misfortune to get a sore throat on the very day of the picnic. And there in front of all the others was Pippi, riding on her horse. Back of her sat Mr. Nilsson, with his pocket mirror in his hand. Yes, there he sat, making sun cats with the mirror and looking extraordinarily pleased when he managed to put a sun cat right in Tommy's eye. Annika had been absolutely sure it would rain on this important day. In fact, she had been so sure of it that she had almost been angry at the weather in advance. But just think how lucky you can be. Sometimes the sun continued to shine just as usual, even if it was picnic day, and Annika's heart almost jumped for joy as she walked along the road in her brand new cotton dress. For that matter, all the children looked happy and eager. Pussy willows were growing everywhere along the roadside, and in one place there was a whole field of wild flowers. All the children decided to pick big bunches of pussy willows and bouquets of yellow wild flowers on the way home. Such a glorious, glorious day, said Annika with a sigh, looking up at Pippi, who sat on her horse as straight as a general. Yes, I haven't had so much fun since I fought with the champion boxer in San Francisco, said Pippi. Would you like to ride a little while? Annika would indeed, so Pippi lifted her up onto the horse's back, and there she rode, right in front of Pippi. When the other children saw her, of course they all wanted to ride too, and Pippi let them, each in turn. But Tommy and Annika were allowed to ride a little longer than most of the others. There was one girl who had a blister on her heel. She was allowed to sit behind Pippi and ride all the way. Mr. Nilsson pulled her braids whenever he could get hold of them. The picnic was to be held in a wood which was called the Monsters Forest, probably Pippi thought, because it was so monstrously beautiful. When they were almost there, Pippi jumped out of the saddle, patted her horse, and said, "Now you've carried us for such a long time that you must be tired. It isn't right for one person to do all the work. and she lifted the horse up in her strong arms and carried him until they came to a little clearing in the woods, and Teacher said, "We'll stop here." Pippi looked around and screamed, "Come out now, all you monsters, and let's see who is the strongest." Teacher explained that there were no monsters in the woods, and Pippi was much disappointed. A forest of monsters without any monsters. What will folks think of next? Soon they'll invent fires without any fire, and a Christmas tree gift party without any Christmas tree, just out of stinginess. But on the day they begin having candy stores without any candy, I'll go and tell them a thing or two. Oh, well, I'll have to be a monster myself, I suppose. I don't see any other way out of it. She let out such a terrific roar that Teacher had to hold her hands over her ears, and several of the children were scared almost to death. "Oh, yes, we'll play that Pippi is a monster," cried Tommy, enchanted, and clapped his hands. All the children thought that was a fine idea. The monster then went into a deep crevice between the rocks, which was to be its den, and all the children ran around outside, teasing and yelling, "Stupid, stupid monster, stupid, stupid monster." Out rushed the monster, bellowing and chasing the children, who ran in all directions to hide. Those who were captured were dragged home to the den in the rocks, and the monster said they were to be cooked for dinner. Sometimes they managed to escape while the monster was out hunting for more children, although in order to get away they had to climb up a steep rock, and that was hard work. There was only one little pine tree to get hold of, and it was difficult to know where to put one's feet. But it was very exciting, and the children thought it was the best game they had ever played. Teacher lay in the green grass, reading a book and casting a glance at the children every now and then. "That's the wildest monster I ever saw," she mumbled to herself. And it certainly was. The monster jumped around and bellowed and threw 3 or 4 boys over its shoulder at once and dragged them down into the den. Sometimes the monster climbed furiously up into the highest treetops and skipped from branch to branch, just as if it were a monkey. Sometimes it threw itself upon the horse's back and chased a whole crowd of children who were trying to escape through the trees. With the horse still in full gallop, the monster would lean down from the saddle, snatch up the children, place them in front of itself on the horse, and gallop madly back to the den, yelling, "Now I'm going to cook you for dinner." It was such fun, the children thought they'd never want to stop. But suddenly everything was quiet, and when Tommy and Annika came running to see what was the matter, they found the monster sitting on a stone with a very strange expression on its face, looking at something in its hand. "He's dead. Look, he's absolutely dead," said the monster. It was a little baby bird that was dead. It had fallen out of the nest and killed itself. "Oh, what a shame," said Annika. The monster nodded. "Pippi, you're crying," said Tommy suddenly. "Crying? Me?" said Pippi. "Of course I'm not crying." "Yes, but your eyes are all red," insisted Tommy. "My eyes red?" said Pippi, and borrowed Mr. Nils' son's pocket mirror to see. "Do you call it red? Then you ought to have been with Father and me in Batavia. There was a man there whose eyes were so red that the police refused to allow him on the streets." "Why?" asked Tommy. "Because people thought he was a stop sign, of course. And there was a dreadful traffic jam every time he came out." "Red eyes? Me? No sir-ee, you needn't think I'd cry for a little scrap of a bird like this," said Pippi. "Stupid, stupid monster. Stupid, stupid monster." From all directions the children came running to see where the monster was hiding. The monster took the little scrap of a bird and laid it down very carefully on a bed of soft moss. "If I could, I'd bring you to life again," she said with a deep sigh. Then she let out a terrific yell. "Now I'll cook you for dinner," she shrieked. And with happy shouts the children disappeared into the bushes. One of the girls in the class, her name was Ula, lived right near the forest of the monsters. Ola's mother had promised her that she could invite her teacher and her classmates and Pippi, too, of course, for refreshments in the garden. So when the children had played the monster game for a long time, and climbed about among the rocks for a while, and sailed their birch bark boats on a large pool, and seen how many of them dared to jump off a high stone, then Ula said that it must be time to go to her house and have their fruit punch. And Teacher, who had read her book from cover to cover, agreed. She gathered the children together and they left the forest of the monsters. Out on the road they met a man with a wagon load of sacks. They were heavy sacks, and there were many of them, and the man's horse was tired. All of a sudden, one of the wagon wheels went down into the ditch. The man, whose name was Mr. Blomsterland, became terrifically angry. He thought it was the horse's fault. He got out his whip and immediately began to beat the horse fast and furiously. The horse pulled and tugged and tried with all its might to pull the load up onto the road again, but it couldn't do it. Mr. Blomsterland grew angrier and beat harder and harder. Then teacher noticed him and was almost overcome with sympathy for the poor horse. "How can you bear to beat an animal that way?" she said to Mr. Blomsterland. He let the whip rest a moment and spat before he answered. "Don't interfere with what doesn't concern you," said he. "Otherwise it might just happen that I will give you a taste of the whip too, the whole lot of you." He spat once more and picked up the whip again. The poor horse trembled through its whole body. Then something came dashing through the crowd of children like a flash of lightning. It was Pippi. She was absolutely white around the nose, and when Pippi was white around the nose she was angry. Tommy and Anne Nieken knew that. She rushed at Mr. Blomsterland, caught him around the waist, and threw him high up in the air. When he came down, she caught him and threw him up again. 4, 5, 6 times he had to take a trip up into the air. He didn't know what had happened to him. "Help! Help!" he cried, terrified. At last he landed with a thump on the road. He had lost the whip. Pippi went and stood in front of him with her hands on her hips. "You're not to hit that horse anymore. You're not to do it, I tell you." Once down in Cape Town I met another man who was whipping his horse. He had on such a beautiful uniform, that man, and I told him that if he ever whipped his horse again I'd scratch and claw him so that there wouldn't be one single thread left whole in his beautiful uniform. Just imagine, a week later he did whip his horse again. Wasn't it too bad about such a nice uniform? Mr. Blomsterland was still sitting in the road, completely bewildered. "Where are you going with your load?" asked Pippi. Mr. Blomsterland, still frightened, pointed at a cottage a little way down the road. "Home, over there," he said. Then Pippi unhitched the horse, which stood there trembling with weariness and fright. There, little horsey," she said. "Now you'll see another kettle of fish." With it she lifted it up in her strong arms and carried it home to its stall. The horse looked just as astonished as Mr. Blomsterland did. All the children were standing with teacher, waiting for Pippi. And Mr. Blomsterland stood by his load, scratching his head. He didn't know how he was going to get it home. Then Pippi came back. She took one of the big, heavy sacks and hung it on Mr. Blomsterland's back. "There now," said she. "Let's see if you're as good at carrying as you were at whipping." She picked up the whip. "I really ought to give you a few whacks with this, since you seem to be so fond of whippings. But the whip is beginning to wear out," she added and broke off a piece of it. "Completely worn out, sad to say," she continued, and broke the whole whip into tiny pieces. Mr. Blomsterland, with his sack, was trudging along the road without saying a word. He only puffed a little, and Pippi took hold of the wagon shafts and pulled the wagon home for him. "There, that won't cost you a cent," said she when she had deposited the wagon outside Mr. Blomsterland's barn. I was glad to do it. The trips up into the air were free too. Then she went away. Mr. Blomsterland stood staring after her for a long time. 3 cheers for Pippi, cried the children when she came back. Teacher too was much pleased with Pippi and praised her. "That was well done," she said. "We should always be kind to animals and to people too, of course." Pippi sat on her horse, looking perfectly satisfied. "Well, I certainly was good to Mr. Blomsterland, anyway," she said. "All that flying in the air for nothing. That is why we are here," said teacher, "to be good and kind to other people." Pippi stood on her head on the horse's back and waved her legs in the air. "Hey ho," said she, "then why are the other people here?" A large table had been set in Allah's garden. There were so many buns and cakes on it that they made the children's mouths water, and they all hurried to find places at the table. Pippi sat down at one end. The first thing she did was to snatch 2 buns and cram them into her mouth. She looked like a cherub with her puffed out cheeks. "Pippi, it is customary to wait until one is invited to have something," said teacher reproachfully. "Oh, you don't need to stand on money on my account," said Pippi with her mouth full. "I don't mind if everything is informal." Just then Allah's mother came up to Pippi. She had a pitcher of fruit punch in one hand and a pot of chocolate in the other. "Punch or chocolate?" she asked. "Punch and chocolate," said Pippi. "I'll send punch after one bun and chocolate after the other." Without waiting to be urged, she took from Allah's mother both punch pitcher and the chocolate pot and drank a deep draught from each. "She has been at sea all her life," teacher explained in a whisper to Allah's mother, who looked much astonished. "Oh, I see." She nodded and decided to pay no attention to Pippi's bad manners. "Will you have molasses cookies?" she asked and passed the plate of them to Pippi. Well, it looks as if I would, said Pippi, giggling happily at her own joke. To be sure, you didn't have very good luck cutting them out, but I hope they'll taste good anyway, she continued, taking a handful. Suddenly she noticed some pretty pink cakes a little way down on the table. She pulled Mr. Nelson lightly by the tail. Look, Mr. Nelson, skip over and get me one of those pink thingamajigs. You might as well take 2 or 3 while you're about it. And Mr. Nelson dashed away, right across the table so that the punch glasses splashed over. I hope you have had enough, asked Ulla's mother when Pippi came up to say thank you after the party. No, I haven't. I'm thirsty, said Pippi, scratching her ear. Well, we didn't have so very much to treat you on, said Ulla's mother. No, but at least you had something, said Pippi pleasantly. After this, teacher decided to have a little talk with Pippi about her behavior. Listen, little Pippi, she said in a friendly voice, you want to be a really fine lady when you grow up, don't you? You mean the kind with a veil on her nose and 3 double chins under it? Asked Pippi. I mean a lady who always knows how to behave and is always polite and well-bred. You want to be the kind of lady, don't you? It's worth thinking about, said Pippi, but you see, teacher, I had just about decided to be a pirate when I grew up. She thought a while. But don't you think, teacher, one could be a pirate and a really fine lady too? Because then, teacher didn't think one could. Oh dear, which one shall I decide on? Said Pippi unhappily. Teacher said that whatever Pippi decided to do when she grew up, it would not hurt her to learn how to behave because Pippi's behavior at the table was really impossible. To think it should be so hard to know how to behave. Pippi sighed. Can't you tell me the most important rules? Teacher did the best she could, and Pippi listened attentively. One mustn't help oneself until one was invited. One mustn't take more than 1 cake at a time. One mustn't eat with a knife. One mustn't scratch oneself while talking with other people. One mustn't do this and one mustn't do that. Pippi nodded thoughtfully. I'll get up an hour earlier every morning and practice, she said, so I'll get the hang of it in case I decide not to be a pirate. Now teacher said it was time to go home. All the children stood in line except Pippi. She sat still on the lawn with a tense face, as if she were listening to something. What's the matter, little Pippi? Asked teacher. Teacher, said Pippi, does a really fine lady's stomach ever rumble? She sat quiet, still listening. Because if it doesn't, she said at last, I might just as well decide to be a pirate. 5. Pippi goes to the fair. Once every year a fair was held in the little town, and all the children were simply wild with joy that anything so nice could happen. The town looked quite different on fair day. There were big crowds in the streets, flags were flying, and in the marketplace were booths, where you could buy the most wonderful things. There was so much commotion that it was exciting just to walk in the streets. Best of all, down by the city gate there was a carnival, with a merry-go-round and shooting galleries, and a tent show and all kinds of other jolly things. And there was a menagerie with all sorts of wild animals, tigers and giant snakes and monkeys and trained seals. You could stand outside the menagerie and hear the strangest growling and roaring you ever heard in all your life, and if you had money you could, of course, go in and see everything too. No wonder that even the bow in Annika's hair trembled with excitement when she had finished dressing the morning of the fair, or that Tommy swallowed his cheese sandwich almost whole. Tommy's and Annika's mother asked them if they didn't want to go to the fair with her, but they squirmed and wiggled and said if she didn't mind, they would rather go with Pippi. For you see, explained Tommy to Annika as they ran through the garden gate at Villa Villicola, I think more funny things will happen where Pippi is. Annika thought so too. Pippi was all dressed up and standing right in the middle of the kitchen floor, waiting for them. She had at last found her big cartwheel hat in the woodshed. I forgot that I used it to carry wood in the other day, she said, and pulled the hat down over her eyes. Don't I look nice? Tommy and Annika had to admit that she did. She had blackened her eyebrows with a piece of charcoal and had painted her lips and her nails red, and then she had put on a very fine evening dress that reached to the floor. It was cut low in the back and showed her red flannel underwear. Her big black shoes stuck out from under her skirt, and they were even finer than usual, for she had tied on them the big green rosettes she wore only on special occasions. I think one should look like a really fine lady when one goes to the fair, she said, and she tripped down the road as daintily as was possible in such big shoes. She lifted up the edge of her skirt and, holding it away from her, said in a voice that didn't sound at all like her own, Charming, charming. What is it that's so charming? Asked Tommy. Me, said Pippi happily. Tommy and Annika thought that everything was charming when there was a fair in town. It was charming to mingle with the crowd and to go from one booth to another on the square and look at all the things displayed there. Pippi bought a red silk scarf for Annika as a souvenir of the fair, and for Tommy a visor cap which he had always longed for but which his mother didn't want him to have. In another booth Pippi bought 2 glass bells filled with pink and white candies. "Oh, how kind you are, Pippi," said Annika, hugging her bell. "Oh, yes, charming," said Pippi. "Charming," she said, lifting her skirt gracefully. A stream of people moved slowly down the street from the square to the carnival. Pippi, Tommy, and Annika went along. "Gee, isn't this great?" said Tommy. The organ grinder played, the merry-go-round went round and round, the people laughed joyously. The dart throwing and china breaking were in full swing. People crowded around the shooting galleries to show their skill. "I'd like to look a little closer at that," said Pippi and pulled Tommy and Annika with her to a shooting gallery. Just then there was no one at that particular gallery, and the lady who was supposed to be handing out guns and taking in money was cross. She didn't think 3 children would make very good customers, and so she paid no attention to them. Pippi looked at the target with great interest. It was a cardboard man with a round face, dressed in a blue coat. Right in the middle of his face was a red nose, which you were supposed to hit. If you couldn't hit his nose, you should at least come close to it. Shots that didn't hit his face weren't counted. It annoyed the lady to see the children standing there. She wanted customers who could both shoot and pay. "Are you still hanging around here?" she said angrily. "No," said Pippi seriously. "We're sitting in the middle of the square cracking nuts." "What are you glaring at?" asked the lady, still more angrily. "Are you waiting for someone to come and shoot?" "No," said Pippi. "We're waiting for you to start turning somersaults." Just then a customer came up, a very fine gentleman with a big chain over his stomach. He took a gun and weighed it in his hand. "I think I'll take a few shots just to show how it's done," he said. He looked around to see if he had any audience, but there was no one except Pippi, Tommy, and Annika. "Look here, children," he said. "Watch me and I'll give you your first lesson in the art of shooting." He lifted the gun to his cheek. The first shot was way off, the second shot also, the third and fourth, still farther from the nose. The 5th shot hit the cardboard man on the bottom of his chin. "The gun's no good," said the fine gentleman and threw it down. Pippi picked it up and loaded it. "My, how well you shoot," she said. "Another time I'll shoot just as you taught us, and not like this. Hang, 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 hang." 5 shots had hit the cardboard man right in the middle of his nose. Pippi gave the lady a gold coin and walked off. The merry-go-round was so marvellous that Tommy and Annika held their breath in awe when they saw it. There were black and white and brown wooden horses to ride on. They had real manes and tails and looked almost alive. They also had saddles and reins. You could choose any horse you wanted. Pippi bought a whole gold coin's worth of tickets. She got so many there was hardly room for them in her big purse. "If I had given them another gold coin, I think I would have got the whole whirling thingamajig," she said to Tommy and Annika, who stood waiting for her. Tommy decided on a black horse, and Annika took a white one. Pippi placed Mr. Nilsson on a black horse that looked very wild. Mr. Nilsson immediately began to scratch the horse's mane to see if it had fleas. "Is Mr. Nilsson going to ride the merry-go-round too?" asked Annika, surprised. "Of course," said Pippi. "If I'd thought about it I would have brought my horse too. He really needed a bit of entertainment, and a horse who rides on a horse that would have been really horsey." Pippi threw herself into the saddle of a brown horse, and the next second the merry-go-round started, and the music played "Do You Remember Our Childhood Days," with all their jolly fun. Tommy and Annika thought it was wonderful to ride the merry-go-round, and Pippi looked as though she were enjoying herself too. She stood on her head on her horse with her legs straight up in the air. Her long evening dress fell down around her neck. The people who were watching saw only a red flannel shirt and a pair of green pants, and Pippi's long, thin legs with one black and one brown stocking, and her large black shoes playfully waving back and forth. "That's the way a really fine lady rides the merry-go-round," exclaimed Pippi at the end of the first ride. The children rode the merry-go-round a whole hour, but at last Pippi was dizzy and said that she saw 3 merry-go-rounds instead of 1. "It's so hard to decide which one to ride on," she said, "so I think we'll go some other place." She had a whole lot of tickets left, and these she gave to some little children who hadn't ridden at all because they didn't have any money for tickets. Outside a tent nearby, a man was shouting, "New show starts in 5 minutes. Don't miss this wonderful opportunity to see the murder of the Countess Aurora, or who's sneaking around in the bushes. Right this way, folks. Right this way for the big show. If there's someone sneaking around in the bushes, we'll have to go in and find out who it is, and it immediately, said Pippi to Tommy and Annika. Come on, let's go in. She walked up to the ticket window. Can't I go in for half price if I promise to look with just one eye? She asked with a sudden attack of economy. But the ticket seller wouldn't hear of anything like that. I don't see any bushes, and no one to sneak around in them either, said Pippi disgustedly when she and Tommy and Annika had seated themselves on the front bench. It hasn't started yet, said Tommy. Just then the curtain went up, and the Countess Aurora was seen walking back and forth on the stage. She wrung her hands and looked worried. Pippi followed every move with breathless interest. She must feel sad, she said to Tommy and Annika, or maybe she has a safety pin that is sticking her someplace. Countess Aurora was feeling sad. She raised her eyes to the ceiling and said in a plaintive voice, "Is there anyone as unhappy as I? My children taken away from me, my husband disappeared, and I myself surrounded by villains and bandits who want to kill me. Oh, how terrible it is to hear this," said Pippi, whose eyes were getting red. "I wish I were dead already," said the Countess Aurora. Pippi burst out crying. "Please don't talk like that," she sniffled. "Things will be brighter for you. The children will find their way home, and you can always get another husband. There are so many me, she gasped between her sobs. The manager of the show, the one who had stood outside, came up to Pippi and told her that if she didn't keep absolutely quiet, she would have to leave the theatre at once. "I'll try," said Pippi, wiping her eyes. The play was terribly exciting. Tommy sat through it all, twisting and turning his cap from sheer nervousness. Annika held her hands tightly clasped in her lap. Pippi's bright eyes didn't leave Countess Aurora a minute. Things were growing worse and worse for the poor Countess. She walked in the palace garden, suspecting nothing. Suddenly there was a loud cry. It was Pippi. She had seen a man hiding behind a tree, and he didn't look like a kind man. Countess Aurora must have heard something rustling, for she said in a frightened voice, "Who's sneaking around in the bushes?" "I can tell you," said Pippi excitedly. "It's a horrible man with a black mustache. Run into the woodshed and lock the door quickly." The manager came up to Pippi and said she would have to leave at once, and leave the Countess Aurora alone with that horrid man. "You don't know me, mister," answered Pippi. On the stage the play went on. Suddenly the horrid man sprang from the bushes and threw himself at the Countess Aurora. "Ha! Your last hour has come," he hissed. "Oh, it has it?" cried Pippi. "We'll see about that." And with one jump she was on the stage. Grabbing the villain around the waist, she threw him across the footlights onto the floor of the auditorium. She was still crying. "How can you?" she sobbed. "What have you against the Countess anyway? Remember that her children and her husband have left her and she's all one." She went up to the Countess, who had sunk down on the garden seat, completely exhausted. "You can come and live with me in Villa Villicola if you want to," Pippi said comfortingly. Sobbing loudly, Pippi stumbled out of the theatre, followed by Tommy and Annika and the manager. He shook his fist after Pippi, but the people in the audience clapped their hands and thought she had given a good show. Outside, Pippi blew her nose and, quickly regaining her composure, said, "Come, we'll have to cheer up. This was too sad." "The menagerie," said Tommy. "We haven't been to the menagerie." On their way to the menagerie they stopped at a sandwich stand, and Pippi bought 6 sandwiches for each of them and 3 big bottles of soda pop. "Crying always makes me so hungry," explained Pippi. There were many things to see inside the menagerie: an elephant and 2 tigers in a cage, and several large trained seals that were throwing a ball to one another, and a whole lot of monkeys, and a hyena and 2 giant snakes. Pippi took Mr. Nelson over to the monkey cage so that he could speak to his relatives. An old chimpanzee sat there, looking very sad. "Come on, Mr. Nelson," said Pippi, "speak up nicely now. I imagine this is your grandfather's cousin's and mother-in-law's nephew." Mr. Nelson doffed his straw hat and spoke as politely as he knew how, but the chimpanzee didn't bother to answer. The 2 giant snakes lay in a big box. Every hour the beautiful snake charmer, Mademoiselle Paula, took them from their box and did an act with them on the stage. The children were lucky, for they came in just in time for the performance. Annika was so afraid of snakes that she held tightly to Pippi's arm. Mademoiselle Paula lifted one of the snakes up, a big, ugly thing, and put it around her neck like a scarf. "That looks like a boa constrictor," whispered Pippi to Tommy and Annika. "I wonder what kind the other is." She went over to the box and lifted up the other snake. It was still larger and uglier. Pippi put it around her neck just as Mademoiselle Paula had done. All the people in the menagerie cried out in horror. Mademoiselle Paula threw her snake into the box and rushed over to try to save Pippi from certain death. Pippi's snake was frightened and angry from the noise, and he couldn't at all understand why he should be hanging around the neck of a little red-headed girl instead of around Mademoiselle Paula's neck as he was used to doing. He decided to teach the little red-headed girl a lesson and contracted his body in a grip that would ordinarily choke an ox. "Don't try that old trick on me," said Pippi. "I've seen larger snakes than you know, in farthest India." She pulled the snake away from her throat and put him back into the box. Tommy and Annika stood there, pale with fright. "That was a boa constrictor too," said Pippi, fastening one of her garters that had come loose, "just as I thought." Mademoiselle Paula scolded her for several minutes in some foreign language, and all the people in the menagerie drew a long breath in relief, but their relief was short-lived, for this was evidently a day when things happened. Afterward, no one knew just how the next thing had happened. The tigers had been fed large red chunks of meat, and the keeper said he was sure he had locked the door of the cage, but a minute later a terrible cry was heard, "A tiger is loose." It was. There, outside the cage, lay the yellow striped beast, ready to spring. The people fled in all directions, all but one little girl who stood squeezed into a corner right next to the tiger. "Stand perfectly still," the people called to her. They hoped the tiger would not touch her if she didn't move. "What shall we do?" they cried, wringing their hands. "Run for the police," someone suggested. "Call the fire department," cried another. "Bring Pippi Longstocking," cried Pippi, and stepped forward. She squatted a couple of yards from the tiger and called to him. "Pussy, pussy, pussy." The tiger growled ferociously and showed his enormous teeth. Pippi held up a warning finger. "If you bite me, I'll bite you. You can be sure of that." Then the tiger sprang right at her. "What's this? Don't you understand a joke?" cried Pippi and pushed the tiger away. With a loud snarl that made cold shivers go up and down everyone's back, the tiger threw himself at Pippi a second time. You could plainly see that he intended to bite her throat. "So you want to fight, eh?" said Pippi. "Well, just remember that it was you who started it." With one hand she pressed together the huge jaws of the tiger, picked him up, and, cradling him in her arms, tenderly carried him back to the cage, singing a little song. "Have you seen my little pussy? Little pussy, little pussy." The people drew a sigh of relief for a second time, and the little girl who had stood squeezed into the corner ran to her mother and said she never wanted to go to a menagerie again. The tiger had torn the hem of Pippi's dress. Pippi looked at the rags and said, "Does anyone have a pair of scissors?" Mademoiselle Paula had a pair, and she wasn't angry with Pippi anymore. "Here you are, you brave little girl," she said, and gave Pippi the scissors. Pippi cut her dress off a few inches above the knees. "There," she said happily. "Now I'm finer than ever. My dress is cut low at the neck and high at the knees. You really couldn't find a finer dress." She tripped off so elegantly that her knees hit each other at each step. "Charming," she said. You would have thought that there had been enough excitement for one day at the fair, but fairs are never very quiet places, and it was soon evident that the people had again drawn their breath in relief too soon. In the little town lived a very bad man, a very strong bad man. All the children were afraid of him, and not only the children but everyone else too. Even the policemen preferred to stay out of the way when the bad man, Laban, was on the warpath. He wasn't angry all the time, only when he had drunk ale, and he had had quite a bit of ale the day of the fair. Yelling and bellowing, he came down Main Street, swinging his huge arms. "Out of the way," he cried, "for here comes Laban." The people anxiously backed up against the walls, and many children cried in terror. There was no policeman in sight. Laban made his way toward the carnival. He was terrible to look at, with his long black hair hanging down over his forehead, his big red nose, and one yellow tooth sticking out of his mouth. The crowd at the carnival thought that he looked even more ferocious than the tiger. A little old man stood in a booth, selling sausages. Laban went up to the booth, struck his fist on the counter, and yelled, "Give me a sausage and be quick about it." The old man gave him a sausage at once. "That will be 15 cents, he said timidly. "Do you charge for a sausage when you serve it to such a fine gentleman as Laban? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Hand over another one." The old man said that first he must have the money for the one that Laban had already eaten. Then Laban took hold of the old man's ears and shook him. "Hand over another sausage," he demanded, "this instant." The old man didn't dare disobey, but the people who stood around couldn't help muttering disapprovingly. One was even brave enough to say, "It's disgraceful to treat a poor old man like that." Laban turned around. He looked at the crowd with his bloodshot eyes. "Did someone sneeze?" he sneered. The crowd sensed trouble and wanted to leave. "Stand still," shouted Laban. "I'll bash in the head of the first one who moves. Stand still, I say, for Laban will now give a little show." He took a whole handful of sausages and began to juggle them. He threw them into the air and caught some of them in his mouth and some in his hands, but several fell on the ground. The poor old sausage man almost cried. Suddenly a little form darted out of the crowd. Pippi stopped right in front of Laban. "Whose little boy can this be?" she asked sweetly. "And what will his mommy say when he throws his breakfast around like this?" Laban gave a terrifying growl. "Didn't I say that everyone should stand still?" he shouted. "Do you always turn on the loudspeaker?" wondered Pippi. Laban raised a threatening fist and yelled, "Rat! Do I have to make hash out of you before you shut up?" Pippi stood with her hands at her sides and looked at him with interest. "What was it you did to the sausages? Was it this?" She threw Laban high up into the air and juggled with him for a few minutes. The people cheered. The old man clapped his little wrinkled hands and smiled. When Pippi had finished, a very much frightened and confused Laban sat on the ground, looking around. "Now I think the bad man should go home," said Pippi. Laban had no objection. "But before you go there are some sausages to be paid for," said Pippi. Laban stood up and paid for 18 sausages, and then he left without a word. He was never quite himself after that day. "3 cheers for Pippi!" cried the people. "Hurrah for Pippi!" cried Tommy and Annika. "We don't need a policeman in this town," somebody said, "as long as we have Pippi Longstocking." "No, sir," said someone else. "She takes care of both tigers and bad men." "Of course we have to have a policeman," said Pippi. "Someone has to see to it that the bicycles stand decently parked in the wrong places." "Oh, Pippi, you were wonderful," said Annika as the children walked home from the fair. "Oh, yes, charming," said Pippi. She held up her skirt which already came only halfway to her knees. "Really, most charming." 6. Pippi is shipwrecked every day. As soon as school was out, Tommy and Annika rushed over to Villa Velicola. They didn't even want to do their homework at their own house but took their books over to Pippi's instead. "That's good," said Pippi. "Sit here and study, and no doubt a little knowledge will soak into me. Not that I really think I need it, but I suppose I can never be a really fine lady unless I know how many Hottentots there are in Australia." Tommy and Annika sat at the kitchen table with their geographies in front of them. Pippi sat in the middle of the table with her legs tucked under her. "Just think," said Pippi thoughtfully, pressing her finger on the end of her nose. "Suppose I did learn how many Hottentots there are in Australia and then one of them should go and get pneumonia and die. My count would be wrong. I would have had all the trouble for nothing, and I still wouldn't be a really fine lady." She thought about it a few minutes. "Someone ought to tell the Hottentots to behave themselves so there wouldn't be any mistakes in your school books." When Tommy and Annika were through with their homework, the fun began. If the weather was nice, they played in the garden, rode horseback a little, or clambered up on the laundry roof and sat there drinking coffee, or climbed up into the old hollow oak tree and let themselves down into the trunk. Pippi said that it was a very remarkable tree, for soda pop grew in it. That seemed to be true, for every time the children climbed down into their hiding place inside the oak, they found 3 bottles of soda pop waiting for them. Tommy and Annika couldn't understand what happened to the empty bottles, but Pippi said they wilted away as soon as they were emptied. Yes, it was indeed a strange tree, thought both Tommy and Annika. Sometimes chocolate bars grew there too, but Pippi said that was only on Thursdays. Tommy and Annika were very careful to go there and pick chocolate bars every Thursday. Pippi said that if you just gave yourself time to water the tree decently, you could probably get French bread to grow there too, and perhaps even a small roast of veal. If it rained they had to stay in the house, and it wasn't bad either. They could look at all the fine things in Pippi's chest, or sit in front of the stove and watch Pippi make waffles or fry apples, or climb into the wood box and sit there listening to Pippi telling exciting stories about the time when she sailed the seas. "Goodness, how it stormed," Pippi would say. "Even the fishes were seasick and wanted to go ashore. I saw a shark that was absolutely green in the face, and an octopus that sat holding his head in all his many arms. My, what a storm that was." "Oh, weren't you afraid, Pippi?" asked Annika. "Yes, just suppose you had been shipwrecked," said Tommy. "Oh, well," said Pippi, I've been more or less shipwrecked so many times that I wasn't exactly afraid, not at first, anyway. I wasn't afraid when the raisins blew out of the fruit soup at dinner, and not when the cook's false teeth blew out either. But when I saw that only the skin was left on the ship's cat, and that he himself was flying off completely naked toward the far east, I began to feel a little unpleasant. I have a book about a shipwreck, said Tommy. It's called Robinson Crusoe. Oh, yes, it's so good, said Annika. Robinson, he came to a desert island. Have you ever been shipwrecked? Asked Tommy, making himself a little more comfortable in the wood box, and landed on a desert island. I should say I have, said Pippi emphatically. You'd have to hunt far and wide to find anyone as shipwrecked as I. Robinson's got nothing on me. I should think that there are only about 8 or 10 islands in the Atlantic and the Pacific that I have not landed on after shipwrecks. They are in a special blacklist in the tourists' books. Isn't it wonderful to be on a desert island? Asked Tommy. I'd so much like to be shipwrecked just once. That's easily arranged, said Pippi. There's no shortage of islands. No, I know one not at all far away from here, said Tommy. Is it in a lake? Asked Pippi. Sure, said Tommy. Swell, said Pippi. For if it had been on dry land it would have been no good. Tommy was wild with excitement. Let's get shipwrecked, he cried. Let's go now, right away. In 2 days Tommy's and Annika's summer vacation was to begin, and at the same time, their mother and father were going away. You couldn't find a better time to play Robinson Crusoe. If you're going to be shipwrecked you first have to have a boat, said Pippi. And we haven't any, said Annika. I saw an old, broken rowboat lying at the bottom of the river, said Pippi. But that has already been shipwrecked, said Annika. So much the better, said Pippi. Then it knows what to do. It was a simple matter for Pippi to pull out the sunken rowboat. She spent a whole day down by the river, mending the boat with boards and tar, and one rainy morning in the woodshed, making a pair of oars. Tommy's and Annika's vacation began, and their parents went away. We'll be home in 2 days, said the children's mother. Now be very good and obedient, and remember that you must do just as Ella says. Ella was the maid, and she was going to look after Tommy and Annika while their mother and father were away. But when the children were alone with Ella, Tommy said, You don't need to look after us at all, because we're going to be with Pippi the whole time. We can look after ourselves, said Annika. Pippi never has anyone to look after her. Why can't we be left alone for 2 days at least? Ella had no objection to having a couple of days off, and when Tommy and Annika had begged and teased long enough, Ella said she would go home and visit with her mother a while. But the children must promise to eat and sleep properly and not run out at night without putting on warm sweaters. Tommy said he would gladly put on a dozen sweaters, if only Ella would leave them alone. So Ella left, and 2 hours later Pippi, Tommy and Annika, the horse, and Mr. Nelson started on their trip to the desert island. It was a mild evening in early summer. The air was warm, although the sky was cloudy. They had to walk quite a way before they came to the lake where the desert island was. Pippi carried the boat on her head. She had loaded an enormous sack and a tent on the horse's back. What's in the sack? Asked Tommy. Food and firearms, a blanket, and an empty bottle, said Pippi, for I think we ought to have quite a comfortable shipwreck, since it's your first one. Otherwise when I'm shipwrecked I usually shoot an antelope or a llama and eat the meat raw, but there might not be any antelopes or llamas on this island, and it would be a shame if we should have to starve to death just on account of a little thing like that. What are you going to use the empty bottle for? Asked Annika. What am I going to use the empty bottle for? How can you ask anything so stupid? A boat is, of course, the most important thing when you're going to be shipwrecked, but next comes an empty bottle. My father taught me that when I was still in the cradle. Pippi, he said, it doesn't matter if you forget to wash your feet when you're going to be presented at court, but if you forget the empty bottle when you're going to be shipwrecked, you might as well give up. Yes, but what are you going to use it for? Insisted Annika. Haven't you ever heard of a bottle letter? You write a letter and ask for help, said Pippi. Then you stuff it in the bottle, put the stopper in, and throw the bottle into the water, and then it floats to someone who can come and save you. How on earth do you think you could be saved otherwise? Leave everything to chance. No, sir. Oh, I see, said Annika. Soon they came to the edge of the little lake, and there in the middle of the lake was the desert island. The sun was just breaking through the clouds, throwing a warm glow over the early summer foliage. Really, said Pippi, this is one of the nicest desert islands I've ever seen. She quickly launched the boat onto the lake, lifted the pack off the horse, and stuffed everything into the bottom of the boat. Annika and Tommy and Mr. Nilsson jumped in. Pippi patted the horse. "My dear horse, no matter how much I would like it, I cannot ask you to sit in the bottom of the boat. I hope you can swim. It's very simple. Look." Pippi jumped into the lake with all her clothes on and swam a few strokes. "It's lots of fun, you know, and if you want to have still more fun you can play whale, like this." Pippi filled her mouth with water, lay on her back, and squirted like a fountain. The horse didn't look as if he thought it would be much fun, but when Pippi crawled into the boat, took the oars, and rowed off, the horse threw himself into the water and swam after her. He didn't play whale, though. When they had almost reached the island, Pippi yelled, "Man all the pumps!" And the next second, in vain. "We'll have to leave the ship. Every man for himself." She stepped up on the back seat of the boat and dived head first into the water. Soon she came up again, took hold of the rope on the boat, and swam for shore. "I have to save the provisions anyway, so the crew might as well stay on board," she said. She tied the rope around a stone and helped Tommy and Annika ashore. Mr. Nilsson rescued himself. "A miracle has happened," cried Pippi. "We are safe, at least for the time being, unless there are cannibals and lions on this island." Even the horse had now reached the island. He got out of the water and shook himself. "Good. Here comes the first mate too," said Pippi. "Let us all hold a council of war." Out of the sack, she took a pistol which she had once found in a sea chest up in the attic. Holding the pistol straight in front of her, ready to fire, she sneaked about, looking carefully in all directions. "What's the matter, Pippi?" asked Annika worriedly. "I thought I heard the growling of a cannibal," said Pippi. "You can never be careful enough. What would be the use of saving yourself from drowning only to be served with stewed vegetables for a cannibal's dinner?" No cannibals were to be seen. "Aha! They have retreated and taken cover," said Pippi. "Or perhaps they are sitting looking through their cookbooks to learn how they could cook us. And I'll tell you this, if they serve me with stewed carrots I'll never forgive them, for I hate carrots." "Oh, Pippi, don't talk like that," said Annika, shivering. "Oh, don't you like carrots either? Well, anyway, let's put up the tent now." Pippi put up the tent in a sheltered place, and Tommy and Annika crept in and out of it and were perfectly happy. A short distance from the tent, Pippi placed some stones in a ring, and on top of these sticks and pine cones. "Oh, how wonderful! Are we going to have a fire?" asked Annika. "Yes, Saggy," said Pippi. She took 2 pieces of wood and started to rub them together. Tommy was much interested. "Oh, Pippi," he said, delighted. "Are you going to make a fire the way they do in the jungles?" "No, but my fingers are cold," said Pippi, "and this is a good way to warm them. Let me see, where did I put the matches?" Soon a bright fire was burning, and Tommy said he thought it was awfully cozy. "Yes, and besides, it will keep the wild animals away," said Pippi. Annika drew in her breath sharply. "What wild animals?" she asked with a tremor in her voice. "The mosquitoes," said Pippi, and thoughtfully scratched a large mosquito bite on her leg. Annika sighed with relief. "Yes, and the lions too, of course," continued Pippi. "I don't think it will help against pythons or against the American buffalo." She patted her pistol. "But don't worry, Annika," she said. "With this I'll surely be able to defend us even if we should be attacked by a field mouse." Then Pippi got out coffee and sandwiches, and the children sat around the fire and ate and enjoyed themselves immensely. Mr. Nilsson sat on Pippi's shoulder and ate too, and the horse stuck out his nose from time to time and got a piece of bread and a lump of sugar. There was also lots of tender green grass for him to eat. The sky was cloudy, and it began to grow dark. Annika moved up as near to Pippi as she could get. The flames threw strange shadows. It seemed as if the darkness were alive outside the little circle that was lighted by the fire. Annika shivered. Just suppose a cannibal was standing behind that bush, or a lion hiding behind the big stone over there. Pippi put down her coffee cup. 15 men on a dead man's chest. Yo, ho, ho. And a bottle of rum, she sang in her deep, hoarse voice. Annika shivered more than ever. "I have that song in another one of my books, a pirate book," said Tommy eagerly. "Really?" said Pippi. "Then it must be Fridolf who wrote that book, for he taught me the song. How often I've sat on the after deck of my father's ship on starlit nights, with the Southern Cross right over my head, and Fridolf beside me, singing. 15 men on a dead man's chest, yo, ho, ho, and a bottle of rum," sang Pippi once more with an even hoarser voice. "Pippi, I feel so funny inside me when you sing like that, said Tommy. It feels so terrible and so wonderful at the same time. It feels almost only terrible inside me, said Annika, but a little wonderful too. I'm going to see when I get big, said Tommy decidedly. I'm going to be a pirate just like you, Pippi. Swell, said Pippi. The terror of the Caribbean. That'll be you and me, Tommy. We'll plunder gold and jewels and precious stones, and we'll have a hiding place for our treasures way in a cave on a desert island in the Pacific Ocean, and 3 skeletons to watch the cave. We'll have a flag with a skull and crossbones, and we'll sing 15 men on a dead man's chest, so that we can hear it from one end of the Atlantic to the other, and all seafaring men will turn pale when they hear us and think about throwing themselves into the sea to avoid our bloody revenge. But what about me? Asked Annika complainingly. I don't dare become a pirate. What'll I do then? Oh, you can come along anyway, said Pip Asterisk, and dusted the grand piano. After a while the fire died down. Time to go to bed, said Pippi. She had put spruce boughs on the ground under the tent, and on top of the spruce boughs several thick blankets. Do you want to sleep with us in the tent? Pippi asked the horse, or would you rather stand out here under a tree with a blanket over you? Oh, so you always feel sick when you sleep in a tent. Okay, just as you like. Pippi gave him a friendly pat. Soon all 3 children and Mr. Nelson lay rolled up in blankets in the tent. Outside the waves lapped against the shore. Hear the ocean breakers, said Pippi dreamily. It was as dark as pitch, and Annika held Pippi's hand, for everything seemed less dangerous then. Suddenly it began to rain. The raindrops splashed on the tent, but inside everything was warm and dry, and it seemed very pleasant to hear the pitter-patter of the raindrops. Pippi went out and put another blanket on the horse. He stood under a thick spruce tree, so he kept pretty dry. Isn't this wonderful? Tommy sighed when Pippi came in again. Sure, said Pippi. And look what I found under a stone, 3 chocolate bars. 3 minutes later Annika was asleep with her mouth full of chocolate and her hand in Pippi's. We forgot to brush our teeth tonight, said Tommy, and then he too fell asleep. When Tommy and Annika woke up, Pippi had disappeared. They hurried to crawl out of the tent. The sun was shining brightly. In front of the tent a new fire was burning and Pippi was squatting by the fire, frying ham and boiling coffee. Congratulations and happy Easter, she called when she saw Tommy and Annika. Oh, it's not Easter now, said Tommy. Isn't it? Save the wish until next year, then, Pippi replied. The good smell of ham and coffee tickled the children's nostrils. They squatted around the fire, and Pippi passed around ham and eggs and potatoes, after which they drank coffee and ate molasses, cookies, and never had a breakfast tasted so wonderful. I think we have it better than Robinson Crusoe, said Tommy. Yes, and if we could only get a little fresh fish for dinner I'm afraid Robinson Crusoe would be green with envy, said Pippi. Ugh, I don't like fish, said Tommy. I don't either, said Annika. But Pippi cut off a long, narrow branch, tied a string to one end, made a hook out of a pin, and put a piece of bread on the hook and herself on a large stone down near the water's edge. Now we'll see, she said. What will you fish for? Asked Tommy. Octopus, said Pippi. That's a delicacy beyond compare. She sat there a whole hour, but no octopus bit. A perch came up and sniffed at the piece of bread, but Pippi quickly drew up the hook. No, thank you, my boy, she said. When I say octopus I mean octopus, and you shouldn't come stealing the bait. After a while Pippi threw the fishbowl into the lake. You were lucky, she said. We'll have to eat pancakes. The octopuses are stubborn today. Tommy and Annika were satisfied. The water glistened invitingly in the sun. Shall we go for a swim? Asked Tommy. Pippi and Annika were game. The water was quite cold. Tommy and Annika stuck their big toes in, but quickly pulled them out again. I know a better way, said Pippi. There was a rock quite near the shore, and on top of the rock was a tree. The branches of the tree stretched themselves out over the water. Pippi climbed up into the tree and tied a rope around a branch. Like this, see? She took hold of the rope, swung herself out, and dropped into the water. You get ducked all over at once, this way, she cried as her head came up out of the water. Tommy and Annika were a little doubtful at first, but it looked like so much fun that they decided to try it, and when they had tried it once they never wanted to stop, for it was even more fun than it looked. Mr. Nelson wanted to try too. He slid down the rope, but just before he reached the water, he turned and scampered back up at a terrific pace. He did this each time, although the children called to him and told him that he was a coward. Then Pippi found that you could sit on a piece of board and slide down into the water, and that was fun too, for it made a terrific splash when you landed. That Robinson Crusoe, did he slide down a piece of board too? I wonder, said Pippi as she sat at the top of the rock ready to take off. No, it doesn't say so in the book, at least, said Tommy. Well, that's what I thought. I don't think there was much to his shipwreck. What did he do all day? Cross-stitch embroidery. Here I come. Pippi slid down into the water, with a red braid streaming out behind her. After their swim the children decided to explore the desert island thoroughly. All three got on the horse, and he jogged off good-naturedly. Uphill and down dale they rode, through the underbrush and between clumps of spruce, through marshes and over pretty little clearings where the grass was thick with wild flowers. Pippi sat with a pistol ready, and from time to time she fired a shot so that the horse jumped high into the air with fright. There, I shot a lion, she said with satisfaction. Or, now that Cannibal has planted his last potato, I think this island should be ours forever, said Tommy when they returned to the camp and Pippi had started to make pancakes. Pippi and Annika thought so too. The pancakes tasted wonderful when you ate them steaming hot. There were no plates and no knives or forks, and Annika asked, may we eat with our fingers? It's all right with me if you do, said Pippi, but for my part I'll stick to the old method of eating with my mouth. Oh, you know what I mean, silly, said Annika. She took a pancake in her hand and put it in her mouth with great enjoyment. And then night came again. The fire burned down. Snuggled close to each other, their faces smeared with pancake, the children lay in their blankets. A big star shone through a crack in the tent. The ocean breakers lulled them to sleep. We have to go home today, said Tommy sadly the next morning. Isn't it a shame, said Annika. I would like to stay here all summer, but Mommy and Daddy are coming home today. After breakfast Tommy went exploring down by the shore. Suddenly he gave a loud cry. The boat. It was gone. Annika was much upset. How would they ever be able to get away from there? She did want to be on the island all summer, but it was different when you knew that you couldn't go home. And what would poor Mommy say when she found that Tommy and Annika had disappeared? Annika's eyes filled with tears when she thought about it. What's the matter with you, Annika? Asked Pippi. What is your idea of a shipwreck anyway? What do you think Robinson Crusoe would have said if a ship had come along and picked him up when he had been on the desert island only 2 days? Here you are, Mr. Crusoe. Please come aboard and be saved and bathed and shaved and get your toenails cut. No, thank you. I think surely Mr. Crusoe would have run and hidden behind a bush. For if you've at last landed on a desert island, you would like to stay there at least 7 years. 7 years. Annika shivered, and Tommy looked thoughtful. Well, I don't mean that we should stay here forever, said Pippi comfortingly. When Tommy has to go to military school, we'll have to let folks know where we are, I guess, but perhaps he can get a year or two's postponement. Annika became more and more desperate. Pippi looked at her searchingly. Well, if you're going to take it like that, there's nothing for us to do but send off the bottle letter. She dug the empty bottle out of the sack. She also managed to find some paper and a pencil. Putting these on a stone in front of Tommy, she said, you know more about the art of writing than I do. But what shall I write? Asked Tommy. Let me think a moment. Pippi pondered. You can write this. Help us before we perish. We have been on this island for 2 days without snuff. Oh, but Pippi, we can't write that, said Tommy reproachfully. It isn't true. What isn't true? We can, write without snuff, said Tommy. Oh, we can't, said Pippi. Have you any snuff? No, said Tommy. Has Annika any snuff? No, of course not, but have I any snuff? Continued Pippi. No, maybe you haven't, said Tommy, but we don't use snuff. Well, that's just what I want you to write. We've been without snuff for 2 days. Yes, but if we write that people will think we use snuff, insisted Tommy. Now look here, Tommy, said Pippi, will you just answer this? What people are more often without snuff, the ones who use it or the ones who don't? The ones who don't, of course, said Tommy. Well, what are you fussing about, then? Asked Pip. Hi, write it as I tell you. So Tommy wrote, help us before we perish, we have been on this island for 2 days without snuff. Pippi took the paper, stuffed it into the bottle, put the stopper in, and threw the bottle into the water. Now we should soon be rescued, she said. The bottle floated off but shortly came to rest, caught in some tree roots near the shore. We'll have to throw it out farther, said Tommy. That would be the most stupid thing we could do, said Pippi. for if it floats far away our rescuers won't know where to look for us. But if it lies here we can call to them when they have found it, and then we'll be rescued right away. Pippi sat down by the shore. It's best that we keep our eyes on the bottle the whole time, she said. Tommy and Annika sat down beside her. After 10 minutes Pippi said impatiently, people must think that we haven't anything else to do but sit here and wait to get rescued. Where can they be, anyway? What people? Asked Annika. The ones who are going to rescue us, said Pippi. It's unforgivable when you consider that human lives are at stake. Annika began to believe that they really were going to perish on the island, but suddenly Pippi raised her finger in the air and cried, "My goodness, but I'm thoughtless. How could I forget it?" "What?" asked Tommy. "The boat," said Pippi. "I carried it up on shore last night after you had gone to sleep." "But why did you do that?" asked Annika reproachfully. "I was afraid that it might get wet," said Pippi. In a jiffy she had fetched the boat, which lay well hidden under a spruce. She shoved it into Flake and said grimly, "There. Now the rescuers can come. For when they come to rescue us they'll come in vain, because now we are rescuing ourselves, and that will just be a good one on them. It will teach them to hurry up the next time. I hope we'll get home before Mommy and Daddy," said Annika when they were in the boat and Pippi was rowing toward shore with strong strokes. "How worried Mommy will be otherwise." "I don't think she will," said Pippi. Mr. and Mrs. Settergren got home half an hour before the children. No Tommy and Annika were in sight, but in the mailbox was a piece of paper on which was printed, "For God's sake don't think your children are dead or lost, they aren't at all, they are ju altal shipwrecked and will soon come home nicewhere. Greetings from Pippi, 7. Pippi gets unexpected company. One summer evening Pippi, Tommy, and Annika sat on the steps of Pippi's porch, eating wild strawberries, which they had picked that morning. It was a lovely evening, with birds singing and the perfume of the flowers and the strawberries. Everything was peaceful. The children ate and said hardly a word. Tommy and Annika were thinking how lovely it was that it was summer and how nice that school wouldn't start for a long time. What Pippi thought about, no one knows. "Pippi, now you have lived here in Villa Villicula a whole year," said Annika suddenly, hugging Pippi's arm. "Yes, time flies and one begins to grow old," said Pippi. "This autumn I'll be 10, and then I guess I'll have seen my best days." "Do you think you will live here always?" asked Tommy. "I mean until you're old enough to become a pirate." "No one knows," said Pippi. "I don't suppose my father will stay on that island forever. As soon as he gets a boat made he'll surely come for me." Tommy and Annika sighed. Suddenly Pippi sat upright on the steps. "Look, there he comes now," she exclaimed, pointing toward the gate. She covered the garden walk in 3 leaps. Tommy and Annika followed her hesitatingly, just in time to see her throw herself on the neck of a very fat gentleman, with a short red moustache and blue sailor pants. "Papa Ephraim!" cried Pippi, waving her legs so eagerly as she hung around his neck that her big shoes fell off. "Papa Ephraim, how you have grown! Pippilotta delicatessa window shade, Macrillman, Ephraim's daughter Longstocking, my beloved child. I was just going to say that you have grown." "I knew that," said Pippi. "That's why I said it first." "Ha, ha, my child, are you just as strong as you used to be?" "Stronger," said Pippi. "Shall we lock arms?" "Go ahead," said Papa Ephraim. There was a table in the garden, and there Pippi and her father sat down to lock arms while Tommy and Annika looked on. There was only one person in the world who was as strong as Pippi, and that was her father. There they sat, bending with all their might, but neither succeeded in bending the other's arm. At last Captain Longstocking's arm began to tremble a little, and Pippi said, "When I'm 10 I'll bend your arm, Papa Ephraim." Papa Ephraim thought so too. "Oh, my goodness," said Pippi. "I forgot all about introducing you. This is Tommy and Annika, and this is my father, the Captain and His Majesty, Ephraim Longstocking, because you are a cannibal king, aren't you, Papa?" "That's right," said Captain Longstocking. "I am king over the Kerdudut natives on an island known as the Kerdudut Island. I floated ashore there after I had blown into the water, you remember. Well, that's just what I knew all along. I never believed that you were drowned." "Drowned? I should say not. It's just as impossible for me to drown as for a camel to thread a needle. I float on my fat." Tommy and Annika looked at Captain Longstocking wonderingly. "Why aren't you wearing Cannibal King clothes?" asked Tommy. "Oh, I have them here in my bag," said Captain Longstocking. "Oh, put them on, please put them on," cried Pippi. "I want to see my father in royal robes." They all went into the kitchen. Captain Longstocking disappeared into Pippi's bedroom, and the children sat on the woodbox, waiting. "It's just like at the theatre," said Annika, excitedly. Then pang! The door opened and there stood the cannibal king. He had a grass skirt around his middle, and on his head he wore a crown of gold. Around his neck hung many strands of big coloured beads. In one hand he held a spear, and in the other a shield. Under the grass skirt a couple of fat, hairy legs stuck out, with thick gold bracelets on the ankles. "A samkusser musser filibusser," said Captain Longstocking, frowning threateningly. "Oh, he speaks native language," said Tommy, delighted. "What does that mean, Uncle Ephraim?" "It means, tremble, my enemies." "Listen, Papa Ephraim," said Pippi. "Weren't the natives surprised when you floated ashore on their island?" "Yes, terribly surprised," answered Captain Longstocking. "First they wanted to eat me, but when I had torn down a palm tree, with my bare hands they changed their minds and made me king. After that I ruled in the mornings and built my boat in the afternoons. It took a long time to finish it, as I had to do everything all by myself. It was just a little sailboat, of course. When it was finished I told the natives I had to leave them for a little while, but that I would soon come back and then I would have a princess with me, whose name was Pip-Pilota. Then they beat on their shields and shouted, "Asumpluser, Asumpluser." "What does that mean?" asked Annika. "It means, bravo, bravo." Then I ruled hard for 2 weeks so that it would last during the whole time I was away. And then I set sail, and the natives cried, "Asamkura Kasumkara." That means, "Come back soon, fat white chief." Then I steered straight for South Arabia, and what do you think was the first thing I saw when I jumped ashore there? My old faithful schooner, the Hawk Toad, and my faithful old Fridolf, standing by the rail and waving with all his might. "Fridolf," I said, "now I will take command." Aye, Captain," he said, and so I did. The whole old crew was there, and now the Hawk Toad is down here in the harbour so you can go and see all your old friends, Pippi. Pippi was so happy that she stood on her head on the kitchen table, kicking her legs. But Tommy and Annika couldn't help feeling a little sad. It was just as if someone were trying to take Pippi away from them, they thought. "Now we'll celebrate," cried Pippi as she came down on her feet again. "Now we'll celebrate, so that the whole house shakes." And then she dished up a big supper, and everyone sat down at the kitchen table to eat. Pippi gobbled up 3 hard-boiled eggs with the shells on. From time to time she bit her papa's ear, just because she was so happy to see him. Mr. Nelson, who had been sleeping, suddenly came running out and rubbed his eyes in surprise when he saw Captain Longstocking. "Well, I see you still have Mr. Nelson," said Captain Longstocking. "You bet, and I have another pet too," said Pippi, and went out and fetched the horse, who also got a boiled egg to chew on. Captain Longstocking was very glad that his daughter had settled herself so comfortably in Villa Kula, and he was glad that she had had her suitcase of gold coins, so that she had not been in need while was away. When everyone had eaten, Captain Longstocking took a tom-tom out of his bag. It was one of those the natives used to beat time on for their dances and sacrificial feasts. Captain Longstocking sat down on the floor and beat on the drum. It sounded strange, weird, different from anything that Tommy and Annika had ever heard. "Native-ish," explained Tommy to Annika. Pippi took off her big shoes and danced in her stocking feet, a dance that also was weird. Then King Ephraim danced a wild war dance that he had learned on Kerdadut Island. He swung his spear and waved his shield wildly, and his naked feet stomped so hard Pippi cried, "Look out you don't break through the kitchen floor." "That doesn't matter," cried Captain Longstocking and whirled along. "For now you are going to be a cannibal princess, my darling daughter." Pippi jumped up and danced with her papa, danced back and forth facing each other, yelling and shouting, and from time to time leaping high into the air, so that Tommy and Annika were dizzy just from watching them. Mr. Nelson must have become dizzy too, for he sat and held his hands over his eyes the whole time. By and by the dance turned into a wrestling match between Pippi and her father. Captain Longstocking threw his daughter so that she landed on the hat shelf, but she didn't stay there long. With a wild cry she leaped across the kitchen and landed right on Papa Ephraim, and the next second had tossed him so that he flew like a meteor, head first into the wood box. His fat legs stuck right up in the air. He couldn't get out by himself, for in the first place he was too fat, and in the second place he was laughing so hard. A rumbling like thunder came from the wood box. Pippi took hold of his feet to pull him up, but then he laughed so he almost choked. He was so terribly ticklish. "Don't tickle me," he cried, giggling hysterically. Throw me into the sea or throw me through the window. Do anything, but don't take the bottoms of my feet. He laughed so that Tommy and Annika were afraid that the wood box would burst. At last he managed to get out, and as soon as he was back on his feet he lunged at Pippi and threw her across the kitchen. She landed on her face on the stove, which was black with soot. But she was up in an instant and threw herself at her father. She punched him so that the grass in his skirt came loose and flew all over the kitchen. The gold crown fell off and rolled under the table. At last Pippi succeeded in getting her father down on the floor, and she sat on him and said, "Do you admit that I won?" "Yes, you won," said Captain Longstocking, and then they both laughed till they cried. Pippi bit her pap lightly on the nose, and he said, "I haven't had so much fun since you and I got mixed up in that sailor's fight in Singapore." He crawled under the table and picked up his crown. "The cannibals should see this," he said, the royal crown lying under the kitchen table in Villa Villicola. He put on the crown and combed out his grass skirt, which looked rather scanty. "You'll have to send that to Invisible Mending," said Pippi. "Yes, but it was worth it," answered Captain Longstocking. He sat down on the floor and wiped the perspiration from his forehead. "Well, Pippi, my child," he said, "do you ever lie nowadays?" "Yes, when I have time, but it isn't very often," said Pippi modestly. "How about you? You weren't so backward about lying either." "Well, I usually lie a little for the natives on Saturday nights, if they have behaved well during the week. We usually have a little lie and song evening, with accompaniment of drums and firelight dances. The more I lie, the harder they beat the drums." "Is that so?" asked Pippi. "No one here drums for me. Here I go in my loneliness and puff myself so full of lies, that it is a pleasure to hear me, but no one even plays on a comb for me. The other night, when I had gone to bed, I lied a long story about a calf who crocheted lace and climbed trees, and just think, I believed every word of it. That I call good lying. But nobody beat a drum for me." "Oh, no. Well, then, I'll do it," said Captain Longstocking, and he beat a long riffle on the drum for his daughter, and Pippi sat on his knee and rubbed her sooty face against his cheek so that he became just as black as she was. Annika was thinking about something. She didn't know if it was quite proper to say it, but she just had to. "It's not nice to lie," she said. "Mommy says that." "Oh, how silly you are, Annika," said Tommy. "Pippi doesn't really lie. She just lies for fun. She makes up things, don't you understand, stupid." Pippi looked thoughtfully at Tommy. "Sometimes you speak so wisely that I'm afraid you will become debate," she said. It was evening. Tommy and Annika had to go home. It had been a full day, and it had been such fun to see a real-life cannibal king. And of course it was nice for Pippi that her father had come home, but still, when Tommy and Annika had crept off to bed, they didn't lie there talking, as they usually did. There was absolute silence in the nursery. Suddenly a sigh was heard. It was Tommy. After a while another sigh was heard. This time it was Annika. "What are you sighing about?" asked Tommy crossly. But he didn't get an answer, for Annika was crying with her head under the quilt. 8. Pippi has a farewell party. When Tommy and Annika came into the kitchen at Villa Villicola the next morning, the whole house was resounding with the most terrible snores. Captain Longstocking was not yet awake, but Pippi stood in the middle of the kitchen floor, doing her morning exercises. She was just turning her 15th somersault when Tommy and Annika interrupted her. "Well, now I don't have to worry about my future anymore," said Pippi. "I'm going to be a cannibal princess. Yes, for half the year I'm going to be a cannibal princess, and half the year I'm going to sail around on all the oceans of the world on the hot toad. Papa thinks that if he rules hard over the natives half the year, they'll get along without a king during the other half. For you know an old sea dog like him has to feel a deck under his feet occasionally, and then he has to think about my education too. If I'm going to be a really good pirate, it wouldn't do to spend all my time at court. That's weakening, Papa says." "Aren't you going to spend any time at all in Villa Villicola?" asked Tommy sadly. "Yes, when we've retired and got a pension," answered Pippi, "in about 50 or 60 years. Then we'll play and have lots of fun, won't we?" This wasn't much comfort to Tommy and Annika. "Just think, a cannibal princess," said Pippi dreamily. "Not many children get to be that." "Oh, I'll be so fine. I'll have rings in my ears and a little larger ring in my nose." "What else are you going to wear?" asked Annika. "Not another thing," answered Pippi. "Never anything else." She sighed ecstatically. "Princess Pipolota. What a life! What glamour! And how I shall dance! Princess Pippi dances in the firelight to the beating of the drums. Just imagine how my nose ring will jingle. When are you going to leave? Asked Tommy. His voice sounded a bit rusty. The Hop Toad is lifting anchor tomorrow, said Pippi. All three children were silent a long while. There didn't seem to be anything more to say. At last, however, Pippi turned another somersault and said, "But tonight we'll have a farewell party in Villa Villicola, a farewell party. I say no more. All who want to come to say goodbye to me are welcome." The news spread like wildfire among all the children in the little town. Pippi Longstocking is going to leave town, and she is having a farewell party tonight in Villa Villicola. Everyone who wants to may go to the party. There were several who wanted to. In fact, there were 34 children. Tommy and Annika had persuaded their mother to promise that they could stay up as long as they wanted to that night. She understood that this was absolutely necessary. Tommy and Annika would never forget the evening of Pippi's farewell party. It was one of those wonderful, warm and beautiful summer evenings when you say to yourself, "Ah, this is summer." All the roses in Pippi's garden glowed in the fragrant dusk. The wind whispered softly in the old trees. Everything would have been wonderful if only Tommy and Annika couldn't bear to finish the thought. All the children from town had brought their bird whistles and were playing merrily as they came up the garden walk of Villa Villicola. Tommy and Annika led them. Just as they reached the porch steps, the door was flung open and Pippi stood on the threshold. Her eyes gleamed in her freckled face. "Welcome to my humble dwelling," she said, and threw out her arms. Annika looked at her closely so that she would always remember just how Pippi looked. Never would she forget her as she stood there with her red braids and freckles, and her happy smile and her big black shoes. In the distance was heard a soft beating on a drum. Captain Longstocking sat in the kitchen with his native drum between his knees. He was wearing his royal robes today too. Pippi had especially asked him to. She realized that all the children wanted to see a real live cannibal king. The whole kitchen was soon full of children staring at King Ephraim, and Annika thought that it was a good thing no more had come, for there wouldn't have been room for them. Just as she was thinking this, the music of an accordion was heard from the garden, and in came the whole crew from the Hop Toad, led by Fridolf. It was he who was playing the accordion. Pippi had been down to the harbour that day to see her friends, and had asked them to come to the farewell party. Now she rushed at Fridolf and hugged him until he was blue in the face. Then she let go of him and cried, "Music! Music!" Fridolf played on his accordion, King Ephraim beat his drum, and all the children blew their bird whistles. The lid on the wood box was closed, and on it stood long rows of bottles of soda pop. On the large kitchen table were 15-layer cakes covered with whipped cream, and on the stove a huge kettle full of sausages. King Ephraim began by grabbing 8 sausages. All the others followed his example, and soon nothing was heard in the kitchen except the sound of people eating sausages. Afterward, each child was allowed to help himself to all the soda pop and layer cake he wanted. It was a little crowded in the kitchen, so the guests spread out onto the porch and even into the garden. The whipped cream on the cake shone white in the dusk. When everyone had eaten as much as he could, Comet Tommy suggested that they should shake down the sausages and cake by playing a game follow the leader, for instance. Pippi didn't know the game, but Tommy explained to her that one person would be the leader and all the rest had to do everything that the leader did. "Okay," said Pippi. "That sounds like fun, and it would probably be best for me to be the leader." She began by climbing up on the laundry roof. To get there she first had to climb up on the garden fence and then crawl up the roof on her stomach. Pippi and Tommy and Annika had done this so often that it was easy for them, but the other children thought it was rather difficult. The sailors from the Hop Toad were used to climbing up the masts, so they made the roof without any trouble, but it was quite an ordeal for Captain Longstocking because he was so fat, and besides his grass skirt kept getting caught. He panted and puffed as he heaved himself up on the roof. "This grass skirt will never be the same again," he said sadly. From the laundry roof, Pippi jumped down to the ground. Some of the smaller children didn't dare do this, but Fridolf was so nice that he lifted down all those who were afraid to jump. Then Pippi turned 6 somersaults on the lawn. Everyone did the same, but Captain Longstocking said, "Someone will have to give me a push from behind, or I'll never be able to do it." Pippi did. She gave him such a big push that once he got started he couldn't stop, but rolled like a ball across the lawn and turned 14 somersaults instead of 6. Then Pippi rushed up the porch steps, and into Villa Villicola, climbed out through a window, and, by spreading her legs far apart, managed to reach a ladder that stood outside. She ran quickly up the ladder, jumped onto the roof of Villa Villicola, ran along the ridgepole, jumped up onto the chimney, stood on one leg and crowed like a rooster, threw herself down headfirst into a tree that stood near the corner of the house, slid down to the ground, rushed into the woodshed, took an axe and chopped a board out of the wall, crept through the narrow opening, jumped up on the garden fence, walked along the fence for 50 yards, climbed up into an oak, and sat down to rest at the very top of the tree. Quite a crowd had gathered in the street outside Villa Velicola, and when the people went home they told everyone that they had seen a cannibal king standing on one leg on the chimney of Villa Velicola, crowing cock-a-doodle-doo, so that you could hear it far and wide. Of course, no one believed them. When Captain Longstocking tried to squeeze himself through the narrow opening in the woodshed, the inevitable happened: he stuck and couldn't get either out or in. This, of course, broke up the game, and all the children stood around, watching Fridolf cut Captain Longstocking out of the wall. "That was a mighty good game," said Captain Longstocking, laughing, when he was free at last. "What are we going to play next?" "In the good old days on the ship," said Fridolf, "Captain Longstocking and Pippi used to have a contest to see which was the strongest. It was a lot of fun to watch them." "That's a good idea," said Captain Longstocking, "but the trouble is that my daughter is getting to be stronger than I." Tommy was standing next to Pippi. "Pippi," he whispered, "I was so afraid you would climb down into her hiding place in the hollow oak when you played Follow the Leader, for I don't want anyone to find out about it, even if we never go there again." "No, that's our own secret," said Pippi. Her father took hold of an iron rod and bent it in the middle as if it were made of wax. Pippi took another iron rod and did the same. "Fiddlesticks," said Pippi. "I used to amuse myself with these simple tricks when I was still in the cradle, just to pass the time away." Captain Longstocking then lifted off the kitchen door. Fridolf and 7 of the other sailors stood on the door, and Captain Longstocking lifted them high into the air and carried them around the lawn 10 times. It was now quite dark, and Pippi lighted torches here and there. They looked very pretty, cast a magic glow over the garden. "Are you ready?" she said to her father after the 10th trip around the garden. He was. Then Pippi put the horse on the kitchen door and told Fridolf and 3 other sailors to get on the horse. Each of the sailors held 2 children in their arms. Fridolf held Tommy and Annika. Then Pippi lifted the door and carried it around the lawn 25 times. It looked splendid in the light of the torches. "Well, child, you certainly are stronger than I," said Captain Longstocking. Afterward everyone sat down on the lawn. Fridolf played his accordion and all the other sailors sang the prettiest chanties. The children danced to the music. Pippi took 2 torches in her hands and danced more wildly than anyone else. The party ended with fireworks. Pippi got lots of rockets and pinwheels that lighted up the whole sky. Annika sat on the porch and looked on. It was so beautiful, so lovely. She couldn't see the roses, but she smelled their fragrance in the dark. How wonderful everything would have been if Annika felt as if a cold hand were gripping her heart. Tomorrow, how would it be then? And the whole summer vacation, and forever. There would be no more Pippi in Villa Velicola. There would be no Mr. Nelson, and no horse would stand on the porch. No more horseback rides, no more picnics with Pippi. No more cozy evenings in the kitchen at Villa Velicola. No tree with soda pop growing in it. Well, the tree would of course still be there, but Annika had a strong feeling that no more soda pop would grow there when Pippi was gone. What would Tommy and she do tomorrow? Play croquet, probably. Annika sighed. The party was over. All the children thanked Pippi and said goodnight. Captain Longstocking went back to the Hoptoad with his sailors. He thought that Pippi might just as well come along with them, but Pippi wanted to sleep 1 more night in Villa Velicola. "Tomorrow at 10 we weigh anchor. Don't forget," cried Captain Longstocking as he left. Pippi, Tommy, and Annika were alone. They sat on the porch steps in the dark, perfectly quiet. "You can come here and play, anyway," said Pippi at last. "The key will be hanging on a nail beside the door. You can take everything in the chest drawers, and if I put a ladder inside the oak you can climb down there yourselves, but perhaps there won't be so many soda pops growing there. It's not the season for them now." "No, Pippi," said Tommy seriously. "We won't come here anymore." "No, never, never," said Annika, and she thought that in the future she would close her eyes every time she passed Villa Velicola. Villa Velicola without Pippi. Annika felt the cold hand around her heart again. 9. Pippi goes aboard. Pippi locked the door of Villa Velicola carefully and hung the key on a nail beside the door. Then she lifted the H-horse down from the porch for the last time. She lifted him down from the porch. Mr. Nelson already sat on her shoulder, looking important. He probably understood that something special was going to happen. "Well, I guess that's all," said Pippi. Tommy and Annika nodded. "Yes, I guess it is. It's still early, said Pippi. Let's walk. That will take longer. Tommy and Annika nodded again, but they didn't say anything. Then they started walking toward the town, toward the harbour, toward the hop toad. The horse jogged slowly along behind them. Pippi glanced over her shoulder at Villa Villicola. Nice little place, she said. No fleas, clean and comfortable, and that's probably more than you can say about the clay hut where I'll be living in the future. Tommy and Annika said nothing. If there are an awful lot of fleas in my hut, continued Pippi, I'll train them and keep them in a cigar box and play run, sheep, run with them at night. I'll tie little bows around their legs, and the two most faithful and affectionate fleas I will call Tommy and Annika, and they shall sleep with me at night. Not even this could make Tommy and Annika more talkative. What on earth is wrong with you? Asked Pippi irritably. I tell you it's dangerous to keep quiet too long. Tongues dry up if you don't use them. In Calcutta I once knew a potter who never said a word. And once when he wanted to say to me, "Goodbye, dear Pippi, happy journey and thanks for your visit," he opened his mouth, and can you guess what he said? First he made some horrible faces, for the hinges to his mouth had rusted and I had to grease them for him with a little sewing machine oil, and then a sound came out. You by I my. I looked in his mouth, and, imagine, there lay his tongue like a little wilted leaf, and as long as he lived the potter could never say anything but, you by I my. It would be awful if the same thing should happen to you. Let me see if you can say this better than the potter did. Happy journey, dear Pippi, and thanks for your visit. Go and try it. Happy journey, dear Pippi, and thanks for your visit, said Tommy and Annika obediently. Thank goodness for that, said Pippi. You certainly gave me a scare. If you had said you by I my, I don't know what I would have done. There was the harbour, there lay the hop toad. Captain Longstocking stood on deck, shouting out his commands. The sailors ran back and forth to make everything ready for their departure. All the people in the little town had crowded on the dock to wave goodbye to Pippi, and here she came with Tommy and Annika and the horse and Mr. Nilsson. Here comes Pippi Longstocking. Make way for Pippi Longstocking, cried the crowd and made a path for Pippi to come through. Pippi nodded and smiled to the left and the right. Then she took up the horse and carried him up the gangplank. The poor animal looked around suspiciously, for horses don't care very much for boat rides. Well, here you are, my beloved child, called Captain Longstocking and broke off in the middle of a command to embrace Pippi. He folded her in his arms, and they hugged each other until their ribs cracked. Annika had gone around with a lump in her throat all morning, and when she saw Pippi lift the horse aboard, the lump loosened. She began to cry as she stood there squeezed against a packing case on the dock, first quietly and then more and more desperately. Don't bawl, said Tommy angrily. You'll shame us in front of all the people here. The result of this was only to make Annika burst out in a regular torrent of tears. She cried so that she shook. Tommy kicked a stone so that it rolled across the dock and fell into the water. He really would have liked to throw it at the hop toad, that mean old boat that was going to take Pippi away from them. Really, if no one had been looking, Tommy would have liked to cry also, but a boy just couldn't let people see him cry. He kicked away another stone. Pippi came running down the gangplank and rushed over to Tommy and Annika. She took their hands in hers. 10 minutes left, she said. Then Annika threw herself across the packing case and cried as if her heart would break. There were no more stones for Tommy to kick, so he clenched his teeth and looked murderous. All the children in the little town gathered around Pippi. They took out their bird whistles and blew a farewell tune for her. It sounded sad beyond words, for it was a very, very mournful tune. Annika was crying so hard that she could hardly catch her breath. Just then Tommy remembered that he had written a farewell poem for Pippi, and he pulled out a paper and began to read. It was terrible that his voice should shake so. Goodbye, dear Pippi, you from us go. You may look high and you may look low, but never will you find friends so true as those who now say goodbye to you. It really rhymed, all of it, said Pippi happily. I'll learn it by heart and recite it for the natives when we sit around the campfires at night. The children crowded in from all directions to say goodbye to Pippi. She raised her hand and asked them to be quiet. Children, she said, hereafter I'll only have little natives to play with. I don't know how we'll amuse ourselves. Perhaps we'll play ball with wild rhinoceroses, and charm snakes, and ride on elephants, and have a swing in the coconut palm outside the door. We'll always manage to pass the time some way or another. Pippi paused. Both Tommy and Annika felt that they hated those native children Pippi would play with in the future. But, continued Pippi, perhaps a day will come during the rainy season, A long and dreary day, for even if it is fun to run around without your clothes on a rainy day, you can't do more than get wet, and when we have got good and wet, perhaps we'll crawl into my native clay hut, unless the whole hut has become a mud pile, in which case, of course, we'll make mud pies. But if the clay hut is still a clay hut, perhaps we'll crawl in there, and the native children will say, "Pippi, please tell us a story." And then I will tell them about a little town which lies far, far away in another part of the world, and about the children who live there. You can't imagine what nice kids live there, I'll say to the native children. They blow bird whistles, and, best of all, they know fructification. But then perhaps the little native children will become absolutely desperate because they don't know any fructification, and then what shall I do with them? Well, if worst comes to worst, I'll take the clay hut to pieces and make a mud pile out of it, and then we'll bake mud pies and dig ourselves down into the mud way up to our necks. Then it would be strange if I couldn't get them to think about something else besides fructification. Thanks, all of you, and goodbye so much. The children blew a still sadder tune on their bird whistles. "Pippi, it's time to come aboard," called Captain Longstocking. Aye, Captain," called Pippi. She turned to Tommy and Annika. She looked at them. How strange her eyes looked, thought Tommy. His mother had looked just like that once when Tommy had been very, very ill. Annika lay in a little heap on the packing case. Pippi lifted her in her arms. "Goodbye, Annika, goodbye," he whispered. "Don't cry." Annika threw her arms around Pippi's neck and cried a mournful little cry. "Goodbye, Pippi," sobbed. Pippi took Tommy's hand and squeezed it hard, then ran up the gangplank. A big tear rolled down Tommy's nose. He clenched his teeth, but that didn't help. Another tear came. He took Annika's hand, and they stood there and gazed after Pippi. They could see her up on deck, but it is always a little hazy when you try to look through tears. "3 cheers for Pippi Longstocking," cried the people on the dock. "Pull in the gangplank, Fridolf," cried Captain Longstocking. Fridolf did. The Hawk Toad was ready for her journey to foreign lands. Then, "No, Papa Ephraim," cried Pippi, "I can't do it, I just can't bear to do it." "What is it you can't bear to do?" asked Captain Longstocking. "I can't bear to see anyone on God's green earth crying and being sorry on account of me, least of all Tommy and Annika. Put out the gangplank again. I'm staying in Villa Villicola." Captain Longstocking stood silent for a minute. "Do as you like," he said at last. "You always have done that." Pippi nodded. "Yes, I've always done that," she said quietly. They hugged each other again, Pippi and her father, so hard that their ribs cracked, and they decided that Captain Longstocking should come very often to see Pippi in Villa Villicola. "You know, Papa Ephraim," said Pippi, "I think it's best for a child to have a decent home and not sail around on the sea so much and live in native clay huts. Don't you think so too?" "You're right, as always, my daughter," answered Captain Longstocking. "It is certain that you live a more orderly life in Villa Villicola, and that is probably best for little children." "Just so," said Pippi. "It's surely best for little children to live an orderly life, especially if they can order it themselves." Pippi said goodbye to the sailors on the Hawk Toad and hugged her Papa Ephraim once more. Then she lifted her horse in her strong arms and carried him back over the gangplank. The Hawk Toad weighed anchor, but at the last minute Captain Longstocking remembered something. "Pippi," he cried, "you may need some more gold coins. Here, catch this." Then he threw a new suitcase full of gold coins to Pippi, but unfortunately the Hawk Toad had got too far away, and the suitcase didn't reach the dock. Flop, flop, the bag sank. A murmur of dismay went through the crowd, but then there was another plop. It was Pippi diving off the dock. In a few seconds she came up with the suitcase in her teeth. Climbing up on the dock, she brushed away a bit of seaweed that was caught behind her ear. "Well, now I'm as rich as a troll again," she said. Things had happened so quickly that Tommy and Annika were bewildered. They stood with wide open mouths and stared at Pippi and the horse and Mr. Nelson, and the suitcase of gold coins, and the Hawk Toad in full sail, leaving the harbour. Aren't you on the boat?" asked Tommy, unable to believe his eyes. "Make 3 guesses," said Pippi and wrung the water out of her braids. She lifted Tommy and Annika, the suitcase, and Mr. Nelson all up on the horse and swung herself up behind them. "Back to Villa Villicola," she cried in a loud voice. At last Tommy and Annika understood. Tommy was so happy that he immediately broke out in his favourite song, "Here Come the Swedes with a clang and a bang." Annika had cried so much that she couldn't stop right away. She still sniffled, but only happy little sniffs that would soon end. Pippi's arms were around her stomach in a strong grip. She felt so safe. Oh, how wonderful everything was. What'll we do today, Pippi? Asked Annika when her sniffles had stopped. Well, play croquet, perhaps, answered Pippi. Goody! Cried Annika, for she knew that even croquet would be quite different when Pippi played. Or else maybe, said Pippi hesitatingly. All the children in the little town crowded around the horse to hear what Pippi said. Or else, she said, or else maybe we could run down to the river and practice walking on the water. You can't walk on the water. You know that, said Tommy. Oh, it's not impossible, said Pippi. In Cuba I once met a cabinet maker that. The horse began to gallop, and the little children who crowded around him couldn't hear the rest of the story, but they stood a long time, looking after Pippi and her horse galloping toward Villa Velicola. After a while Pippi and the horse looked like a little speck, far away, and finally they disappeared completely. Pippi in the South Sea's Villa Velicola, the little Swedish town, was very picturesque, with its cobblestone streets, its tiny houses and the gardens that surrounded them. Everyone who visited there must have felt that this would be a calm and restful place to live. But as far as tourist attractions went, there wasn't much to see, almost nothing. In fact, there was a folklore museum, and an old grave mound, and that was all. But wait, there was one more thing. The people of the little town had neatly and carefully put up signs to show visitors the way to the sights. To the folklore museum was printed in large letters on one sign with an arrow underneath. To the grave mound read another sign. There was still a third sign, saying, in rather crooked letters, Pippi in the South Seas to Villa Velicola. That sign had been put up quite recently. It had often happened lately that people would come and ask how to get to Villa Velicola. As a matter of fact, more often than they would ask the way to the local museum or the grave mound. One beautiful summer day a man came driving through the little town. He lived in a much bigger town and therefore, he considered himself finer and more distinguished than the people who lived in smaller ones. Then, too, he had a very fine car and he was a very grand person, with shoes that were polished till they gleamed, and a thick gold ring on his finger. So it was perhaps not so strange that he thought of himself as fine and distinguished. When he drove through the streets he honked his horn loudly so that everyone would notice him as he went by. When the fine gentleman saw the signposts he laughed heartily. To the folklore museum. How do you like that? He said to himself. I can do without that. To the grave mound. He read on the other sign. This is getting better and better. But what sort of nonsense is this? He thought when he saw the third sign. To Villa Velicola. What a name. He thought about this for a moment. A villa could hardly be a tourist attraction in the same way that a folklore museum or a grave mound was. He decided that the sign must have been put there for another reason. Finally the answer came to him. The villa was of course for sale. The sign had been put up to show the way to people who might want to buy the house. For a long time he himself had been thinking that he would buy a house in a small town, where there was not so much noise as in the big city. Naturally he would not live there all the time, but he would go there to rest now and then. In a small town people would also be much more likely to notice what an unusually fine and distinguished man he really was. He decided to go and have a look at Villa Velicola right away. All he had to do was follow the direction of the arrow. But he had to drive to the edge of the town before he found what he was looking for. And there, printed with red crayon on a very broken down garden gate, he read, Villa Velicola. Inside the gate was an overgrown garden, with old trees covered with moss, and unmowed lawns, and lots of flowers which were allowed to grow exactly as they pleased. At the end of the garden was Pippi in the South Seas, a house, and what a house. It looked as if it would fall to pieces any minute. The fine gentleman stared at it, and all of a sudden he groaned. A horse was standing on the veranda. The fine gentleman wasn't used to horses standing on verandas. That is why he groaned. On the veranda steps 3 small children were sitting in the sunshine. The girl in the middle had lots of freckles on her face and 2 red pigtails which stuck straight out. A pretty blonde curly-haired little girl in a blue checkered dress, and a little boy with neatly combed hair sat one on either side of her. On the shoulder of the red-headed girl sat a monkey. The fine gentleman was puzzled. He must have the wrong house. Surely no one would think there was a possibility of selling such a tumble-down shack. Listen, children, he called out to them, is this miserable hovel really Villa Velicola? The girl in the middle, the red-headed one, got up and came to the gate. The other 2 trudged slowly behind. Lost your tongue, said the fine gentleman before the red-headed girl had reached him. Is this shack Villa Velicola? Let me think, said the red-headed girl and frowned. It isn't the museum and it isn't the grave mound. Now I have it, she cried. It is Villa Velicola. "Don't be so rude," said the fine gentleman and got out of the car. He decided to take a closer look at the place. "I could of course tear this house down and build another one," he mumbled to himself. "Yes, let's start right away," cried the red-headed girl. She ran back to the house and briskly started to rip a few boards from the porch. The fine gentleman paid no attention to her. He wasn't interested in children, and besides he now had something on his mind. The garden in its wild state truly looked quite pleasant and attractive in the sunshine. If a new house were built, the lawns cut, the paths raked, and flowers properly planted, then even a very fine gentleman could live there. The fine gentleman decided to buy Villa Villicola. He looked around, trying to think of more ways to improve the place. Of course the old moss-covered trees would have to go. He glared sourly at the old gnarled oak with its tremendous trunk and its branches which arched over the roof of Villa Villicola. "I'll cut that one down," he said with finality. The pretty little girl in the blue checkered dress cried out in a frightened voice, "Oh, Pippi, did you hear?" Unconcerned, the red-headed girl continued to skip around on the garden path. "Yes, I'll chop down that old rotten oak," the fine gentleman mumbled to himself. The little girl in the blue checkered dress stretched her hands toward him pleadingly. "Oh, no, don't do that," she said. "It's such a wonderful tree to climb. And it's hollow, so we can play in it." "Nonsense," said the fine gentleman. "I don't climb trees. You ought to understand that." The boy with the neatly combed hair came forward. He looked anxious. "But soda grows in the tree," he said imploringly. "And chocolate too. On Thursdays." "Listen, I think you kids have been sitting in the sun too long," said the fine gentleman. "Everything seems to be going round and round in your heads. But that's none of my business. I'm going to buy this place. Can you tell me where I can find the owner?" The little blue checkered girl began to cry, and the little boy with the neatly combed hair ran up to the red-headed girl, who was still skipping. "Pippi," he said, "don't you hear what he is saying? Why don't you do something?" "Why don't I do something?" echoed the red-headed girl. "Here I am, skipping for all I'm worth, and then you tell me I'm not doing anything. Skip yourself and see how easy it is." She walked over to the fine gentleman. "My name is Pippi Longstocking," she said. "And this is Tommy and Annika." She pointed to her friends. "Is there anything we can do for you? Tear down a house or chop down a tree? Or is there anything else that needs to be changed? Just say the word." "Your names don't interest me," said the fine gentleman. "The only thing I would like to know is where I can find the owner of this place. I intend to buy it." The red-headed girl, the one called Pippi Longstocking, had gone back to her skipping. "The owner is quite busy now," she said. She kept on skipping in a very determined way as she talked. "As a matter of fact, terribly busy," she said, skipping around the fine gentleman. "But do sit down and wait a while, and she will probably come along." "She," said the fine gentleman with a pleased look. "Is it a she who owns this miserable house? So much the better. Women don't understand business. In that case there's a hope of getting it cheap." "We can always hope," said Pippi Longstocking. As there didn't seem to be any other place to sit down, the fine gentleman sat down on the veranda steps. The monkey anxiously leaped back and forth on the railing. Tommy and Annika were standing at a distance, looking at him in a frightened way. "Do you live here?" asked the fine gentleman. "No," said Tommy. "We live in the villa next door. But we come here every day to play," said Annika shyly. "There will be an end to that now," said the fine gentleman. "I don't want any youngsters running around in my garden. Children are the worst thing I know." "I think so too," said Pippi and stopped skipping for a second. "All children ought to be shot." "How can you say that?" said Tommy, hurt. "Tessie, I mean it. All children ought to be shot," said Pippi, "but that isn't possible because then no nice little uncles would ever grow up. And we can't do without them." The fine gentleman looked at Pippi's red hair and decided to have a little fun while he was waiting. "Do you know why you're like a newly lighted match?" he asked. "No," said Pippi, "but I have always wondered." The fine gentleman pulled one of Pippi's pigtails quite hard. "Both of you are fiery on top, ha ha. One has to listen a lot before the ears fall off," said Pippi. "How strange that I haven't happened to think of it before." The fine gentleman looked at her and said, "I really think you're the ugliest child I've ever seen." "Well," said Pippi, "you're not exactly a beauty yourself." The fine gentleman looked hurt, but he didn't say anything. Pippi stood and looked at him in silence for a while with her head tilted to one side. "Do you know in what way you and I are alike?" "Just between us," said the fine gentleman. "I hope there is no likeness." "There is," said Pippi. Both of us have big mouths. Except me. A faint giggle could be heard from Tommy and Annika. So, you're being insolent, the man shouted. But I'll soon thrash it out of you. He reached out his fat arm to grab Pippi, but she quickly jumped to one side, and a second later she was sitting perched in the hollow oak. The fine gentleman gaped in astonishment. When are we going to start with the thrashing? Asked Pippi, as she made herself comfortable on a branch. I have time to wait, said the fine gentleman. Good, said Pippi, because I'm thinking of greater than staying up here until the middle of November. Tommy and Annika laughed and clapped their hands. But that they shouldn't have done, because now the fine gentleman was terribly angry. When he couldn't reach Pippi, he grabbed Annika by the nape of the neck and said, Then I'll give you a hiding instead. It seems as if you need one too. Annika had never in her life been spanked, and she let out a cry of pain and fright. There was a thud as Pippi jumped out of the tree. With one leap she was standing beside the fine gentleman. Oh, no, she said. Better not start a fight now. Then she grabbed the fine gentleman around his fat waist and threw him up in the air several times. And on her outstretched arms she carried him to his car and threw him down in the back seat. I think we'll wait to tear down the house until another day, she said. You see, one day a week I tear down houses. But never on Fridays, because this is house cleaning day. Therefore I usually vacuum the house on Friday and tear it down on Saturday. Everything has its own time. With great difficulty the fine gentleman scrambled up to the steering wheel and drove off in great haste. He was both frightened and angry, and it annoyed him that he hadn't been able to talk to the owner of Villa Velicola. He was anxious to buy the place and chase away those nasty children. Then he met one of the town policemen. He stopped his car and said, Can you help me to find the lady who owns Villa Velicola? With great pleasure, said the policeman. He hopped into the car and said, Drive to Villa Velicola. No, she isn't there, said the fine gentleman. Yes, I'm sure she's there, said the policeman. The fine gentleman felt quite safe with the policeman along, and he drove back to Villa Velicola as the policeman had told him to. He was very eager to talk to the owner. There is the lady that owns Villa Velicola, said the policeman, and pointed toward the house. The fine gentleman looked in the direction in which the policeman was pointing. He put his hand to his forehead and groaned. There on the veranda steps was the red-headed girl, that awful Pippi Longstocking, and on her outstretched arms she was carrying the horse. The monkey was sitting on her left shoulder. Hi, Tommy and Annika, shouted Pippi. Let's go for a ride before the next speculator comes. It's called Speculator, said Annika. Is that the owner of the villa? Said the fine gentleman in a weak voice. But she is only a little girl. Yes, said the policeman, only a little girl, the strongest little girl in the world. She lives there all alone. The horse with the 3 children on his back came galloping toward the gate. Pippi looked down at the fine gentleman and said, It was fun to solve riddles with you a while ago. Come to think of it, I know one more. Can you tell me what the difference is between my horse and my monkey? The fine gentleman was really not at all in the mood to solve riddles anymore, but he had gained so much respect for Pippi that he didn't dare not to answer. The difference between your horse and your monkey that I really couldn't say. It's quite tricky, said Pippi, but I'll give you a small hint. If you should see them both together under a tree and one of them should start to climb up the tree, then that one isn't the horse. The fine gentleman pressed his gas pedal all the way down to the floor and took off with a roar. He never came back to the little town. One afternoon Pippi was wandering around in her garden, waiting for Tommy and Annika to come over. But no Tommy came, and no Annika either, so Pippi decided to go and see where they were. She found them in their own garden. But they weren't alone. Their mother, Mrs. Settergren, was also there with a very nice old lady who had come to visit. The 2 ladies were sitting under a tree, drinking coffee. Annika and Tommy were having fruit juice, but when they saw Pippi they got up and ran to meet her. And Laura came, Tommy explained. That's why we couldn't come over to you. She looks so nice, said Pippi, peeking at her through the leaves of the hedge. I must talk to her. I'm so fond of nice old ladies. Annika looked a little worried. Maybe it's best if you don't talk very much, she said. She remembered that once when Pippi had been to a coffee party, she had talked so much that Annika's mother had been very annoyed with her. And Annika was too fond of Pippi to want anyone to be annoyed with her. Pippi's feelings were hurt. Why shouldn't I talk to her? She asked. When people come to visit, you should be nice and friendly to them. If I sit there and don't say a word, she might think I have something against her. But are you sure you know how to talk to old ladies? Objected Annika. They need to be cheered up, said Pippi with emphasis. and that's what I'm going to do now. She walked across the lawn to where the two ladies were sitting. First she curtsied to Mrs. Settergren. Then she looked at the old lady and clapped her hands. "Just look at Aunt Laura," she exclaimed. "More beautiful than ever." She turned to Tommy's and Annika's mother. "Please may I have a little fruit juice so my throat won't be so dry when we start talking?" she asked. Mrs. Settergren poured a glass of juice and said as she handed it to Pippi, "Children should be seen and not heard." "Well," said Pippi, looking pleased, "it's nice if people are happy just to look at me. I must see how it feels to be used just for decoration." She sat down on the grass and stared straight in front of her with a fixed smile, as if she were having her picture taken. Mrs. Settergren paid no further attention to Pippi but went on talking to the old lady. After a while she asked with concern, "How are you feeling these days, Aunt Laura?" "Awful," replied Aunt Laura, "just awful. I'm so nervous and worried about everything." Pippi jumped up. "Exactly like my grandmother," she exclaimed. She got nervous and excited about the least little thing. If she was walking in the street and a brick happened to fall on her head, she'd start to scream and make such a fuss you'd think something terrible had happened. And once she was at a ball with my father and they were dancing a hambo together. My father is quite strong, and quick as a wink he swung my grandmother around so hard that she flew straight across the ballroom and landed with a crash right in the middle of the bass fiddle. There she was, screaming and carrying on like anything. My father picked her up and held her outside the window. It was 4 floors up so that she'd cool off and not be so fidgety. But she didn't like that a bit. She just hollered, "Let me go this minute." My father did, of course, and can you imagine, she wasn't pleased about that either. My father said he'd never seen anything like the fuss the dear old lady made over nothing at all. It certainly is too bad when people have trouble with their nerves. Pippi finished sympathetically, and dumped her sweet back into her fruit juice. Tommy and Annika were fidgeting uneasily in their chairs. Aunt Laura shook her head in a puzzled way, and Mrs. Settergren said hastily, "We all hope you'll be feeling better soon, Aunt Laura." "Oh yes, I'm sure she will," Pippi said reassuringly. "My grandmother did. She was soon feeling very well." Aunt Laura wanted to know what cured her. "Tranquilizers," Pippi said. "That did the trick, I can tell you." She was soon as cool as a cucumber, and she'd sit peacefully for days at a time just not saying a word. If bricks had started falling on her head, one after another, she'd just have sat there and enjoyed it. If that could happen to my grandmother, it could happen to anybody. So I'm sure you'll be all well again soon, Aunt Laura. Tommy crept over to Aunt Laura and whispered in her ear, "Don't mind anything Pippi says, Aunt Laura. She's just making it up. She doesn't even have a grandmother." Aunt Laura nodded understandingly. But Pippi had sharp ears, and she heard what Tommy whispered. "Tommy's quite right," she said. "I don't have a grandmother. She doesn't exist. Since that's the case, why does she have to be so terribly nervous?" Aunt Laura looked at Pippi for a moment with a dazed expression, and then began to talk to Mrs. Settergren again. Pippi sat down to listen with the same fixed smile as before. After a few minutes Aunt Laura said, "Do you know, something very strange happened yesterday but it couldn't be nearly as strange as what I saw the day before yesterday," Pippi said reassuringly. "I was riding in a train, and we were going along full speed, when suddenly a cow came flying through the open window, with a big suitcase hanging on her tail. She sat down in the seat across from me and began to look through the timetable to see what time we'd get to Falkoping. I was eating a sandwich. I had loads of sandwiches, some sausage and some smoked herring, and I thought she might be hungry, so I offered her one. She took a smoked herring one and swallowed it practically whole." Pippi fell silent. "That was really very strange," said Aunt Laura politely. "Yes, you'd go a long way before you'd find another cow as strange as that one," Pippi agreed. "Just imagine, she took a smoked herring sandwich when there were still lots of sausage ones left." Mrs. Settergren interrupted to ask Aunt Laura if she'd like some more coffee. She filled Aunt Laura's cup and her own, and poured more fruit juice for the children. "You were going to tell about the strange thing that happened yesterday," she reminded the old lady. "Oh, yes," said Aunt Laura, beginning to look worried again. "Speaking of strange things happening," Pippi broke in hastily, "you'll enjoy hearing about Agaton and Theodore. Once when my father's ship came into Singapore, we needed a new able-bodied seaman, and we took on Agaton. He was 7 feet tall and so thin that his bones rattled like a rattlesnake's tail when he moved. He had pitch black hair that came down to his waist, and only one tooth. That tooth was all the bigger, though it grew all the way down to his chin. My father thought Agaton was uglier than anyone should be, and at first he didn't want him on board. Only then he decided that Agaton might be useful to have around to scare any fierce wild horses into stampeding. Well, then we got to Hong Kong, and we needed another able-bodied seaman, so we got Tilda. They were as much alike as a pair of twins. That certainly was a strange coincidence, exclaimed Aunt Laura. Strange, said Pippi. What was so strange about it? That they looked so much alike, Aunt Laura replied. That was very strange indeed. No, said Pippi, not really. Because they were twins. Both of them, even from birth. She looked a bit reproachful. I don't quite understand what you mean, dear Aunt Laura. Is it anything to worry about when twins happen to look alike? They can't help it, you know. Nobody would have wanted to look like Agaton or like Theodore either, for that matter. Then why do you speak of strange coincidences? Aunt Laura asked, looking bewildered. Mrs. Settergren tried to divert Aunt Laura's attention. You were going to tell us about the strange thing that happened to you yesterday. Aunt Laura got up to leave. That will have to wait till another time, she said. On second thought, perhaps it wasn't so very strange after all. She said goodbye to Tommy and Annika. Then she patted Pippi's red head. Goodbye, my little friend, she said. You're quite right, I'm beginning to feel better already. I don't feel nervous at all anymore. Oh, I'm so glad, said Pippi, and gave the old lady a big hug. You know, Aunt Laura, my father was very pleased about getting Theodore in Hong Kong, because then he said he could stampede twice as many wild horses too as Pippi finds asping. One morning Tommy and Annika came skipping into Pippi's kitchen as usual, shouting good morning. But there was no answer. Pippi was sitting in the middle of the kitchen table with Mr. Nelson, the little monkey, in her arms and a happy smile on her face. Good morning, said Tommy and Annika again. Just think, said Pippi dreamily, just think that I have discovered it, I am no one else. What have you discovered? Tommy and Annika wondered. They weren't in the least bit surprised that Pippi had discovered something because she was always doing that, but they did want to know what it was. What did you discover, anyway, Pippi? A new word, said Pippi and looked at Tommy and Annika as if she had just this minute noticed them. A brand new word. What kind of word? Said Tommy. A wonderful word, said Pippi. One of the best I've ever heard. Say it then, said Annika. Spink, said Pippi triumphantly. Spink, repeated Tommy. What does that mean? If I only knew, said Pippi. The only thing I know is that it doesn't mean vacuum cleaner. Tommy and Annika thought for a while. Finally Annika said, but if you don't know what it means, then it can't be of any use. That's what bothers me, said Pippi. Who really decided in the beginning what all the words should mean? Tommy wondered. Probably a bunch of old professors, said Pippi. People certainly are peculiar. I just think of the words they make up to, and stopper, and string, and words like that. Where they got them from, nobody knows. But a wonderful word like spink, they don't bother to invent. How lucky that I hit on it. And you just bet I'll find out what it means, too. She fell deep in thought. Spink. I wonder if it might be the top part of a blue flagpole, she said doubtfully. Flagpoles aren't blue, said Annika. You're right. Well, then, I really don't know. Or do you think it might be the sound you hear when you walk in the mud, and it gets between your toes? Let's hear how it sounds. As Annika walked in the mud, you could hear the most wonderful spink. She shook her head. No, that's no good. You could hear the most wonderful chip, that's what it should be instead. Pippi scratched her head. This is getting more and more mysterious. But whatever it is, I'm going to find out. Maybe it can be bought in the stores. Come on, let's go and ask. Tommy and Annika had no objection. Pippi went off to hunt for her purse, which was full of gold pieces. Spink, she said. It sounds as if it might be expensive. I'd better take a gold piece along. And she did. As usual, Mr. Nelson jumped up on her shoulder. Then Pippi lifted the horse down from the veranda. We're in a hurry, she said to Tommy and Annika. We'll have to ride. Because otherwise there might not be any spink left when we get there. It wouldn't surprise me if the mayor had already bought the last of it. When the horse came galloping through the streets of the little town with Pippi and Tommy and Annika on his back, the children heard the clatter of his hoofs on the cobblestones and came happily running because they all liked Pippi so much. Pippi, where are you going? They cried. I'm going to buy spink, said Pippi and brought the horse to a halt for a moment. The children looked puzzled. Is it something good? A little boy asked. You bet, said Pippi and licked her lips. It's wonderful. At least it sounds as if it were. In front of a candy shop she jumped off the horse, lifted Tommy and Annika down, and in they went. "I would like to buy a bag of Spink," said Pippi. "But I want it nice and crunchy." "Spink," said the pretty lady behind the counter, trying to think. "I don't believe we have that." "You must have it," said Pippi. "All well-stocked shops carry it." "Yes, but we've just run out of it," said the lady, who had never even heard of Spink, but didn't want to admit that her shop wasn't as well-stocked as any other. "Oh, but then you did have it yesterday," cried Pippi eagerly. Please tell me how it looked. I've never seen Spink in all my life." "Was it red striped?" Then the nice lady blushed prettily and said, "No, I really don't know what it is. In any case, we don't have it here." Very disappointed, Pippi walked toward the door. "Then I have to keep on looking," she said. "I can't go back home without Spink." The next store was a hardware store. A salesman bowed politely to the children. "I would like to buy a Spink," said Pippi. "But I want it to be of the best kind, the one that is used for killing lions." The salesman looked sly as a fox. "Let's see," he said and scratched himself behind the ear. "Let's see." He took out a small rake. "Is this all right?" he said as he handed it to Pippi. Pippi looked indignantly at him. "That's what the professors would call a rake," she said. "But it happens to be a Spink I wanted. Don't try to fool an innocent little child." Then the salesman laughed and said, "Unfortunately we don't have the thing you want. Ask in the store around the corner that carries notions." "Notions?" Pippi muttered to Tommy and Annika when they came out on the street. "I just know they won't have it there." Suddenly she brightened. "Perhaps, after all, it's a sickness," she said. "Let's go and ask the doctor." Annika knew where the doctor lived because she had gone there to be vaccinated. Pippi rang the bell. A nurse opened the door. "I would like to see the doctor," said Pippi. "It's a very serious case. A terribly dangerous disease." "This way, please," said the nurse. The doctor was sitting at his desk when the children came in. Pippi went straight to him, closed her eyes, and stuck her tongue out. "What is the matter with you?" said the doctor. Pippi opened her clear blue eyes and pulled in her tongue. "I'm afraid I've got Spink," she said, "because I itch all over. And when I sleep my eyes close. Sometimes I have the hiccups, and on Sunday I didn't feel very well after having eaten a dish of shoot polish and milk. My appetite is quite hearty, but sometimes I get the food down my windpipe and then nothing good comes of it. It must be the Spink which bothers me. Tell me, is it contagious?" The doctor looked at Pippi's rosy face and said, "I think you're healthier than most. I'm sure you're not suffering from Spink." Pippi grabbed him eagerly by the arm. "But there is a disease by that name, isn't there?" "No," said the doctor, "there isn't. But even if there were, I don't think it would have any effect on you." Pippi looked sad. She made a deep curtsy to the doctor as she said goodbye, and so did Annika. Tommy bowed. And then they went out to the horse, who was waiting at the doctor's fence. Not far from the doctor's house was a high 3-story house with a window open on the upper floor. Pippi pointed toward the open window and said, "It wouldn't surprise me if the Spink is in there. I'll dash up and see." Quickly she climbed up the water spout. When she reached the level of the window, she threw herself heedlessly into the air and grabbed hold of the windowsill. She hoisted herself up by the arms and stuck her head in. In the room 2 ladies were sitting chatting. Imagine their astonishment when all of a sudden a red head popped over the windowsill, and a voice said, "Is there by any chance a Spink here?" The 2 ladies cried out in terror. "Good heavens, what are you saying, child? Has someone escaped?" "That is exactly what I would like to know," said Pippi politely. "Maybe he's under the bed," screamed one of the ladies. "Does he bite?" "I think so," said Pippi. "He's supposed to have tremendous fangs." The 2 ladies clung to each other. Pippi looked around curiously, but finally she said with a sigh, "In the South Seas, no, there isn't as much as a spinked whisker around here. Excuse me for disturbing you. I just thought I would ask, since I happened to be passing by." She slid down the water spout and said sadly to Tommy and Annika, "There isn't any Spink in this town. Let's ride back home." And that's what they did. When they jumped down from the horse outside the veranda, Tommy came close to stepping on a little beetle which was crawling on the gravel path. "Be careful not to step on the beetle," Pippi cried. All 3 bent down to look at it. It was such a tiny thing, with green wings that gleamed like metal. "What a pretty little creature," said Annika. "I wonder what it is." "It isn't a June bug," said Tommy. "And no ladybug either," said Annika. "And no stick beetle. I wish I knew what it was." All at once a radiant smile lit up Pippi's face. "I know," she said. It's a spink. Are you sure? Tommy said doubtfully. Don't you think I know a spink when I see one? Said Pippi. Have you ever seen anything so spink-like in your life? She carefully moved the beetle to a safer place, where no one could step on it. My sweet little spink, she said tenderly. I knew that I would find one at last. But isn't it funny? We've been hunting all over town for a spink, and here was one right outside Villa Villicola all the time. Pippi arranges a question and answer B. The long wonderful summer holiday suddenly came to an end, and Tommy and Annika went back to school. Pippi still considered herself sufficiently well educated without going to school and announced very decidedly that she had no intention of setting her foot in school until the date came when she couldn't stand not knowing how the word seasick was spelled. But since I'm never seasick, I don't have to worry about the spelling in the first place, she said. And if I should happen to be seasick one day, then I'll have other things to think about than knowing how to spell it. Besides, you'll probably never get seasick, said Tommy. And he was right. Pippi had sailed far and wide with her father before he became king of a South Sea island, and before Pippi had settled down to live. Pippi arranges a question and answer B in Villa Villicola. But in all her life she had never been seasick. Sometimes Pippi would ride over and pick up Tommy and Annika when school was over. This pleased Tommy and Annika very much. They loved to ride, and there certainly aren't many children who are able to ride home from school on horseback. Please, Pippi, come and pick us up this afternoon, said Tommy one day just as he and Annika were going to dash back to school after their lunch hour. Yes, please, said Annika, because today is the day that Miss Rosenblum is going to give out gifts to children who have been good and worked hard. Miss Rosenblum was a rich old lady who lived in the little town. She took good care of her money, but once every term she came to school and distributed gifts to the children. But not to all the children, oh, no. Only the very good and hard-working children got presents. To make sure she would know which children were really good and hard-working, Miss Rosenblum held long examinations before she distributed the presents. That was the reason all the children in town lived in constant dread of her. Every day when they were about to do their homework and were trying to think of something more amusing to do before getting started, their mother or father would say, "Remember Miss Rosenblum." It was a terrible disgrace to come home to one's parents and brothers and sisters the day Miss Rosenblum had been to school, and not have a small coin or bag of candy or at least some underwear to show for it. Yes, of all things, underwear. Because Miss Rosenblum distributed underwear to the poorest children. But it didn't matter how poor a child was if he didn't know the answer when Miss Rosenblum asked how many inches there were in a mile. It wasn't surprising at all that the children were afraid of Miss Rosenblum. They lived in terror of her soup too. Believe it or not, Miss Rosenblum had all the children weighed and measured in order to see if there were any among them who were especially thin and pathetic and who looked as if they weren't getting enough to eat at home. All those who were found to be poor and too skinny had to go to Miss Rosenblum's every lunch hour and eat a big plate of soup. It would have been fine if there hadn't been a whole lot of nasty barley in the soup. It always felt so slippery in the mouth. Now the big day had arrived when Miss Rosenblum was coming to the school. Classes stopped earlier than usual, and all the children gathered in the Pippi arranges a question and answer B schoolyard. Miss Rosenblum sat at a big table that had been placed in the middle of the yard. To help her, she had two assistants who wrote down everything about the children, how much they weighed, if they were able to answer her questions, if they were poor and needed clothes, if they had good marks in conduct, if they had younger brothers and sisters at home who also needed clothing. There was no end to the things that Miss Rosenblum wanted to know. A box containing coins stood on the table in front of her. There were also a lot of bags of candy, and big piles of undershirts and socks and woolen pants. All children get in line, shouted Miss Rosenblum. In the first line I want children who don't have brothers and sisters at home. In the second line children who have one or two brothers and sisters. And in the third, children who have more than two brothers and sisters. This arrangement was made because Miss Rosenblum wanted everything to be orderly. Besides, it was only fair that the children who had many brothers and sisters at home should get bigger bags of candy than those who didn't have any. Then the examination began. Oh, how the children trembled. The ones who couldn't answer the minute a question was asked had to go and stand in a corner, and then they were sent home without as much as one piece of candy for their little brothers and sisters. Both Tommy and Annika were very good at their schoolwork. But in spite of that, the bow in Annika's hair quivered with suspense as she stood in line beside Tommy. And Tommy's face got whiter and whiter the closer he got to Miss Rosenblum. When it was his turn to answer, there was a sudden commotion in the line for children without brothers and sisters. Someone was pushing her way forward through the crowd, and who should it be but Pippi? She brushed the children aside and went straight up to Miss Rosenblum. "Excuse me, but I wasn't here when you started," she said. "In which line should I stand, since I don't have 14 brothers and sisters, of which 13 are naughty little boys?" Miss Rosenblum looked very disapproving. "You can stay where your four are the present," she said. "But it seems to me that quite soon you will be moved over into the line of children who are going to stand in the corner." Then the assistants wrote down Pippi's name and she was weighed in order to find out whether she needed any soup. But she weighed 5 pounds too much for that. "Pippi arranges a question and answer B. You don't get any soup," said Miss Rosenblum sharply. "Sometimes luck is with me," said Pippi. "Now all I have to do is get by without getting stuck with the underwear. Then I'll be able to breathe more freely." Miss Rosenblum paid no attention to her. She was looking through the dictionary for a difficult word for Pippi to spell. "Now then," she said finally, "will you tell me how you spell seasick?" "I'll be glad to," said Pippi. "S-E-E-S, I knowledge." Miss Rosenblum smiled a sour smile. "Is that so?" she said. "The dictionary spells it differently." "Then it was very lucky that you wanted to know how I spell it," said Pippi. "S-E-E-S-I-K is the way I have always spelled it, and it seems to have worked out just fine." "Make a note of that," said Miss Rosenblum to the assistants, and grimly pressed her lips together. "Yes, do that," said Pippi. "Make a note of this fine spelling and see to it that the changes meet in the dictionary as soon as possible." "I wonder if you can answer this one," said Miss Rosenblum. "When did King Charles XII die?" "Oh dear, is he dead too?" cried Pippi. "It's awful how many people die these days. If he had kept his feet dry, I'm sure it would never have happened." "Make a note of that," said Miss Rosenblum to her assistants in an icy voice. "Yes, by all means do that," said Pippi. "And make a note that it's very good to keep leeches next to the skin. And you should drink a little warm kerosene before going to bed. It's very invigorating." Miss Rosenblum looked desperate. "Why does a horse have molars with dark markings running through them?" she asked in a stern voice. "But are you sure that he has?" said Pippi thoughtfully. "You can ask him yourself. He is standing over there," she said, and pointed to her horse, who was tied to a tree. She laughed contentedly. "It's a good thing I brought him along," she said. "Otherwise, you would never have known why he has molars with markings in them. Because honestly I have no idea, and, what's more, I don't care much either." A narrow line was now all that was left of Miss Rosenblum's mouth. "This is unbelievable," she murmured. "Absolutely unbelievable." "Yes, I think so too," said Pippi, pleased. "If I continue being this clever, I probably won't be able to avoid getting a pair of pink woolen underdrawers." "Pippi in the South Seas, make a note of that," said Miss Rosenblum to the assistant. "No, don't bother," said Pippi. "I really don't care so much about pink woolen underdrawers. That wasn't what I meant. But you could make a note saying I'm to have a big bag of candy." "I'm going to ask you one more question," said Miss Rosenblum, and her voice sounded as if she were strangling. "Yes, keep right on," said Pippi. "I like this kind of question and answer game." "Can you answer this one?" said Miss Rosenblum. "Peter and Paul are going to divide a cake. If Peter gets 1/4, what does Paul get?" "A stomachache," said Pippi. She turned to the assistants. "Make a note of that," she said seriously. "Make a note that Paul gets a stomachache." But Miss Rosenblum was finished with Pippi. "You are the most stupid and disagreeable child I have ever seen," she said. "Go over and stand in the corner right away." Pippi obediently trotted off, muttering angrily to herself, "It's unfair, because I answered every question." When she had walked a few steps, she suddenly thought of something and quickly elbowed her way back to Miss Rosenblum. "Pippi arranges a question and answer B. Excuse me," she said, "but I forgot to give my chest measurement and my height above sea level." "Make a note of that," she said to the assistants. "Not that I want any soup, far from it, but the books should be in order, after all." "If you don't go over and stand in the corner immediately," said Miss Rosenblum, "I know a little girl who is going to get a sound spanking." "Poor child," said Pippi. "Where is she? Send her to me and I'll defend her." "Make a note of that." Then Pippi went over and stood in the corner with the children who couldn't answer questions. There the atmosphere was far from gay. Many of the children were sobbing and crying at the thought of what their parents and their brothers and sisters would say when they came home without the least little coin and without any candy. Pippi looked around at the crying children and swallowed hard several times. Then she said, "We'll have a question and answer be all our own." The children looked a bit more cheerful, but they didn't quite understand what Pippi meant. "Form 2 lines," said Pippi. "All of you who know that King Charles XII is dead stand in one line, and those who still haven't heard that he is dead stand in the other." But since all the children knew that Charles XII was dead, there was only one line. "This is no good," said Pippi. "You have to have at least 2 lines, otherwise it isn't right. Ask Miss Rosenblum and you'll see." She stopped to think. "I have it," she said at last. "All very clever and well-trained pranksters will form one line. And who is to stand in the other line?" A little girl who didn't want to be thought of as a prankster asked eagerly. "In the other line we'll put all those who are not quite so clever at playing pranks," said Pippi. Over at Miss Rosenblum's table the questioning was continuing full force, and now and then a child on the verge of tears came shuffling over to Pippi's crowd. "And now comes the hard part," said Pippi. "Now we're going to see if you have been doing your homework." She turned to a skinny little boy in a blue shirt. "You over there," she said, "give me the name of someone who is dead." The boy looked a little surprised, but then he said, "Old Mrs. Peterson in number 57. "What do you know?" said Pippi. "Do you know anyone else?" No, the boy didn't. Then Pippi put her hands in front of her mouth in the form of a megaphone and said in a stage whisper, "King Charles XII, of course." Then Pippi asked all the children in turn if they knew anyone who was dead, and they all answered, "Old Mrs. Peterson in number 57 and King Charles XII. "This examination is going better than I had expected," said Pippi. "Now I'm going to ask only one thing more. If Peter and Paul are going to divide a cake, and Peter absolutely doesn't want any but sits himself down in a corner and gnaws on a dry little bit of bread, who is then forced to sacrifice himself and down the whole cake?" "Paul," shouted all the children. "I wonder if children as clever as you could be found anywhere else," said Pippi. "But you shall have a reward." From her pockets she dug out a whole handful of gold pieces, and each child got one. Each child also got a huge bag of candy, which Pippi took out of her rucksack. That is why there was great rejoicing among the children who were supposedly in disgrace. And when Miss Rosenblum's examination was finished and everybody was going home, the children who Pippi in the South Seas had been standing in the corner were the quickest to disappear. But first they all crowded around Pippi. "Thank you, dear Pippi," they said. "Thank you for the gold pieces and the candy." "It's nothing," said Pippi. "You don't need to thank me. But you must never forget that I rescued you from the pink woolen underdrivers." Pippi gets a letter. The days went by, and all of a sudden it was autumn, first autumn and then winter. A long, cold winter that seemed as if it would never end. Tommy and Annika were very busy at school, and with every day that went by they felt more tired, and had a harder time getting up in the morning. Mrs. Settergren began to be really worried about their paleness and their lack of appetite. On top of everything, both of them suddenly caught the measles and had to stay in bed for a couple of weeks. It would have been 2 very dreary weeks indeed if Pippi hadn't come and done tricks outside their window every day. The doctor had forbidden her to go into the sick room, because measles are catching, and Pippi obeyed, although she said she would undertake to crack 1 or 2 billion Mia microbes between her fingernails during the course of an afternoon. Pippi in the South Seas, but no one had forbidden her to do tricks outside the window. The children's room was on the 2nd floor, and Pippi had raised a ladder to their window. It was very exciting for Tommy and Annika to lie in their beds and try to guess how Pippi would look when she appeared on the ladder, because she never looked the same 2 days in a row. Sometimes she would be dressed as a chimney sweep, sometimes as a ghost in a white sheet, and sometimes she appeared as a witch. Then she would act amusing skits outside the window, playing all the parts herself. Now and then she did acrobatics on the step ladder. And what acrobatics? She would stand on the topmost rung and let the ladder sway forth and back until Tommy and Annika screamed in terror, because it looked as if she would come crashing down any minute. But she didn't. When she was going to climb down again she always went head first, just so that it would be more amusing for Tommy and Annika to watch. Every day she went to town to buy apples and oranges and candy. She put everything into a basket and attached it to a long string. Then Mr. Nilsson climbed up with the string to Tommy, who opened the window and hoisted up the basket. Sometimes Mr. Nilsson would also bring letters from Pippi when she was busy and couldn't come herself. But Pippi gets a letter that didn't happen often, because Pippi was on the ladder practically all the time. Sometimes she pressed her nose against the window pane and turned her eyelids inside out and made the most terrible faces. She said to Tommy and Annika that she would give each of them a gold piece if they could keep from laughing at her. But of course they couldn't. They laughed so hard that they almost fell out of their beds. Gradually they became well again and were allowed to get up. but, oh, how pale and thin they were. Pippi was sitting with them in their kitchen the first day they were up, watching them eat their cereal. That is, they were supposed to be eating cereal, but they weren't doing very well. It made their mother terribly nervous to see them just sitting there and picking at it. "Eat your good cereal," she said. Annika stirred hers around in the dish with her spoon a bit, but she knew that she just couldn't get any of it down. "Why do I have to eat it, anyway?" she said complainingly. "How can you ask anything so stupid?" said Pippi. "Of course you have to eat your good cereal. If you don't eat your good cereal, then you won't grow and get big and strong. And if you don't get big and strong, then you won't have the strength to force your children, when you have some, to eat their good cereal. No, Annika, that won't do. Nothing but the most terrible disorder in cereal eating would come of this if everyone talked like you." Tommy and Annika ate 2 spoonfuls of cereal each. Pippi watched them with great sympathy. "You ought to go to sea for a while," she said, rocking back and forth on the chair on which she was sitting. "Then you would soon learn how to eat. I remember once when I was on my father's ship in Fridolf, one of our able-bodied seamen, suddenly one morning couldn't eat more than 7 plates of cereal. My father was beside himself with worry over his poor appetite. 'Fridolf, old boy,' he said in a choked voice, 'I'm afraid that you have got a terrible, consuming disease. It's best that you stay in your bunk today, until you feel a little better and can eat normally. I'm coming back to tuck you in and give you some strengthening medicine.' 'It's called medicine,' said Annika. And Fridolf staggered to bed. Pippi went on, because he was worried himself and wondered what sort of epidemic he could be having since he was only able to eat 7 helpings of cereal. He was just lying there wondering whether he would live until evening when my father came with the medicine. A black, disgusting-looking medicine that Pippi gets a letter was, but you could say what you wanted about it. It was strengthening. Because when Fridolf had swallowed the first spoonful, flames broke out from his mouth. He let out a scream that shook the hot toad from the stern to the bow and could be heard on ships within a 50-mile radius. The cook still hadn't had a chance to clear away the breakfast dishes when Fridolf came steaming up into the galley, letting out piercing shrieks. He heaved himself down at the table and began eating cereal, and he was howling with hunger even after his 15th plate. But then there was no more cereal left, and all the cook could do was stand and throw cold potatoes into Fridolf's open mouth. As soon as it looked as if he were going to stop, Fridolf let out an angry growl, and the cook realised that if he didn't want to be eaten up himself, all he could do was keep it up. But unfortunately he only had a miserable 117 potatoes, and when he had thrown the last one into Fridolf's gullet, he quickly made a dash for the door and turned the lock. Then we all stood outside and peeked in at Fridolf through a window. He was whining like a hungry child, and in quick succession he ate up the bread basket and the pitcher and 15 plates. Then he attacked the table. He broke off all 4 legs and ate till the sawdust foamed around his mouth, but he only said that for asparagus they had an awfully wooden taste. He seemed to think that the tabletop tasted better, because he smacked his lips as he ate it and said that it was the best sandwich he had eaten since he was a child. But then my father felt that Fridolf was fully recovered from his consuming disease, and he went into him and said that now he would have to try to control himself until lunch, which would be served in 2 hours, and then he would get mashed turnips with salt pork. "Oh, Captain," said Fridolf, wiping his mouth. "Please," he said with an eager, hungry look in his eyes, "when is supper going to be served and why can't we have it a little earlier?" Pippi put her head to one side and looked at Tommy and Annika and their cereal plates. "As I said, you ought to go to sea for a while and then your poor appetites would be cured in a hurry." Just then the mailman walked by the Settergren house on his way to Villa Villicola. He happened to see Pippi through the window and called out, "Pippi Longstocking, here is a letter for you." Pippi was so astonished that she almost fell off the chair. "A letter? For me? A real letter, I mean. A real letter? I want to see it before I believe it." Pippi gets a letter, but it was a real letter, a letter with many strange stamps. "You read it, Tommy, you know how," said Pippi. And Tommy began, "My dear Pippilotta, when you get this you might as well go down to the harbour and start looking for the hot toad. Because now I'm coming to get you and bring you here to Curricardudut Island for a while. You ought at least to see the country where your father has become such a powerful king. It's really very nice here and I think that you would like it and feel at home. My faithful subjects are also looking forward very much to seeing the Princess Pippilotta of whom they have heard so much. So there is nothing further to be said in the matter. You are coming and this is my kingly and fatherly wish. A real big kiss and many fond regards from your old father, King Ephraim I Longstocking, ruler of Curricardudut Island. When Tommy had finished reading, you could have heard a pin drop in the kitchen. Pippi goes on board. On a beautiful morning, the Hot Toad sailed into the harbour, decorated with flags and pennants from end to end. The town band was on the pier, playing welcome songs with all its might. The whole town had gathered to see Pippi receive her father, King Ephraim I Longstocking. A photographer was standing ready to snap a picture of their meeting. Pippi was jumping up and down with impatience, and the gangplank was hardly down before Captain Longstocking and Pippi rushed toward each other with shouts of joy. Captain Longstocking was so happy to see his daughter that he threw her way up in the air several times. Pippi was just as happy, so she threw her father way up in the air still more times. The only one who wasn't happy was the photographer, because he couldn't get a picture when either Pippi or her father was way up in the air all the time. Tommy and Annika also came forward and greeted Captain Longstocking, but oh, how pale and miserable they looked. It was the first time after their illness that they had been out. Pippi of course had to go on board and say hello to Father Idolf and all her other friends among the seamen. Tommy and Annika trotted along too. They felt so strange walking around on a ship that had come from so far away, and they kept their eyes wide open so as not to miss anything. They were especially eager to see Agaton and Theodore, but Pippi said that the twins had signed off the ship a long time ago. Pippi hugged all the sailors so hard that 5 minutes later they were still gasping for breath. Then she lifted Captain Longstocking up onto her shoulders and carried him through the crowd and all the way home to Villa Velicola. Hand in hand, Tommy and Annika trudged along behind them. "Long live King Ephraim!" shouted all the people. They felt that this was a big day in the history of the little town. A few hours later, Captain Longstocking was in bed at Villa Velicola, sleeping and snoring away so that the whole house shook. Pippi, Tommy, and Annika were sitting around the kitchen table, where the remains of a splendid supper were still in evidence. Tommy and Annika were quiet and thoughtful. What were they thinking about? Annika was just thinking that when you come right down to facts, she would much rather be dead. Tommy was sitting there trying to remember if there was anything in this world that was really fun, but he couldn't think of a thing. Life was an empty waste, he felt. But Pippi was in a wonderful mood. She stroked Mr. Nilsson, who was carefully making his way back and forth between the plates on the table. She stroked Tommy and Annika. She whistled and sang alternately and took happy little dance steps now and then. She didn't seem to notice that Tommy and Annika were so downcast. "Going to sea for a bit again is going to be marvelous," she said. "Just think of being on the ocean, where there is so much freedom." Tommy and Annika sighed. "And I'm quite excited about seeing Curricardudut Island too. Imagine what it'll be like to lie stretched out on the beach, dipping my big toes in the South Pacific, and all I'll have to do is to open my mouth, and a ripe banana will fall right in it." Tommy and Annika sighed. "It's going to be a lot of fun to play with the children down there," Pippi continued. Tommy and Annika sighed. "What are you sighing for?" said Pippi. "Don't you like the idea of my playing with the native children?" "Of course," said Tom. "But we're just thinking that it will probably be a long time before you come back to Villa Velicola." "Yes, I'm sure of that," said Pippi gaily. "But I'm not at all sorry. I think I can have almost more fun on Curricardudut Island." Annika turned a pale, unhappy face toward Pippi. "Oh, Pippi," she said, "how long do you think you'll stay away?" "Oh, that's hard to say. Until around Christmas, I should think." Annika let out a wail. "Who knows," said Pippi. "Maybe I'll like it so much on Curricardudut Island that I'll feel like staying there forever." "Tra-la-la," she sang, and did a few more pirouettes. "To be a princess, that's not a bad job for someone who's had as little schooling as I have." Tommy's and Annika's eyes, looking out of their pale faces, began to have a peculiar, glassy stare. Suddenly Annika bent down over the table and burst into tears. "But come to think of it, I don't think that I'd like to stay there forever," said Pippi. "One can have too much of court life and get sick of the whole business. So one fine day you'll probably hear me saying, 'Tommy and Annika, how would you like to go back to Villa Velicola for a while again?' Oh, how wonderful it will be when you write that to us," said Tommy. "Right," said Pippi. "You have heirs, I hope." "I have no intention of writing. I'll just say, Tommy and Annika, now it's time to go back to Villa Velicola." Annika raised her head from the table and Tommy said, "What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean?" said Pippi. "Don't you understand plain words? Or have I forgotten to tell you that you're coming along to Curricardudut Island? I thought I'd mentioned it." Tommy and Annika jumped to their feet. Their breath came in gasps. Then Tommy said, "You talk such nonsense. Our mother and father would never allow it." "Yes, they will," said Pippi. "I've already talked to your mother." For exactly 5 seconds there was silence in the kitchen of Villa Villicola. Then there were 2 piercing yells from Tommy and Annika, who were wild with joy. Mr. Nelson, who was sitting on the table and trying to spread butter on his hat, looked Pippi and the South Seas up in surprise. He was still more surprised when he saw Pippi and Tommy and Annika take one another by the hand and start dancing crazily around. They danced and shouted so that the ceiling lamp loosened and fell down. Then Mr. Nelson threw the butter knife out the window and started to dance too. "Is it really true?" asked Tommy when they had calmed down and crawled into the wood bin to talk it over. Pippi nodded. Yes, it was really true. Tommy and Annika were to go along to Curricardudut Island. To be sure, all the ladies in the little town came to Mrs. Settergren and said, "You don't mean that you're thinking of sending your children off to the South Seas with Pippi Longstocking? You can't be serious." Then Mrs. Settergren said, "And why shouldn't I? The children have been sick and the doctor says they need a change of climate. As long as I've known Pippi, she has never done anything that has harmed Tommy and Annika in any way. No one can be kinder to them than she." "Yes, but after all, Pippi Longstocking," said the ladies, wrinkling their noses. "Exactly," said Mrs. Settergren. "Pippi Longstocking's manners may not always be what they ought to, but her heart is in the right place." On a chilly night in early spring, Tommy and Annika left the little town for the first time in their lives to travel out into the great, strange world with Pippi. All 3 of them were standing at the rail of the Hot Toad while the brisk night air filled the sails. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say all 5, because the horse and Mr. Nelson were there too. All the children's classmates were on the pier and almost in tears with regret mingled with envy at their leaving. Tomorrow the classmates would be going to school as usual. Their geography homework was to study all the islands in the South Pacific. Tommy and Annika didn't have to do any homework for a while. Their health comes before school, the doctor had said. And they'll get to know the South Sea Islands firsthand, added Pippi. Tommy's and Annika's mother and father were also on the pier. Tommy and Annika suddenly felt lumps in their throats when they saw their parents wiping their eyes with handkerchiefs. But Tommy and Annika still couldn't keep from being happy, so happy that it almost hurt. Slowly the Hot Toad sailed out of the harbour. "Tommy and Annika," cried Mrs. Settergren, "when you get out on the North Sea you have to put on 2 undershirts," and was the rest of what she was trying to say was drowned in the cries of farewell from the people on the pier, the wild whinnying of the horse, Pippi's happy noisiness, and Captain Longstocking's loud trumpeting when he blew his nose. The voyage had begun. The Hot Toad was sailing out under the stars. Ice blocks were floating around the bow and the wind was singing in the sails. "Oh, Pippi," said Annika, "I have such a funny feeling. I'm beginning to think that I'll be a pirate too when I grow up." "Curricardudut Island straight ahead," cried Pippi from the bridge one sunny morning. They had been sailing for days and nights, for weeks and months, over storm-ridden seas and through calm, friendly waters, in starlight and moonlight, under dark, threatening skies and in scorching sun. They had been sailing for such a long time that Tommy and Annika had almost forgotten what it was like to live at home in the little town. Their mother would probably have been surprised if she could have seen them now. No more pale cheeks. Brown and healthy, they climbed around in the rigging just as Pippi did. Gradually, as the weather grew warmer, they had peeled off their clothes and the warmly bundled up children with 2 undershirts who had crossed the North Sea had become 2 naked brown children in loincloths. "What a wonderful time we're having," Tommy and Annika declared each morning when they woke up in the cabin they shared with Pippi. Often Pippi was already up and at the helm. "A better seaman than my daughter has never sailed on the 7 seas, Captain Longstocking would often say. And he was right. Pippi guided the Hot Toad with a sure hand past the most perilous underwater reefs and the worst breakers. Now the voyage was coming to an end. "Curricardudut Island straight ahead," cried Pippi. There it was, sheltered by green palms and surrounded by the bluest blue water. 2 hours later the Hot Toad made for a little inlet on the left side of the island. All the Curricarduduts, men, women, and children, were on the beach to receive their king and his red-headed daughter. A mighty roar rose from the crowd when the gangplank was lowered. "Asamkura, Kasunkaro," they shouted, and it meant, "Welcome back, Fat White Chief." King Ephraim walked majestically down the gangplank, dressed in his blue corduroy suit, while on the forward deck, Fridolf played the new national anthem of the Curricarduduts on his accordion. "Here comes our chief with a clang and a bang." King Ephraim raised his hand in greeting and shouted, "Noni Mananal," that meant, "Greetings to all of you." He was followed by Pippi, who was carrying the horse. Then a wave of excitement broke out among the Curricorduds. Of course they had heard about Pippi and her enormous strength, but it was something entirely different to see it before their very eyes. Tommy and Annika and the whole crew trooped ashore, but for the time being the Curricorduds had eyes for no one but Pippi. Captain Longstocking lifted her up on his shoulders so that they would be able to have a good look at her, and again an excited murmur went through the crowd. But then Pippi lifted up Captain Longstocking on one of her shoulders and the horse on the other, and the murmur swelled into a roar. The population of the island of Curricordudd was 126 people. That is approximately the right number of subjects to have, said King Ephraim. More are hard to keep track of. They all lived in small, cozy huts among the palms. The biggest and finest hut belonged to King Ephraim. The crew of the Hot Toad also had their huts where they lived while the ship lay anchored in the little inlet. She was anchored there practically all the time these days. Once in a while, though, there would be an expedition to an island about 50 miles to the north, where there was a shop where Captain Longstocking bought snuff. A fine, newly built little hut under a coconut tree was ready for Pippi. There was plenty of room for Tommy and Annika too. But before they could go into the hut to wash up, Captain Longstocking wanted to show them something. He took Pippi by the arm and led her back down to the beach. Here, he said, pointing with a thick forefinger. This was the place where I floated ashore the time I was blown into the sea. The Curricorduds had put up a monument to commemorate the strange event. The stone bore an inscription which read, in Curricordudd words, over the great wide sea came our fat white chief. This is the place where he floated ashore at the time when the breadfruit trees were in bloom. May he remain just as fat and magnificent as when he came. In a voice trembling with emotion, Captain Longstocking read the inscription out loud for Pippi and Tommy and Annika. Then he blew his nose with gusto. When the sun had begun to go down and was ready to disappear in the endless embrace of the South Seas, the drums of the Curricorduds summoned everyone to the royal square, which was situated in the middle of the village. There stood King Ephraim's fine throne of bamboo, bedecked with red hibiscus flowers. He sat on it when he ruled. For Pippi, the Curricorduds had made a smaller throne, which stood next to her father's. In a great hurry, they had also put together 2 little bamboo chairs for Tommy and Annika. The roar of the drums grew louder and louder as King Ephraim mounted his throne with great dignity. He had taken off his corduroy suit and was dressed in royal regalia, with a crown on his head, a straw skirt around his waist, a necklace of shark's teeth around his neck, and heavy bracelets around his ankles. With great majesty, Pippi took her place on her throne. She was still wearing the same loincloth around her middle, but she had stuck some red and white flowers in her hair to be a bit more festive. Annika had done the same, but not Tommy. Nothing could make Tommy stick flowers in his hair. King Ephraim had been away from his ruling duties for quite a while, and now he started to rule with all his might. In the meantime, the little Curricordudd children came closer and closer to Pippi's throne. They were filled with awe to think that she was a princess. When they reached the throne, they all threw themselves down on their knees before her, touching the ground with their foreheads. Pippi quickly hopped down from her throne. "What's all this?" she asked. "Do you play hunting for treasure down here too? Wait and let me play with you." She got down on her knees and started to nose around on the ground. "There seem to have been other treasure hunters here before us," she said after a while. "There isn't as much as a pin here, that's for sure." She got back up on her throne. Hardly had she sat down when all the children bowed their heads to the ground again. "Have you lost something?" said Pippi. "In any case it isn't there, so you might as well get up." Luckily Captain Longstocking had been on the island long enough for the Curricorduds to learn some of his language. Naturally they didn't know the meaning of such difficult words as postal money order and brigadier general, but they had picked up a lot just the same. Even the children knew the most common expressions, such as leave it alone and similar ones. A little boy by the name of Momo could speak the captain's language quite well, because he used to spend a good deal of time at the huts of the crew, listening to the men talking. A pretty little girl named Moana was also able to understand the language quite well. Now Momo was trying to explain to Pippi why they were on their knees in front of her. "You be very fine princess," he said. "I know be very fine princess," said Pippi in broken Curricordudd. "I be really only Pippi Longstocking, and now I'm through with this throne business." She hopped down off her throne, and King Ephraim hopped down off his, because now he was finished with ruling for the day. The sun sank like a red ball of fire in the South Seas, and soon the sky was bright with stars. The Curricorducts lighted a huge fire in the royal square, and King Ephraim and Pippi and Tommy and Annika and the crew from the Hot Toad sat down in the grass and watched the Curricorduts dance around the fire. The muffled rumble of the drums, the exciting dance, the strange perfumes from thousands of exotic flowers in the jungle, the glimmering stars above their heads, everything made Tommy and Annika feel very strange. The waves of the sea were ceaselessly pounding in the background. "I think that this is a very fine island," said Tommy afterward, when he and Pippi and Annika had crawled into their beds in their cozy little hut under the coconut tree. "I think so too," said Annika. "Don't you, Pippi?" Pippi was lying there quietly with her feet on her pillow, as was her habit. She said dreamily. "Just listen to the roar of the waves. Remember, I said, maybe I'll like it so much on Curricorduct Island that I'll feel like staying there forever. Would have been much nicer to have really dark skin, because white sand on a dark background looked so funny." But when Pippi had dug herself down in the sand up to her neck, so that only a freckled face and 2 red pigtails stuck out, that looked quite funny too. All the children settled themselves down in a circle to talk to her. "Tell us about the children in the northern land you come from," said Momo to the freckled face. "They love plutification," said Pippi. "It's called multiplication," said Annika. "And besides," she said, somewhat miffed, "no one can say that we love it." "Northern children love plutification," Pippi insisted stubbornly. "Northern children become frantic if northern children don't every day get a large dose of plutification." She didn't have the strength to continue in broken Curricorduct, but switched over to her own language. "If you hear a northern child cry, you can be sure that the school has burned down, or that a school holiday has been declared, or that the teacher has forgotten to give the children homework in plutification. And let's not even talk about the summer vacation. That brings on such tears and wailing that you wish you were dead when you hear it. No one is dry-eyed when the school gate slams shut for the summer. All the children slowly head for home, singing sad songs, and they can't keep themselves from sobbing when they think that it will be several months before they can get any plutification to do again. Yes, it's a misery, the like of which you can't imagine," said Pippi and sighed deeply. "Bah," said Tommy and Annika. Momo didn't quite understand what plutification was and wanted to have a more detailed explanation. Tommy was just about to explain it, but Pippi got in ahead of him. "Yes, you see, it's like this: 7 times 7 equals 102. Fun, eh?" "It most certainly is not 102, said Annika. "No, because 7 times 7 is 49, said Tommy. "Remember that we're on Curricorduct Island now," said Pippi. "Here we have an entirely different and much more flourishing climate, so 7 times 7 gets to be much more here." "Bah, aye," said Tommy and Annika again. The arithmetic lesson was interrupted by Captain Longstocking, who came to announce that he and the whole crew and all the Curricorducts were going off to another island for a couple of days to hunt wild boar. Captain Longstocking was in the mood for some fresh boar steak. The Curricorduct women were also to go along, to scare out the boar with wild cries. That meant that the children would be staying behind alone on the island. "I hope you won't be sad because of this," said Captain Longstocking. "I'll give you 3 guesses," said Pippi. "The day I hear that some children are sad because they have to take care of themselves without grown-ups, that day I'll learn the whole plutification table backward. I'll swear to that." "That's my girl," said Captain Longstocking. Then he and all his grown-up subjects, armed with shields and arrows, got into their big canoes and paddled away from Curricorduct Island. Pippi rounded her hands into a megaphone and shouted after them, "May peace be with you. But if you aren't back by my 50th birthday, I'll send out an S.O.S." Over the radio, when they were alone, Pippi and Tommy and Annika and Momo and Moana and all the other children looked happily at one another. They were going to have a whole wonderful South Sea Island all to themselves for several days. "What are we going to do?" said Tommy and Annika. "Pippi in the South Seas, first we'll get our breakfast down from the trees," said Pippi. Like a flash she was in a coconut tree, shaking coconuts down. Momo and the other Curricorduct children gathered breadfruit and bananas. Pippi made a fire on the beach and over it she roasted the wonderful breadfruit. All the children settled around in a circle and had a substantial breakfast consisting of roasted breadfruit, coconut milk, and bananas. There were no horses on Curricorduct Island, so all the native children were very much interested in Pippi's horse. Those who dared went for a ride on him. Moana said that one day she would like to go to the northern land where there were such strange animals. Mr. Nilsson wasn't anywhere in evidence. He had gone off on an excursion to the jungle, where he had met some relatives. "What are we going to do now?" asked Tommy and Annika when riding on the horse was no longer any fun. Northern children want to see fine caves, yes, Como, wondered Momo. Northern children most certainly want to see fine caves, yes, said Pippi. Curricardudut Island was a coral island. On the south side the high coral cliffs plunged straight into the sea, and there were the most wonderful caves which had been dug out by the waves. Some were down at the waterline and filled with water, but there were others higher up in the cliffs, and there the Curricardudut children were accustomed to play. In the largest cave they kept a big supply of coconuts and other delicacies. To get there was quite an undertaking. First they had to climb carefully down the steep side of the cliff and hang on to the rocks which jutted out. Otherwise they could easily have plunged down into the sea. Any place else on the island that wouldn't have mattered. But at this particular spot there were plenty of sharks who liked to eat little children. In spite of this danger, the Curricardudut children had fun diving for oysters, but then someone always had to stand guard and shout, "Shark! Shark!" as soon as they spotted a fin in the distance. In the big cave the Curricardudut children also kept a supply of shimmering pearls which they had found in the oysters. They used them to play marbles with, and they had no idea that they would be worth any amount of money in Europe or America. Captain Longstocking used to take along a few pearls now and then when he went off to buy snuff. He would trade the pearls for things he thought his subjects needed, but on the whole he felt that the Pippi in the South Seas Curricarduduts were well off as they were, and their children gaily continued to play marbles with their pearls. Annika was horror-stricken when Tommy said to her that she would have to climb along the cliff to the big cave. The first part wasn't so bad. There was quite a broad ledge to walk on, but it gradually got narrower, and the last few feet to the cave you had to scramble and climb and hang on as best you could. Never, said Annika, never, to climb along a cliff where there was hardly anything to hold on to, and below, a sea filled with sharks waiting for you to fall down. That wasn't Annika's idea of fun. Tommy was annoyed. No one should bring sisters along to the South Seas, he said as he scrambled along the cliff wall. Look at me. You only have to go like this. There was a loud plop as Tommy fell into the water. Annika screamed. Even the Curricardudut children were terrified. Shark! Shark! They cried and pointed out toward the sea. There a fin was clearly visible above the surface, heading rapidly in the direction of Tommy. There was another top. That was Pippi jumping in. She reached Tommy about the same time as the shark did. Terrified, Tommy was screaming at the top of his lungs. He felt the shark's sharp teeth scrape against his leg. But just at that instant Pippi grabbed the bloodthirsty beast with both hands and lifted him out of the water. Don't you have any shame in you? She asked. The shark looked around, surprised and ill at ease. He wasn't able to breathe above the surface. Promise never to do that again and I'll let you go, said Pippi gravely. With all her force she flung him far out into the sea. He lost no time in getting away from there and decided to head for the Atlantic Ocean. In the meantime Tommy had managed to scramble up on a small plateau, and he sat there trembling all over. His leg was bleeding. Then Pippi came up. She behaved very strangely. First she lifted Tommy up in the air, and then she hugged him so hard that he lost his breath. Then all of a sudden, she let go of him and sat down on the cliff. She put her head in her hands. She cried. Pippi cried. Tommy and Annika and all the Curricardudut children looked at her, surprised and frightened. You cried because Tommy almost eaten up, said Momo. No, Pippi answered crossly, and wiped her eyes. I cried because poor little hungry shark no get breakfast today. Talk sense to Jim and Buck. The shark's teeth had only scratched Tommy's leg, and when he had calmed down he still wanted to continue the climb to the big cave. Pippi twisted strands of hibiscus fibre into a stout rope and tied it to a stone. Then, lightly as a mountain goat, she hopped over to the cave and secured the other end of the rope there. Now even Annika dared to climb to the cave. When you had a steady rope to hang on to, it was easy. It was a wonderful cave, and so big that all the children were able to get inside without any trouble. This cave is almost better than our hollow oak at Villa Villicola, said Tommy. No, not better, but just as good, said Annika, who felt a lump in her throat at the thought of the oak and didn't want to admit that anything could be better. Momo showed the visitors how much coconut and breadfruit were stored in the cave. One would be able to live there for several weeks without starving to death. Luana showed them a hollow bamboo cane filled with the most beautiful pearls. She gave Pippi and Tommy and Annika each a handful. Nice marbles. You have to play marbles within this country, said Pippi. It was delightful to sit at the opening of the cave and look out over the sea glittering in the sunlight. and it was great fun to lie on one's tummy and spit into the water. Tommy announced a contest in long-distance spitting. Momo was terribly good at it, but he still wasn't able to beat Pippi. She had a way of forcing the spit through her front teeth, which no one could imitate. "If it's drizzling over in New Zealand today," said Pippi, "it's my fault." Tommy and Annika didn't do so well. "Northern children no can spit," said Momo with a superior air. He didn't quite consider Pippi as being one of the northern children. "So northern children can't spit," said Pippi. "You don't know what you're talking about. That is taught to them in school from the first grade. Long distance spitting and altitude spitting and sprint spitting. You ought to see Tommy's and Annika's teacher. Man, can she spit. She won first prize in sprint spitting. The whole town cheers when she runs around spitting to beat the band." "Bah," said Tommy and Annika. Pippi raised her hand to shield her eyes from the glare and looked out to sea. "I see a ship out there," she said. "A tiny steamer. I wonder what it's doing in these parts." And she had reason to wonder. The steamer was heading toward Kurrikurdudut Island at a good clip. On board there were several South Sea Islanders and 2 white men. Their names were Jim and Buck. They were dirty, coarse-looking men who looked like real bandits. And that is exactly what they were. Once when Captain Longstocking was in the shop where he bought snuff, Jim and Buck had been there too. They had seen Captain Longstocking put a couple of unusually large and beautiful pearls on the counter, and had heard him say that on Kurrikurdudut Island, the children used pearls like these to play marbles with. Since that day they had only one goal, and that was to go to the island and try to get pearls. They knew that Captain Longstocking was very strong, and they also had a healthy respect for the crew of the Hawk Toad. They therefore decided to take advantage of an opportunity when all the men were away on a hunt. Pippi talks sense to Jim and Buck. Now their chance had come. Hiding behind an island close by, they had seen through their binoculars Captain Longstocking, his crew, and all the Kurrikurduduts paddle away from the island. They were only waiting until the canoes were out of sight. "Drop the anchor," shouted Buck when the ship was close to the island. Pippi and all the other children watched them in silence from the cave above. The men dropped anchor, and Jim and Buck jumped into a skiff and rowed ashore. The crew were given orders to stay on board. "Now we'll sneak up to the village and overtake them," said Jim. "Probably only the women and children are at home." "Yes," said Buck, "and besides, there were so many women in the canoes I should think that only children are left on the island. I hope they are playing marbles, ha ha ha." His voice carried clearly over the water. "Why?" shouted Pippi from the cave. "Do you especially like playing marbles? I think it's just as much fun to play leapfrog." Jim and Buck turned around in astonishment and saw Pippi and all the children sticking their heads out from the cave. A delighted grin spread over their faces. "There we have the kids," said Jim. "Perfect," said Buck. "This is in the bag." But they decided nevertheless to play it safe and be sly. No one could know where the children kept their pearls, and therefore it was best to try to win them over. The men pretended that they hadn't come to Kurrikurdudut Island to find pearls at all, but were just out for a nice little excursion. They felt hot and sticky, and Buck suggested that, to begin with, they go for a swim. "I'll row back to the boat and fetch your bathing trunks," he said. This he did. In the meantime Jim stood alone on the shore. "Is there a good beach around here?" he called to the children in a friendly voice. "Wonderful," said Pippi. "Absolutely wonderful for sharks. They come here every day." "Nonsense," said Jim. "I don't see any sharks." But he was a little worried just the same. When Buck came back with the bathing trunks, Jim told him what Pippi had said. "Nonsense," said Buck, and he shouted to Pippi, "Are you the one who is saying that it's dangerous to swim here?" "No," said Pippi, "I never said that." "That's funny," said Jim. "Didn't you just tell me that there were sharks here?" Pippi talks sense to Jim and Buck. "Yes, that's what I said. But dangerous, no, that I wouldn't say exactly. My grandfather swam here last year." "Well, then," said Buck. "And grandfather got back from the hospital already last Friday," Pippi went on, "with the fanciest wooden leg you've ever seen on an old man." She spat thoughtfully into the water. "So I couldn't really say that it's dangerous. Of course a few arms and legs do disappear if one swims here. But as long as wooden legs don't cost more than $1 a pair, I don't think you should deprive yourself of an invigorating swim just because of miserliness." She spat once more. "My grandfather takes a childish delight in his wooden leg. He says it is absolutely irreplaceable when he goes out to fight." "You know what I think," said Buck. "I think you're telling whoppers. Your grandfather must be an old man. I'm sure he doesn't want to be in any fights." "That's what you think," cried Pippi in a shrill voice. "He's the most ill-tempered old man who ever hit his opponent on the head with a wooden leg. If he can't fight from morning till night, he's miserable. Then he gets into such a rage that he bites himself on the nose." "What nonsense," said Buck. "No one can bite himself on the nose." "Yes, they can," Pippi insisted. "He climbs up on a chair." Buck thought about this for a while, but then he swore. "I don't feel like listening to your silly chatter any longer. Come on, Jim, let's get undressed. Besides, I'd like to have you know that my grandfather has the longest nose in the world. He has 5 parrots and all of them can sit next to each other on his nose." By now Buck was really angry. "You little red-headed vixen, do you know that you're the worst liar I've ever met? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Are you really trying to make me believe that 5 parrots can sit in a row on your grandfather's nose? Confess that it's a lie." "Yes," said Pippi sadly. "It's a lie." "There, you see," said Buck. "Isn't it what I said?" "It's a terrible, horrible lie," said Pippi, still sadder. "That's what I thought from the beginning," said Buck. "Because the 5th parrot," sobbed Pippi and burst out into a flood of tears. "The 5th parrot has to stand on one leg." Pippi talks sense to Jim and Buck. "Get lost," said Buck, and he and Jim went behind a bush to get undressed. "Pippi, you don't even have a grandfather," said Annika reproachfully. "No," said Pippi gaily. "Must I have a grandfather?" Buck was the first one to come out in his bathing trunks. He made an elegant dive from a cliff into the sea and swam out. The children up in the cave watched with great interest. Then they spotted a shark fin, which flashed above the surface of the water for a second. "Shark! Shark!" cried Momo. Buck, who was treading water and enjoying himself immensely, turned around and saw the terrible creature coming toward him. There has probably never been anyone who could swim as fast as Buck swam then. In 2 split seconds he had reached shore and rushed out of the water. He was both frightened and furious, and it seemed as if he thought it was all Pippi's fault that there were sharks in the water. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself, you nasty brat?" he screamed. "The sea is full of sharks." "Have I said anything else?" Pippi asked sweetly, and tilted her head to one side. "I don't always lie, you see." Jim and Buck went behind the bush to get dressed again. They felt that now the time had come to begin thinking about the pearls. No one could tell how long Captain Longstocking and the others were going to be away. "Listen, children," said Buck. "I heard someone say that there were some good oyster beds in these regions. Do you know if it's true?" "I'll say," said Pippi. "Oyster shells go crunch crunch under your feet wherever you walk down there on the bottom of the sea. Go down and see for yourself." But Buck didn't want to do that. "There are great big pearls in every oyster," said Pippi. "About like this one." She held up the giant, shimmering pearl. Jim and Buck got so excited that they could hardly stand still. "Do you have any more of those?" said Jim. "We would like to buy them from you." This was a lie. Jim and Buck had no money with which to buy pearls. They only wanted to get them dishonestly. "Yes, we have at least 10 or 12 quarts of pearls here in the cave," said Pippi. Jim and Buck were unable to bide their delight. "Wonderful," said Buck. "Bring them here and we'll buy them all." Pippi talks sense to Jim and Buck. "Oh no," said Pippi. "What are the poor children going to use to play marbles with afterward? Have you thought of that?" There was a lot of discussion back and forth before Jim and Buck realized that it would be impossible to get the pearls by clever maneuvering. But what they couldn't get by clever maneuvering, they decided to take by force. Now they at least knew where the pearls were. The only thing they had to do was climb over to the cave and take them. Climb over to the cave, yes, that was the rub. During the discussion Pippi had carefully removed the hibiscus rope, which was now safely in the cave. Jim and Buck didn't think that the climb over to the cave looked very inviting, but there didn't seem to be any other way to get the pearls. "You do it, Jim," said Buck. "No, you do it, Buck," said Jim. "You do it, Jim," said Buck. He was stronger than Jim, so Jim started climbing. He frantically grabbed hold of all the jutting rocks he could reach. Cold sweat was pouring down his back. "Hold on, for heaven's sake, so you won't fall down," said Pippi in an encouraging way. Then Jim fell in. Buck was shouting and cursing on the beach. Jim was also screaming because he saw 2 sharks heading in his direction. When they were no more than 3 feet from him, Pippi threw down a coconut right in front of their snouts. That scared them just long enough for Jim to swim to the shore and crawl up on the little plateau. The water was running in rivulets from his clothes and he looked miserable. Buck was scolding him. "Do it yourself, and you'll see how easy it is," said Jim. Now I'll show you how, said Buck and started to climb. All the children watched him. Annika was almost a bit frightened as she watched him coming closer. Oh, don't climb there, you'll fall in, said Pippi. Where? Said Buck. There, said Pippi, pointing. Buck looked down. A lot of coconuts get wasted this way, said Pippi a moment later when she had thrown one in the sea to prevent the sharks from eating up Buck, who was desperately floundering in the water. But up he came, mad as a hornet, and he certainly wasn't one to be afraid. He immediately started climbing again, because he had made up his mind once and for all to make his way into the cave and get his hands on the pearls. This time he managed much better. When he was Pippi talks sense to Jim and Buck almost at the opening of the cave, he called out triumphantly, "Now, you little demons, this time you're going to get it." Then Pippi stuck out her index finger and poked him in the stomach. There was a splash. "You could at least have taken this with you when you took off," Pippi shouted after him as she landed a coconut on the snout of a shark that was coming too close. But more sharks came and she had to throw more coconuts. One of them hit Buck on the head. "Oh dear, was that you?" said Pippi when Buck yelled. "From up here you look like a big, nasty shark." Jim and Buck now decided to sit it out until the children were forced to come down. "When they get hungry they'll leave there," said Buck grimly. "And then they'll see something." He shouted to the children, "I feel sorry for you if you're going to have to sit in the cave until you starve to death." "You have a kind heart," said Pippi, "but you won't have to worry about us for the next 2 weeks. Then we might have to start rationing the coconuts a little." Pippi talks sense to Jim and Buck / she cracked a big coconut, drank the milk, and ate the wonderful meat. Jim and Buck swore. The sun was setting and they began making preparations to spend the night ashore. They didn't dare row out to the steamer to sleep because then the children could get away with all the pearls. They lay down on the hard rocks in their wet clothes. They were very uncomfortable. Up in the cave all the children were merrily sitting and eating coconuts and mashed breadfruit. It was so good. The whole situation was so exciting and pleasant. Once in a while they would stick their heads out to look at Jim and Buck. By now it was so dark that they could see only a fuzzy outline of the men on the plateau below, but they could still hear them swearing down there. Suddenly there was a shower of the violent tropical kind. The rain came down in torrents. Pippi stuck the tip of her nose out of the cave. "You certainly are the lucky ones," she shouted to Jim and Buck. "What do you mean by that?" said Buck hopefully. He thought that the children had perhaps changed their minds and wanted to give them the pearls. "What do you mean by saying we're lucky?" "I mean, just think how lucky it is that you were low-eye Pippi in the South Seas already soaked before this rainstorm came. Otherwise, you would have got soaking wet in this rain." More swearing could be heard from down on the plateau, but it was impossible to tell whether it was Jim or Buck. "Good night, and sleep well," said Pippi. "Because that's what we're going to do now." The children lay down on the floor of the cave. Tommy and Annika lay one on either side of Pippi, holding her hands. They were quite comfortable. It was so warm and snug in the cave. Outside the rain was pouring down. Pippi gets bored with Jim and Buck. The children slept soundly all night. But Jim and Buck did not. They kept on grumbling about the rain, and when it stopped they started to argue about whose fault it was that they hadn't been able to get hold of the pearls and which one of them had really had the stupid idea of going to Karkaridut Island in the first place. And when the sun rose and dried their clothes, and Pippi's cheerful face popped out of the cave, saying good morning, they were more determined than ever to get the pearls and leave the island as rich men. But they couldn't figure out how to do it. While all this was going on, Pippi's horse had begun to wonder where Pippi and Tommy and Annika had disappeared to. Mr. Nilsson had returned from his family reunion in the jungle and he was wondering the same thing. He also wondered what Pippi in the South Seas would say when she found out that he had lost his straw hat. Mr. Nilsson jumped up on the horse's tail and the horse trotted off to find Pippi. Finally he found his way to the south side of the island. That is where he saw Pippi stick her head out of the cave, and he whinnied happily. "Look, Pippi, there's your horse," cried Tommy. "And Mr. Nilsson is sitting on his tail," said Annika. Jim and Buck heard this. They realized that the horse who was trotting along the beach belonged to Pippi, the red-headed girl up in the cave. Buck went and grabbed the horse by the mane. "Now listen, you little monster," he shouted to Pippi. "I'm going to kill your horse." "You're going to kill my horse, whom I love so dearly," said Pippi. "My nice, good horse. You can't mean it." "Yes, I'll probably have to," said Buck. "That is, if you don't want to come here and give us all the pearls. All of them, do you hear? Otherwise I'll kill the horse this instant." Pippi looked at him gravely. "Please," she said. "I'm begging you, don't kill my horse, and do let the children keep their pearls." Pippi gets bored with Jim and Buck / "You heard me," Buck said. "Hand over the pearls this minute, or else was." And then in a low voice he said to Jim, "Just wait until she comes with the pearls. Then I'll beat her black and blue to pay her back for this miserable rainy night. As for the horse, we'll take him along on board and sell him on another island." He shouted to Pippi, "Well, which is it going to be? Are you coming, or aren't you?" "Yes, I'll come," said Pippi. "But don't forget that you asked for it." She skipped along the projecting rocks as lightly as if she had been walking down a garden path and jumped down to the plateau. She stopped in front of Buck. There she stood, little and thin, with her two pigtails pointing straight out. There was a dangerous look in her eyes. "Where are the pearls, you little beast?" shouted Buck. "There aren't going to be any pearls today. You'll have to play leapfrog instead." Then Buck let out a roar, which made Annika tremble way up in the cave. "I'm going to kill both you and the horse," he yelled as he lunged toward Pippi. "Take it easy, my good man," said Pippi. She grabbed him around the waist and threw him 10 feet up in the air. He banged himself quite hard on the rocks as he came down. Then Jim came to life. He raised his arm to give Pippi a terrible blow, but she jumped aside with a little chuckle. A second later Jim was also on his way up into the clear morning sky. There they sat, Jim and Buck, on the rock, groaning. Pippi walked up and grabbed them, one in each fist. "You can't be as anxious to play marbles as you seem to be," she said. "There has to be some limit to your playfulness." She carried them down to the skiff and tossed them in. "Now you go home to your mothers and ask them to give you 5 cents for marbles," she said. "You'll find them just as easy to play with." A little while later the steamer was chugging away from Karekirdadut Island. Since then it has never been seen in those waters. Pippi patted her horse. Mr. Nilsson jumped up on her shoulder. Beyond the outermost tip of the island a whole row of canoes came into sight. It was Captain Longstocking and his people returning home after a successful hunt. Pippi shouted and waved at them and they waved back with their paddles. Then Pippi quickly put up the rope again so that Tommy and Annika and the others could get down. Pippi gets bored with Jim and Buck from the cave. And when the canoes came gliding into the little inlet beside the hot toad a short time later, the whole crowd of children was there to greet them. Captain Longstocking embraced Pippi. "Has everything been peaceful?" he asked. "Oh, yes, completely peaceful," said Pippi. "But Pippi, how can you say that?" said Annika. "We've had terrible things happen." "Oh, yes, I forgot," said Pippi. "No, it hasn't been completely peaceful, Papa Ephraim. As soon as you turn your back, things start to happen." "But my dear child, what's happened?" said Captain Longstocking anxiously. "Something really terrible," said Pippi. "Mr. Nilsson lost his straw hat." Pippi leaves Karekirdadut Island. Wonderful days followed wonderful days in a warm, wonderful world full of sunshine, with the blue sea glittering and fragrant flowers everywhere. Tommy and Annika were by now so brown that there was hardly any difference between them and the Karekirdadut children, and every spot on Pippi's face was covered with freckles. "This trip will turn out to be a real beauty treatment for me," she said gaily. "I have more freckles and am therefore more beautiful than ever. If this keeps up, I shall be irresistible." Momo and Moana and all the other Karekirdadut children already considered Pippi irresistible. They had never had such a good time before, and they were as fond of Pippi as Tommy and Annika were. Of course they were fond of Tommy and Annika too, and Tommy and Annika were fond of them. So they had a marvelous time together and played all day long. Often they would go up to the cave to play. Pippi had taken blankets there, and when they wanted to they could spend the night and be even more comfortable than they were the first time. She had also made a rope ladder, which reached all the way down to the water below the cave, and all the children climbed up and down on it and swam and splashed to their hearts' delight. Now it was perfectly safe to swim. Pippi had blocked off a big section with net so that the sharks couldn't get in. It was such fun to swim in and out of those caves filled with water. Even Tommy and Annika had learned to dive for oysters. The first pearl that Annika found was a huge, beautiful pink one. She decided to take it home with her and have it made into a ring, which she would wear as a souvenir of Karekirdadut Island. Cinnabar and sometimes they would play that Pippi was Buck trying to get into the cave to steal pearls. Then Tommy would pull up the rope ladder and Pippi would have to climb up the side of the cliff as best as she could. All the children would shout, "Buck is coming, Buck is coming," when she stuck her head into the cave, and they would take turns at poking her in the stomach so that she tumbled backward into the sea. Down there she splashed around with her bare feet sticking out of the water, and the children laughed so hard that they almost fell out of the cave. When they got tired of being in the cave, they would play in their bamboo hut. Pippi and the children had built it, though of course Pippi had done most of the work. It was big and square and made of thin bamboo cane, and you could climb around inside it, and on top of it too. Next to the hut was a tall coconut tree. Pippi had hacked steps into it so that you could climb all the way to the top. The view was wonderful from up there. Between two other coconut palms, Pippi had rigged up a swing of hibiscus fibre. It was marvellous, because if you swung as high as the swing would go, you could throw yourself out into the air and land in the water below. Pippi swung so high and flew so far out into the water that she said, "One fine day I'll probably land in Australia, and then it won't be much fun for the one who gets me on the head." The children also went on expeditions into the jungle. There was a high mountain and a waterfall that cascaded over a cliff. Pippi had made up her mind that she would like to go down the waterfall in a barrel. She brought along one of the barrels from the hot toad and crawled into it. Momo and Tommy closed the lid and helped to push the barrel over the waterfall. It bounced down with tremendous speed and then it broke. All the children saw Pippi disappear into the tumbling water, and they didn't think they would ever see her again. But all of a sudden, she dived up and climbed ashore, saying, "They certainly go at a fast clip, those water barrels." The days went by. Soon the rainy season would start, and then Captain Longstocking would lock himself into his hut and brood about life, and he was afraid that Pippi wouldn't be happy on Curricordadut Island then. More often lately, Tommy and Annika would find themselves wondering how their mother and father were. They were anxious to get home for Christmas. So they weren't as sad as you might expect when Pippi said one morning, "Tommy and Annika, how would you like to go back to Villa Vilicula for a while again?" Of course, for Momo and Moana and the other Curricordadut children, it was a sad day when they saw Pippi and Tommy and Annika go on board the hot toad for the voyage home. But Pippi promised that they would come back often to Curricordadut Island. The Curricordadut children had made wreaths of white flowers, which they hung around the necks of Pippi and Tommy and Annika as a farewell gesture. Their song of farewell sounded sad as it followed the ship out to sea. Captain Longstocking was also standing on the beach. He had to stay behind in order to rule. Friedolf had taken it upon himself to get the children home. Captain Longstocking slowly and deliberately blew his nose in his big pocket handkerchief as he waved goodbye. Pippi and Tommy and Annika cried, and the tears streamed down their faces as they waved to Captain Longstocking and the island children as long as they were in sight. The hot toad had a fair wind behind her during the whole voyage home. "We'd better dig out your undershirts in good time before we reach the North Sea," said Pippi. "What an awful thought," said Tommy and Annika. It soon became evident that despite the fair wind, the ship wouldn't reach home by Christmas. Tommy and Annika were bitterly disappointed when they heard it. "Just think, no Christmas tree and no Christmas presents. Then we could just as well have stayed on Curricordadut Island," said Tommy angrily. Annika thought of her mother and father and knew that she would be glad to get home, no matter when. But it certainly was sad that they were going to miss Christmas. They both felt the same about that. One dark night at the beginning of January, Pippi and Tommy and Annika spotted the lights of the little town from afar, twinkling a welcome. They were back home again. "Well, now we have this trip behind us," said Pippi as she walked down the gangplank with her horse. No one was at the port to meet them because no one had known when they would get home. Pippi lifted up Tommy and Annika and Mr. Nelson onto the horse and they rode toward Villa Vilicula. Less than / more than the poor horse had a hard time. He had to plough his way through the snowdrifts piled up in the streets and roads. Tommy and Annika stared straight ahead into the snow flurry. Soon they would be back with their mother and father, and they were suddenly aware how much they had missed them. In the Settergren house the lights were shining invitingly, and through the window they could see Tommy's and Annika's mother and father sitting at the dinner table. "They're mother and father," said Tommy, and he sounded so happy and excited. But Villa Vilicula lay in complete darkness and was covered with snow. Pippi leaves Curricordadut Island. Annika was terribly unhappy at the thought of Pippi's going back there alone. "Please, Pippi, won't you stay with us the first night?" she asked. "Oh, no," said Pippi and jumped down in the snow outside the gate. "I have to get some things in order at Villa Vilicula." She waded through the deep snowdrifts which reached all the way up to her stomach. The horse ploughed along behind her. "Yes, but think of how cold it will be in there," said Tommy. "It hasn't been heated for such a long time." "Nonsense," said Pippi. "If the heart is warm and beats the way it should, there is no reason to be cold." Pippi Longstocking doesn't want to grow up old. How Tommy's and Annika's mother and father hugged and kissed their children. and what a wonderful supper they prepared for them. Afterward they tucked them in, and sat for a long time on the edge of their beds, listening to the children's tales of all the strange things they had experienced on Curricurdidat Island. They were so happy, all of them. There was only one sad thing, and that was not having had any Christmas. Tommy and Annika didn't want to tell their mother how miserable they were because they had missed having a tree and presents, but that's the way it was. It seemed so strange to be back. It always does when you've been away, and it would have been much easier if they could have come home on Christmas Eve. Tommy and Annika were also sad when they thought of Pippi. Now of course she would be home in bed at Villa Villicolo with her feet on her pillow. Pippi Longstocking doesn't want to grow up, and there was no one there to tuck her in. They made up their minds to go to see her as soon as they could the next morning. But the following day their mother didn't want to let them go because she hadn't seen them for such a long time, and besides, their grandmother was coming for dinner to welcome the children home. Tommy and Annika wondered anxiously what Pippi could be doing all day, and when it began to get dark they couldn't stand it any longer. "Please, Mother, we have to go and see Pippi," said Tommy. "Yes, run along then," said Mrs. Settergren. "But don't stay too long." Tommy and Annika ran off. When they got to the garden gate of Villa Villicola they stopped and stared in amazement. It looked just like a Christmas card. The whole house was softly blanketed with snow, and there were gleaming lights in all the windows. A torch was burning on the veranda and shedding its brightness over the snow-covered lawn. One path to the veranda was neatly shoveled, so Tommy and Annika didn't have to wade through the drifts. Just as they were stamping the snow off their feet on the veranda, the door opened and there stood Pippi. "Merry Christmas," she said. She ushered them into the kitchen, and there was a Christmas tree. The lights were lit and 17 sparklers were burning, filling the room with a nice smoky smell. The table was set with puddings and hams and sausages and all sorts of Christmas delicacies, yes, even gingerbread men and birds' nests. There was a fire in the stove, and the horse was standing at the wood bin, scraping his hoof in a very refined way. Mr. Nelson was bobbing back and forth among the sparklers in the Christmas tree. "He is supposed to be an angel," said Pippi grimly, "but I can't get him to sit still." Tommy and Annika just stood there, speechless. "Oh, Pippi," said Annika finally, "how wonderful. When did you find time to do all this?" "Me, I'm the hard-working type," said Pippi. Tommy and Annika were suddenly overwhelmed with happiness. "I think it's just grand to be back in Villa Villicola again," said Tommy. They sat down around the table and ate piles of ham and pudding and sausage and gingerbread men, and everything tasted even better to them than bananas and breadfruit. "But Pippi, it isn't Christmas at all," said Tommy. "Yes, sir," said Pippi. "The Villa Villicola Pippi in the South Seas Manac is slow. I have to take it to an almanac maker and have it adjusted so that it will run properly again." "How wonderful," said Annika again. "We celebrated Christmas after all except without Christmas presents, of course." "That reminds me," said Pippi. "I have hidden your Christmas presents. You have to find them yourselves." Tommy's and Annika's faces became flushed with excitement as they sprang up and started hunting. In the woodbin Tommy found a big package which was marked, "Tommy." Inside was a fine set of paints. Under the table Annika found a package with her name on it, and inside that was a pretty red parasol. "I can take this with me to Curricurdidat Island the next time we go there," said Annika. High up on the hood of the stove were two more packages. One contained a small jeep for Tommy, and in the other was a set of doll's dishes for Annika. A small package was also hanging on the horse's tail. In it was a clock for Tommy's and Annika's room. When they had found all their Christmas presents, they gave Pippi big hugs and thanked her over and over again. She was standing at the kitchen Pippi Longstocking doesn't want to grow up window, looking out at all the snow in the garden. "Tomorrow we'll build a big snow hut," she said, "and we'll have lights burning in it at night." "Oh, yes, let's," said Annika, feeling happier than ever to be home. "I'm wondering if we could make a ski slope running down from the roof to the snowdrifts below. I'm going to teach the horse to ski, but I can't decide whether he needs 4 skis or only 2. We're going to have a wonderful time tomorrow," said Moorland Tommy. "What luck that we came home in the middle of Christmas vacation. We're always going to have fun," said Annika. "At Villa Villicola, on Curricurdidat Island, and everywhere." Pippi nodded in agreement. They had crawled up on the kitchen table, all 3 of them. Suddenly a dark shadow passed over Tommy's face. "I never want to grow up," he said emphatically. "I don't either," said Annika. "No, that's nothing to wish for, being grown up," said Pippi. "Grown-ups never have any fun." They only have a lot of boring work and wear silly looking clothes and have corns and municipal taxes. It's called municipal, said Annika. Well, anyway, it's the same nonsense, said Pippi. And then they're full of superstitions and all sorts of crazy things. They think that something terrible is going to happen if they happen to stick their knives in their mouths while they're eating, and things like that. And they can't play, either, said Annika. Ugh, how awful to have to grow up. Who says you have to grow up? Said Pippi. If I remember right, I have a few pills somewhere. What sort of pills? Said Tommy. Some very fine pills for people who don't want to grow up, said Pippi and jumped down from the table. She hunted through closets and drawers and after a while she produced something that looked like 3 yellow peas. Peas? Said Tommy, surprised. That's what you think, said Pippi. These are no peas. They are chullalug pills and were given to me in Rio by an old Indian chief when I happened to mention that I wasn't wild about the idea of growing up. You mean that those tiny little pills can do it? Said Annika skeptically. Absolutely, said Pippi. But they have to be taken in the dark, and then you have to say this. Pretty little chullalug, I don't want to get bug. Pippi Longstocking doesn't want to grow up / You mean big, said Tommy. If I say bug, I mean bug, said Pippi. That's the trick, you see. Most children say trig, and that's the worst thing that can happen. Because then you start to grow more than ever. Once there was a boy who ate pills like these. He said trig * instead of bug, and he started growing until it was a nightmare, many feet every day. It was terrible. He was alright as long as he could go around grazing under the apple trees, the way a giraffe does. But then he got too big and that didn't work any longer. When some ladies came to visit and they wanted to say, "My, what a nice big boy you've grown up to be," they had to shout into a megaphone so that he would hear them. All you saw of him was his long, skinny legs disappearing up among the clouds like 2 flagpoles. He was never heard of after that. Oh, yes, once he was. That was when he took a lick at the sun and got a blister on his tongue. Then he let out such a roar that the flowers down on earth wilted. But that was the last sign from him, although his legs are probably still wandering around down in Rio, making awful mix-ups in the traffic. Oh, I wouldn't dare eat one of those pills, said Annika, terrified, in case I might say the wrong thing. You won't say the wrong thing, said Pippi reassuringly. If I thought you'd do that, I wouldn't give you one. Because it would be boring to have just your legs to play with. Tommy and me and your legs, that would be fine company. You won't make a mistake, Annika, said Tommy. They turned the Christmas tree lights out. The kitchen was in complete darkness, except near the stove where the fire glowed behind the stove door. They sat down in silence, in a circle in the middle of the floor, holding one another by the hand. Pippi gave Tommy and Annika each a chullalug pill. Chills ran up and down their spines. Just think, in a second, the powerful pill would be down in their stomachs, and then they would never have to grow up. How marvelous that would be. Now, Pippi whispered. Pretty little chullalug, I don't want to get bug, they said all together and swallowed their pills. The deed was done. Pippi turned on the ceiling light. That's it, she said. Now we don't have to be grown up and have corns and other miseries. Though the pills have been lying around in my closet for so long that one can't be absolutely sure that all the strength hasn't gone out of them. But we have to hope for the best. Annika suddenly thought of something. Oh, Pippi Longstocking doesn't want to grow up, Pippi, she said in alarm. You were going to be a pirate when you grew up. Sure, I can be one anyway, said Pippi. I can still become a nasty little pirate who spreads death and destruction around me. She was quiet for a while, thinking. Just imagine, she said. If a lady walks by here one day many years from now and she sees us running around in the garden, perhaps she will ask Tommy, "How old are you, my little friend?" And then you'll say, 53, if I'm not mistaken. Tommy laughed merrily. She'll probably think that I'm small for my age, he said. Of course, said Pippi. But then you can explain that you were bigger when you were smaller. Just then Annika and Tommy remembered that their mother had told them not to stay away too long. I think we'll have to go now, said Tommy. But we'll be back tomorrow, said Annika. Fine, said Pippi. We'll get started on the snow hut at 8 o'clock. She walked with them to the gate and her red pigtails danced around her as she ran back to Villa Villicola. You know, said Tommy a while later when he was brushing his teeth, if I hadn't known that those were chullalug pills I would have been willing to bet that they were just ordinary peas. Annika was standing at the window of their room in her pink pyjamas, looking over toward Villa Villicola. Look, I see Pippi. She called out, delighted. Tommy rushed over to the window too. Yes, there she was. Now that the trees didn't have any leaves, they could look right into Pippi's kitchen. Pippi was sitting at the table with her head propped against her arms. She was staring at the little flickering flame of a candle that was standing in front of her. She seemed to be dreaming. She looks so alone, said Annika, and her voice trembled a little. Oh, Tommy, if it were only morning so that we could go to her right away. They stood there in silence and looked out into the winter night. The stars were shining over Villa Velicola's roof. Pippi was inside. She would always be there. That was a comforting thought. The years would go by, but Pippi and Tommy and Annika would not grow up. That is, of course, if the strength hadn't gone out of the Chillalug Hills. There would be new springs and summers, new autumns and winters, but their games would go on. Tomorrow they would build a snow hut and make a ski slope from the roof of Villa Velicola, and when spring came they would climb the hollow oak where Soda Pop spouted up. They would hunt for treasure and they would ride Pippi's horse. They would sit in the woodbin and tell stories. Perhaps they would also take a trip to Karekerdudut Island now and then, to see Momo and Moana and the others. But they would always come back to Villa Velicola. And the most wonderful, comforting thought was that Pippi would always be in Villa Velicola. If she would only look in this direction, we could wave to her, said Tommy. But Pippi continued to stare straight ahead with a dreamy look. Then she blew out the light.